Saturday, June 14th as part of the Game Time Goat Weekend. Next we have Goat Grand Prix Maryland on Saturday, July 26th. Then we're off to Germany for Goat Grand Prix Dortmund on Sunday, August 17th. We have Goat Grand Prix Einbeck on Saturday, September 6th. Visit pristineprotectiontcg.com and use promo code GOATFORMAT for 10% off your order.
Hey, you say! Can you really do this?
A test run is one thing, but the real thing is something else. If they catch you,
Don't listen to these guys, you say. Just, I don't know, hit the gas and don't ever look back.
You gonna be on the monitor?
We'll go topside so we can get a clear signal. Now rev it up!
And don't slow down for nothing. And don't slow down for nothing.
Let's get this straight. It's not the power of the runner. It's the rider. I'll take on anyone on any ride and I'll still be victorious.
Get ready, Domino City. I'm coming. I'm coming for you, Jack. And this time, I'm gonna settle the score. How did I let that happen? Look out, Jack. I'm coming to take back what's mine.
You know why our friend just lost? Because his deck has no balance. And without balance, one cannot be a complete duelist.
a test run is one thing, but the real thing is something else. If they catch you,
Don't listen to these guys, you say. Just, I don't know, hit the gas and don't ever look back.
Hey, you say! Can you really do this?
a test run is one thing, but the real thing is something else. If they catch you,
Don't listen to these guys, you say. Just, I don't know, hit the gas and don't ever look back.
You gonna be on the monitor?
We'll go topside so we can get a clear signal. Now rev it up!
And don't slow down for nothing. And don't slow down for nothing.
Let's get this straight. It's not the power of the runner. It's the rider. I'll take on anyone on any ride and I'll still be victorious.
Get ready, Domino City. I'm coming. I'm coming for you, Jack.
Anyone on any ride and I'll still be victorious.
And this time, I'm gonna settle the score. Get ready, Domino City. I'm coming. How did I let that happen? Coming for you, Jack.
Anyone on any ride and I'll still be victorious.
And this time, I'm gonna settle the score. Look out, Jack. I'm coming to take back what's mine. How did I let that happen?
You know why our friend just lost? Because his deck has no balance. And without balance, one cannot be a complete duelist.
Saturday, June 7th, we head to Mexico for Goat Grand Prix Tijuana.
Test run is one thing, but the real thing is something else.
We have Goat Grand Prix Detroit on Saturday, June 14th as part of the Game Time Goat Weekend. Next, we have Goat Grand Prix Maryland on Saturday, July 26th. Then we're off to Germany for Goat Grand Prix Dortmund on Sunday, August 17th. Part of the Game Time Goat Weekend. We have Goat Grand Prix Einbeck on Saturday, September 6th. On Saturday, July 26th. Visit pristineprotectiontcg.com and use promo code GOATFORMAT for 10% off your order. Dortmund on Sunday, August 17th. The Game Time Goat Weekend.
Can you really do this?
A test run is one
We
thing.
have Goat Grand Prix
but
Einbeck
the
on
real
Saturday,
thing is
September
something else.
6th. On Saturday,
They
July
catch you.
26th.
Don't listen to these guys, you say.
Visit
Just,
pristineprotectiontcg.com and use promo code GOATFORMAT for 10% off your order. On Sunday, August 17th.
And don't slow down for nothing.
Let's get this straight. It's not the power of the runner. It's the rider. I'll take on anyone on any ride and I'll still be victorious.
Get ready, Domino City. I'm coming. I'm coming for you, Jack. And this time, I'm gonna settle the score. How did I let that happen? You got it, Jack. I'm coming to take back what's mine.
You know why our friend just lost? Because his deck has no balance. And without balance, one cannot be a complete duelist.
A test run is one thing, but the real thing is something else. They catch you and
Don't listen to these guys, you say. Just, I don't know, hit the gas and don't ever look back.
On Saturday, June 7th, we head to Mexico. On Saturday, June 7th, we head to Mexico for Goat Grand Prix Tijuana. We have Goat Grand Prix Detroit on Saturday, June 14th as part of the Game Time Goat Weekend. Next, we have Goat Grand Prix Maryland on Saturday, July 26th. Then we're off to Germany for Goat Grand Prix Dortmund on Sunday, August 17th. We have Goat Grand Prix Einbeck on Saturday, September 6th. Visit pristineprotectiontcg.com and use promo code GOATFORMAT for 10% off your order.
Hey, you say. Can you really do this?
A test run is one thing, but the real thing is something else. If they catch you,
Don't listen to these guys, you say. Just, I don't know, hit the gas and don't ever look back.
You gonna be on the monitor?
We'll go topside so we can get a clear signal. Now rev it up!
And don't slow down for nothing. And don't slow down for nothing.
Let's get this straight. It's not the power of the runner. It's the rider. I'll take on anyone on any ride and I'll still be victorious.
Get ready, Domino City. I'm coming. I'm coming for you, Jack. And this time, I'm gonna settle the score. How did I let that happen? You got it, Jack. I'm coming to take back what's mine.
You know why our friend just lost? Because his deck has no balance. And without balance, one cannot be a complete duelist.
a test run is one thing, but the real thing is something else. If they catch you,
Don't listen to these guys, you say. Just, I don't know, hit the gas and don't ever look back.
Hey, you say. Can you really do this?
a test run is one thing, but the real thing is something else. If they catch you,
Don't listen to these guys, you say. Just, I don't know, hit the gas and don't ever look back.
You gonna be on the monitor?
We'll go topside so we can get a clear signal. Now rev it up!
And don't slow down for nothing. And don't slow down for nothing.
Let's get this straight. It's not the power of the runner. It's the rider. I'll take on anyone on any ride and I'll still be victorious.
Get ready, Domino City. I'm coming. I'm coming for you, Jack. And this time, I'm gonna settle the score. How did I let that happen? You got it, back what's mine.
You know why our friend just lost? Because his deck has no balance. And without balance, one cannot be a complete duelist.
A test run is one thing, but the real thing is something else. If they catch you,
Don't listen to these guys, you say. Just, I don't know, hit the gas and don't ever look back.
On Saturday, June 7th, we head to Mexico for Goat Grand Prix Tijuana. We have Goat Grand Prix Detroit on Saturday, June 14th as part of the Game Time Goat Weekend.
Testing, 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 testing. I think we're in a good spot, guys.
On Saturday, June 7th, we head to Mexico for Goat Grand Prix Tijuana. We have Goat Grand Prix Detroit on Saturday, June 14th as part of the Game Time Goat Weekend. Next, we have Goat Grand Prix Maryland on Saturday, July 26th. Then we're off to Germany for Goat Grand Prix Dortmund on Sunday, August 17th. We have Goat Grand Prix Einbeck on Saturday, September 6th. Visit pristineprotectiontcg.com and use promo code GOATFORMAT for 10% off your order.
Hey, you say. Can you really do this?
a test run is one thing, but the real thing is something else. If they catch you,
Don't listen to these guys, you say. Just, I don't know, hit the gas and don't ever look back.
You gonna be on the monitor?
We'll go topside so we can get a clear signal. Now rev it up!
And don't slow down for nothing. And don't slow down for nothing.
There we go. How's everyone doing today? Welcome to Goat Grand Prix Atlanta. I do not know how many entrants we have yet, nor how many rounds there will be, but I will figure that out shortly. I think everyone is playing Ultimate Insect Spooky. I think that was actually required to sign up for the tournament. Not sure how we convinced Karim to do that, but you know, we got to save goat format somehow, right? All right, just trying to do some last minute technical stuff. There might be an echo, which I'm also trying to solve. How's everyone doing this morning? Kenny, Spooky, Grumple, good to see all you guys. Hope you're ready for an action-packed day of GOAT format here in Atlanta. Name some card, yeah. I feel like we're probably about to start. Surely, right? Yu-Gi-Oh! Legend 15, what is up? GOAT World is showing up today in Atlanta. Tournament's about to start. I know we had some people traveling pretty much cross country. Gulah's flying in from Illinois, for example, right? So definitely hoping to get a good turnout today. Just doing some last minute technical stuff, guys. There we go. Now my beautiful, beautiful face is at the same direction that I normally am. You guys can get my good side now. Ah, Spooky. You shouldn't have. Except for the... Yeah, we don't talk about the one, of course. The people aren't ready for that. Don't show that one, yeah. Slowly but surely, I need to start acquiring like Yu-Gi-Oh! Paraphernalia to put behind me. I've got... Well, wrong side. Got a Exodia figure back there. I have a BLS one upstairs that I recently completed. I just haven't figured out where to put him. And I have a Joey one that is broken at the moment, but some super glue will fix it. So, Nick Creation, welcome to the stream. Yu-Gi-Oh! Is pretty cool. Some might say. Many might say on this particular stream that Yu-Gi-Oh! Is cool. Oh, the jury's still out on that one. Yeah, Water Return and Top Cut for the second week in a row would be pretty insane. Might be one of my favorite lists from any topping, tournament this year, probably. Though I'm not sure if Atlanta is filled with as many Spice Lords as maybe Munich was. You know, I was not confident that I was going to say that name right, so I'm glad it worked out. I went out on a limb. And, you know, this is a lesson to all you folks out there. Sometimes you just gotta roll with the punches. You just gotta let your intuition guide you, and you might end up, you know, like me, pronouncing names correctly on a stream. Yeah. So, Kenny, to your point, I feel like the YouTube chat just kind of updates relatively slowly. Yeah, like in bulks like that. Well, Spooky, like I just said, you got to follow that intuition. Maybe if you were in Atlanta, you could show us all how it's done. You know. I'm definitely excited to see what people are bringing, though. I know Gula said he was brewing up a little bit of spiciness, so definitely have to get him on cam at some point. Cub, who I believe is in attendance, is always playing something funky, right? Last time I was in Atlanta, it was a flight layover. I did the classic, hilarious joke. I pinged Karam and Petty and was like, hey guys, I'm in Atlanta. What's up? And they're like, oh, for how long? And I said, 10 minutes. Got them. On my way to Florida for vacation a couple weeks ago. As I'm approaching 30, I feel like I have to enter my dad joke era. I'm not sure if Pui's here, but I should get the entrance list sometime soon. Yeah, they all rushed over, and we got a nice drink at the Atlanta airport Starbucks. Karam drove all the way over from Athens, you know? Naturally. The oxen are strong together, you know, so. Hey, I actually, how much did we spend on Starbucks? It was probably close to $20. Yeah, it was me and my fiance. So need a little bit of recuperation mid trip. Yeah, that day was kind of brutal. We were flying out of DC, and our flight was delayed like literally 12 hours, or not, maybe not 12, maybe 8. And we were supposed to leave at 10 a.m. and then didn't leave until that evening. So by the time we got to Atlanta for the layover, we were shot, and I would have paid $2,000 for coffee at that point, probably. That's how they get you, right? Kenny, that is a great question. I thought Swiss was going to start at 11. Trying to get the intel here for you guys. Do you have any suggestions about what I should eat for lunch today, by the way? I was debating earlier. Obviously getting something delivered or Uber Eats or something like that. Thinking maybe it was a Chipotle day, quick and easy. Scarf that down between rounds or something, you know? Although many say Chipotle is going downhill, right? We, my fiance and I have been messing with the theory that if you place an order for Chipotle down under a male name, they will give you more, like a larger portion than if you order as a woman, right? With sample size of 2, but there's something to that, I think, so far. There might be a McDonald's in Atlanta, maybe even 2. Meatball sub sounds good too. Yeah, I'm a meatball sub guy myself. Yeah, we're kindred spirits, Spooky. There's a Subway kind of near me. Not sure if they deliver them. It's also McDonald's, literally like 2 minutes from my house. Kind of dangerous, but actually, it's kind of not good. Like, there are better McDonald's in town, you know what I mean? So if I want to go to McDonald's, I don't go to the one near us unless it's in a pinch. Not that I eat, like, I feel like I'm giving the impression that I eat an absurd amount of fast food, which I do not, but, you know, it's good to know where the good McDonald's are and the bad McDonald's are. What other fast food is near me? All right. We got a Subway. We got the McDonald's. Right next to the McDonald's, there's a Wendy's that I've never been to. I'm not a Wendy's fan. Not sure if that's a hot take. I feel like a lot of people swear by Wendy's. Just ain't for me. I don't know. I've never had a good experience. Or rarely do I. And after that, you got to drive a bit far. It's kind of like those 3. We used to have a Pizza Hut that I also never ate at, and then coincidentally it closed. So, can't win them all. Top 5 fast food burgers? Oh, I don't eat a lot of fast food burgers, I gotta say. So my go-to at McDonald's, though, you get the quarter pounder with cheese every time. You know what I mean? Top 3 fast food fountain coats. I'm a Burger King fan. They do the, right now they have like a double Whopper Jr. deal for pretty cheap. That's like good. Sometimes like if I'm like grocery shopping or something and I need something quick, I'll just like get that deal and take it home. You know what I mean? Been on a Taco Bell kick recently, though. I rediscovered it. I was like never a Taco Bell person for most of my life. I think I had it twice until I turned like 28, maybe. And then in the last like year, I've probably had it like too much. Discovered the glory of Taco Supreme in a bean burrito, you know? And the Baja Blast is kind of the big seller, I feel like. Well, that has already happened for the most part, yeah. What events are coming up? Kenny, do I have the reel for you, my friend? See you guys in a second.
On Saturday, June 7th, we head to Mexico for Goat Grand Prix Tijuana. We have Goat Grand Prix Detroit on Saturday, June 14th as part of the Game Time Goat Weekend. Next, we have Goat Grand Prix Maryland on Saturday, July 26th. Then we're off to Germany for Goat Grand Prix Dortmund on Sunday, August 17th. We have Goat Grand Prix Einbeck on Saturday, September 6th. Visit pristineprotectiontcg.com and use promo code GOATFORMAT for 10% off your order.
Hey, you say, can you really do this?
A test run is one thing, but the real thing is something else. If they catch you,
Don't listen to these guys, you say. Just, I don't know, hit the gas and don't ever look back.
You gonna be on the monitor? And don't slow down for nothing.
Let's get this straight. It's not the power of the runner. It's the rider. I'll take on anyone on any ride and I'll still be victorious.
Get ready, Domino City. I'm coming. I'm coming for you, Jack. And this time, I'm gonna settle the score. How did I let that happen? You got it, Jack. I'm coming to take back what's mine.
You know why our friend just lost? Because his deck has no balance. And without balance, one cannot be a complete duelist.
A test run is one thing, but the real thing is something else. If they catch you and
Don't listen to these guys, you say. Just, I don't know, hit the gas and don't ever look back.
Hey, you say. Can you really do this?
a test run is one thing, but the real thing is something else. If they catch you and
Don't listen to these guys, you say. Just, I don't know, hit the gas and don't ever look back.
You gonna be on the monitor?
We'll go topside so we can get a clear signal. Now rev it up!
And don't slow down for nothing. And don't slow down for nothing.
Let's get this straight. It's not the power of the runner.
Well, Kenny, I hope that answered your question. I am personally most excited for GGP Maryland because ideally I will be in attendance. All things willing, you know. Get to actually meet some of you goobers in person. Could be fun, you know. Yes, Wolf, the mats are really, really cool. I got a sneak peek of them from Karem the other day. Production value is off the charts today. I also really like the feature match playmat as well. Yeah, Kenny, right? It's not that far for you. You're West Virginia based. Not to like dox you on stream, but I don't think that's a secret anyway, considering you use your full name as a gamer tag anyway. That is true. Anything that Grumple is at is just a tier above the man, the myth, you know? Maryland is July 26th in the great, great town of Glen Burnie, which is like 20 minutes from where I live, which is pretty nice. Nice, yeah, so little mid-Atlantic action going on. Yeah, that's what I figured. Nice flex, by the way. Is your TikTok mostly Yu-Gi-Oh stuff, or do you do like other sorts of content? Vince React self-docs, yeah. He's just that confident. Camera being weird. There we go. Nice. Road to 300k followers. That's the secret. Chat box on stream isn't working. It just updates very slowly and in bursts. Yeah, as soon as you said that, you spooked it into compliance. So yeah, it's just always going to be like that, I think. Either that or I need to like manually have it like as my main window so that it updates in real time. But got a lot of things to click around at the moment, so we'll see. In the main scene, the chat's not even going to be on the layout anyway. So because we have beautiful face cams of the competitors today. Yeah, still waiting on intel from the TOs and the admins on when we're going to kick this bad boy off. I do know that there are some other events in the building today, so maybe that's why things are running a little bit slower. But if that 53 number is correct, should be a nice, fun, but not too insane day of Yu-Gi-Oh, I think. GGP Munich last weekend went like 12 hours when all was said and done. I cannot imagine being those players in the top 8. I would just be so exhausted at that point. Relatively close to 2 invites today, though, if that 53 number is correct, which is pretty nice. I feel like Atlanta is always one of our like flagship North American GGPs, though, so not super surprising that the turnout is solid, at least for American standards. All right, I have gotten confirmation from the staff. The player list is finalized. We will be starting shortly, so buckle in, fill up your waters, take a bio break, grab some food, because we are about to take off. Yeah, Grumple, I think we're doing a good job growing the scene. Yo, Morp, good morning. How are we doing? You ready for some GOAT format action? We are starting soon. Entrance list was just finalized, so we should be good to go in a minute. Don't forget to stay hydrated, folks. I got my vintage, not really Scooby-Doo water bottle today. Mystery machine blessing us with good luck. Maybe I need to get a Yu-Gi-Oh water bottle for the theming, you know. Some of you may be able to tell if you watch my normal content. I'm a little nasally today, by the way. Still recovering from a cold that hit me mid GGP Munich stream last week. So I was out of commission like all day, Sunday and Monday, which was kind of unfortunate because it was Memorial Day weekend. What percentage of the field is turbo? Good question. I feel like tournaments have been hovering around like 30-40% recently, which is probably a lot lower than I think people would think intuitively. You know what I mean? But obviously small-ish sample of players today, so could go either direction. Although there are definitely some Spice Lords in attendance, so. Yeah, the Liquid Death Goat format sponsor, that would be cool. I definitely do think there is room to kind of grow the scene in terms of like viewership and things like that. High production streams like this are definitely go a long way to helping with that. So thank you all for joining in today, supporting the community. Dueling High is on a pretty insane run so far this season. I was actually just pulling up his stats last night. 2 PWCQ wins this season. Won the GOAT Format Championship too, right? And then won the 3v3 just a couple weeks ago. And top 4 in War League. No invite for that, but I mean, that's pretty good. On Masters of Oz. What notable online aliases do we have? I know we got Gulaz in attendance. Dueling High is here. I believe Cub is here. Nate Dogg, who won? I won. Or we're all winners because we're all here enjoying GOAT format today. I do not believe we have any Los Angeles adjacent GGPs confirmed at the moment, but that doesn't mean that can't change for the rest of the year. Yeah, AJT is in attendance as well. Yeah. Is Karen playing? Or is he just TOing? But yeah, it's a pretty stacked lineup for an in-person event, right? Should be some high level duels at some point. Yeah, I'm excited to get the pairings and all that jazz. Should be coming through shortly. Tijuana next week. That's going to be a blast. Kenny, are you flying down? If anyone will, it's you, right? Yeah, I think maybe next year I want to make it a prio to go to more in-person events. Should be fun. I wish I had a locals near me. Maybe if GGP Maryland is a success, we can pivot that into something more permanent. Thanks, Ford. Doing my best to fill the silence here. But I think we are starting up very, very shortly. Need some ASMR. I need like a... You guys like that? Is that good? Let me know if you want more. What are other random things I can tap? We could turn this into like a mukbang stream. Once I get my lunch delivered. Just watch me consume a meatball sub, perhaps, as Spooky recommended. In fact, my phone probably makes it good. Maybe not. I didn't think we would devolve so quickly into me finding objects to bang on, but maybe that is just that kind of day, you know. I've ever thought about streaming casually. I used to stream more frequently. I am a semi-retired speedrunner. That was kind of what I was doing before I got into the whole GOAT format scene. It's kind of messed in my hands a bit, so I'm taking a little bit of a break. But yeah, it would be fun to get more into it as well. All right, pairings are locked in, folks. Should be posted shortly. Now, I might need your help because, like, I don't know people's real names. But we'll figure that out. A meatball sub or an equally messy sandwich. I love that. Yeah, some like a buffalo chicken wrap or something, just like ooey gooey everywhere. Maybe a calzone. Spooky, I would have a pet cam if I had a pet at the moment. Currently petless. We'll hopefully be changing in the next like year or so. My fiance and I are big cat people. Just do not have one at the moment. Show pairings, I will when we have them. Well, you can't get a world championship invite for playing DMOC home alone, right? Thank you, Nate Dogg. Cub's name is Evan something, I think. Spooky, that is a great idea. I just need to figure out a way to convince my fiance because I think she's very set. We're big Star Wars fans in this household, so we're probably going to name them something Star Wars related when that happens. Cat of Ill Omen, that is pretty baller, though. Karem, you would think Karem is named Karem, but he's not, actually. Fun fact. Yeah, we get to dock school us today, guys. Are you excited? Karem's name is Aaron, which we will probably see at some point today if he's playing. Sorry if I doxed you, but I don't think that's secret anyway. Now, Nate Dogg, to your point, what is Karem and where did it come from? No idea. We'll have to do a Q&A with the man himself at some point, maybe. His name survives on the wind's breath. So poetic. Gulaz is probably playing the GBGB from his phone, yeah. He's just remoting in from his hotel room in Atlanta. He flew all the way down. Yeah, more. That's correct. Ooh, Rescue Cat is cute. My fiance does like the art of that card. I have showed her that. We are just, this is Docs the stream right now. Oh, Cat's Ear Tribe. That's another good one. Or I could just name it some like other card that's not cat related. This is my cat Gravekeeper's Spy. This is Dekoichi. There'll be some good ones. So the pairings have, I think, been posted in real life. So we should be starting soon. I'm getting used as Ivan, yes. What a plot twist. Thunder Nyan Yan. It's a good name. Will top 8 feature any legendary Jiu-Jitsu masters? I feel like there's a non-zero chance. It's a playable card in GOAT format. The Kunga. Now we're talking, yes. Grumple bringing in the heat today, folks. That would be a plot twist if Nate Dogg's name was not Nate. That's true, Kenny. I see some movement around the feature match table. There are people there, and the stream is not frozen, which I was not sure about for a while because no one was moving. Nathan. Not Nathaniel. It's the more noble of the two. Oh, you're one of the middle name truthers? That's crazy. See, I'm one of the unfortunate souls whose middle name is last name, so I don't have that option. That would just be weird. Big Kyle vibes? Grumble, that's crazy. What did he do to you to make you so rude? Kyle by association. Oh, Kenny, is that supposed to be the feature match? That'd be a good one. Not sure how you know more than I do, but I know you have the hookup, so not surprised. Unless someone's just like yapping in War League or something. I don't know. Not looking at that. Yeah, AJT versus Karem is kind of crazy seating. Oh, it was on the feature screen earlier. Oh, you mean the scenes? I don't know if that means anything. Like, I'm pretty sure those were just placeholder names, maybe. I think we have our round one feature match, and it's going to be the Big Goo, folks, versus Infusions Caps. So 2 online players. I think Infusion Caps is a local Atlanta guy, but was on the Battle Oxen in War League last season. So we're getting the Gulas doxing out of the way ASAP. And that should be a pretty good match, too. We got 2 War Leaguers meeting up in round 1 in a paper tournament. Doesn't get any better than that, does it? In fact, let's might as well switch over. Just to keep you guys on the edge of your seat. Yeah, it's going to be Gulas versus Infusions Cap as the round 1 feature match. Chandy, I think so. As long as it's exclusively about the heart of the cards and the power of friendship. That's the only thing that's allowed. But that's all you really need anyway. So. Not sure who is on which side. Kenny, you gotta be patient, my man. All right, which one looks like they don't know how to shuffle? Because that one's going to be Gula's. Gula's on the left? Okay. All right. Take your word for it. All right, we are about to get into the action, folks. Are we excited? I believe he said that this is his like second time playing IRL. Oh wait, what happened to the? What? Oh, I just named them both Infusions Cap. That's funny. There we go. Yes, everyone in chat start critiquing people's shuffling skills. This is the high value commentary we need. Morp, I am not going to be speculating on people's ethnicities live on stream. That does not seem like a good use of anyone's time. That seems like you have a story there, Kenny. Care to expand upon that? Gulas here rocking the business cash too. I love it. This is a gentleman's game. No, I know more. I'm just messing with you. All right, I think we are starting here, folks. Decks are cut. Players are sat. Timer hasn't started, but, you know, they're thinking about doing it. Oh, and we even might have a table judge. Yeah, all right, Kenny, I'm going to have to watch that later. Top 4 from GGP Orlando last year. A little bit of juicy scandal. Love that. We're here for the tea, as always. All right, and here we are, the first card played of GGP Atlanta. What do we think it's going to be? Is it going to be Delinquent Duo? It's going to be a T set. Wouldn't have it any other way, folks. Good old T set pass. Now, I have no idea what either of these players are playing. Gulaz, of course, is CT, also Burn. Kind of his two main lists for sure. Going to lead out with the duo here, so pretty solid start. Gulaz in real time learning how touch screens work. Oh, and hitting a Serpent off of that Delinquent Duo. So if you're Infusions Cap, you're going to be pretty happy about that. We are GOAT formatting. T-set into Delinquent Duo. You couldn't have drawn it up any better, right, guys? Probably not Burn with the Duo in the main. Yes, agreed, Madcap. All right, so we're discarding Sinister Serpent and Chaos Sorcerer off of that Delinquent Duo. So at the end of the day, just a 1-for-1, unless we can get that Serp out of the grave sometime soon. Now we're just going to set a Monster Pass. All right, pretty all square into turn 2. Regrab that Sork, of course. And we got a Gravekeeper Spy resolution, folks. In attack, we are going big. Show me the Nobleman of Crossout for big, big damage. And there's the knock, as expected. Hitting a Sangan. That's 24 to the dome, at least. Infusion's Cap considering adding insult to injury here. This could be a big turn. Gula's already having taken 1,000 damage from that Delinquent Duo that really didn't accomplish too much. One of the few times that the duo life gain is not worth, or duo life loss, I should say. All right, we are in the tank here for Infusion's Cap, though, figuring out how much damage we would like to deal. All right. Punch for 24. Hey, he's trying his best, all right? All right, Gula's quite far behind here. Hasn't really had too much going on. No back row turn 1. Oh, we're going to fire off the Graceful Charity, though. Not too bad. Might be a little bit of a desperate one, though, when you're under this much pressure. 2-turn clock on the board. So maybe just firing this off without expecting to get any major value off of it. And so far, it's just looking like a good old Chaos Turbo Mirror. Got Dekoichi. And a Shining Angel. Oh, are we playing Chaos Return, folks? Are we bringing the spice? Yeah, MST plus Mataz is the Zapper. Or Heavy Storm does it too. Hitting Raigeki Break, nice. Nothing to chain it to. So back row is clear if Gulaz wants to make a big play here. Oh, we're going for Chaos. Banish Light, Banish Dark, Shining Angel, being the light you need. That is why it's in these decks. And BLS hits the board. Plus Shining Angel number 2. What a turn. Angel kill a spy. And we're going for big damage here with the BLS as well. It looks like an attack over the spine and then attack directly. Pretty solid turn here for Gulaz. Striking back. And if this BLS sticks around for another turn, it might just be GG. Yes, BLS large Mataza. What does that make Chaos Sorcerer? Fusion's Cap here, very much on the back foot. Going to fire off this card D. Once again, potentially a desperate play. Has the Sinister, though, at least to recuperate. Oh, and is that a Zaborg here for Gulaz? So we are just straight up playing Chaos Return. That's my guess. Fresh new hand here, though, for Infusion's Cap. Trying to strike back. Has to find an answer to this BLS. Upstart Goblin. Dig a little bit further. Yeah, Mataza is loyal, unlike BLS. BLS will leave you at the drop of a hat. I see a trap dust shoot in hand, which is probably not what you want here when you're staring down 4,400 points of damage. Just going to be a T-set pass. Is this enough? Gulas with a nice grip of cards here. Breaker, the Magical Warrior, going to clear out that back row. Set up for a potential lethal push, hitting that trap dust shoot. BLS banish the set. Or no, we're just going to poke, and that is going to be... Oh, yeah, banish the set and then attack with Angel and Breaker for exactly lethal. And that is going to be game one here to Gula's first blood here at GGP Atlanta. Running Chaos Return, potentially. We haven't seen the return, but Shining Angel and Zaborg in the list definitely signifies that sort of thing. Now we can all do a little bit of shuffling critique while they side deck. Give me out of 10, guys, in the chat. Gulaz's technique versus Infusion's cap. This will be a little side game we play today. Who has the best shuffling for him? Man, and what a comeback there for Gulaz as well. Quite far behind early on, getting their Sangan knocked and getting punished with 2,400 points of damage. Yeah, dude was in the tank looking for an out to that BLS, but sometimes you just don't have what it takes. Yeah, I really, really like these playmats. Big fan. I was actually digging through some old boxes of like my childhood possessions the other day, and I probably have like maybe 10 or so of the old paper ones, but I'm afraid to like unfold them. I'm worried they're gonna like disintegrate or something. Yeah, Gulaz here rocking the business cash. I love it. Goat format is a gentleman's game after all, so repping it. All right, so I have the official stats, by the way. We are doing we have 54 entrants today, so 1 in-fight. Very, very close to 2. But, you know, almost only counts in horseshoes and hand grenades, as they say. And so that will be 6 rounds of Swiss and then presumably a top 8 cut. And into game 2 here, Infusion's cap, of course, will be going first. Yeah, but being 8 years old playing Yu-Gi-Oh was quite the vibe, you know? All right, Insta Trap Dust Shoot. That is quite the hand here for Gulaz. We've got Pot of Greed, another Trap Dust Shoot, and then a couple monsters as targets. Depends on, I guess, if you have an out to the Spy or an out to the Angel, which one you send back here. Knock almost immediately going to be incoming here from Gulaz, though, of course. I guess even if you don't have an answer to the Spy, you could not send it back if you have Spy set yourself, right? Because then if it gets knocked, Gulaz's Spy is pretty bad. Yeah, where are my Angel Enjoyers, by the way? Sending back that Spy, so signifying that they probably do not have Spy set, right? Maybe a little bit of Dekoichi action or some sort of bluff. Yeah, more calling out. Keep it in, shoots both side against return. Not a Thunder Dragon deck, generally. Oh, and it is. We are going to knock the Spy. Interesting. So Cap sending back the Spy even though, you know, 95% of the time it's just going to be dead. So, honestly, maybe helping Gulaz out there by shuffling that back instead. now we're going to see Shining Angel get in, probably. Gula smartly knocking first, by the way. Sending back Angel does feel bad. But it can be correct occasionally, right, guys? All right, firing off that pot after the little bit of deck thinning. Notably, if this is return, a lot of attack points in Gulaz's Banish Zone now. Angel hits the field, pokes for 14. And once again, first blood here for Gulaz, getting off to a nice aggressive start here. Monster plus knock, of course. Could have sequenced that maybe a little bit differently, right? You kind of played into Torrential by knocking before you summon, but maybe wanted to just get the knockout before pot and potentially finding a different card to normal summon that turn. Dust Shoot hitting the board. Some juicy stuff in the hand. Dekoichi and BLS as targets. And yeah, also interestingly, Infusion's Cap had the knock in hand, so they had an answer to the spy. There's nothing that really profitably answers the Shining Angel, right? Dekoichi pretty awkward into it. And this BLS is just dead anyway, right? Yeah, so looking pretty good here for Gulaz in game 2. Jar agreed here to dig, though. Could find something good. Gulaz won game 1 in a little bit of a comeback victory, so it is looking trending towards a little bit of a quick 2-0. Plenty of Yu-Gi-Oh left to play, though. Can I display the games count on stream? That's a good idea. Thanks, Morp. Big brain. You can do something like this. Does that make it clear? I'm open to suggestions. Oh, but then his name is too far over. Oh, no. Oh, no. There very well might be some reasoning gate gamers today. Yeah, that just looks bad. I'll figure something out more. All right, so it looks like we just poked again with the Angel. No further aggression out of Gulaz on their turn. We're firing off Graceful Charity here. Or maybe... here we're cooking now, guys. We're cooking. So if I go like this, that means the top player is up a game. Right? If we do this, that means the bottom player is up a game. So we're going to do this for now. Sound good? Yes, Necromancy. We are on the same wavelength. Yeah, Gulaz's getting aggressive there with the Solemn. Love it. When you are the aggressor, you don't really care too much about the Solemn life loss. So, and we just might win game 2 here on the back of Shining Angel beatdown. Yeah, thank you guys for workshopping that with me. Ooh, and the return is here. All the spies in grave are in Banish Zone. And is this just it? Is this GG? And there you have it. Gulaz with the quick 2-0, taking first blood here at GGP Atlanta on Chaos Return, featuring Shining Angel and Zaborg, the classic list. And yeah, Infusion's cap there. Off to a good start in game one, but Gulaz fought back very, very quickly. BLS, pretty good card, so I've heard. And in game two, yeah, some interesting... That trap dust shoots definitely were not equal between both players there that game. And Gulaz just used that extra information to know it was safe to plow forward with that Angel beatdown plan and took it down. Yeah, return for game in round one of the GGP. You absolutely love to see it. Good to see a medium level of spice, right? Return definitely falling out of favor in the meta, I think, for the most part. Not really too many believers in the deck out and about in the wild, but it did win a world championship, right? So can't ever forget that. Always have a spot in the pantheon of GOAT format. Thanks to good old Dingo Sig, right? All right, that is round one. I'm going to take a quick break, guys, but don't go anywhere because we're going to see some more action ASAP. Catch y'all in a minute.
On Saturday, June 7th, we head to Mexico for Goat Grand Prix Tijuana. We have Goat Grand Prix Detroit on Saturday, June 14th as part of the Game Time Goat Weekend. Next, we have Goat Grand Prix Maryland on Saturday, July 26th. Then we're off to Germany for Goat Grand Prix Dortmund on Sunday, August 17th. We have Goat Grand Prix Einbeck on Saturday, September 6th. Visit pristineprotectiontcg.com and use promo code GOATFORMAT for 10% off your order.
Hey, you say, can you really do this?
A test run is one thing, but the real thing is something else. If they catch you,
Don't listen to these guys, you say. Just, I don't know, hit the gas and don't ever look back.
You gonna be on the monitor?
We'll go topside so we can get a clear signal. Now rev it up!
And don't slow down for nothing. And don't slow down for nothing.
Let's get this straight. It's not the power of the runner. It's the rider. I'll take on anyone on any ride and I'll still be victorious.
Get ready, Domino City. I'm coming. I'm coming for you, Jack. And this time, I'm gonna settle the score. How did I let that happen? You got it, Jack. I'm coming to take back what's mine.
You know why our friend just lost? Because his deck has no balance. And without balance, one cannot be a complete duelist.
a test run is one thing, but the real thing is something else. If they catch you,
Don't listen to these guys, you say. Just, I don't know, hit the gas and don't ever look back.
Hey, you say, can you really do this?
a test run is one thing, But, the real thing is something else. If they catch you,
Don't listen to these guys, you say. Just, I don't know, hit the gas and don't ever look back.
You gonna be on the monitor?
We'll go topside so we can get a clear signal. Now rev it up!
And don't slow down for nothing. And don't slow down for nothing.
Let's get this straight. It's not the power of the runner. It's the rider. I'll take on anyone on any ride and I'll still be victorious.
Get ready, Domino City. I'm coming. I'm coming for you, Jack. And this time, I'm gonna settle the score. How did I let that happen? You got it, Jack. I'm coming to take back what's mine.
You know why our friend just lost? Because his deck has no balance. And without balance, one cannot be a complete duelist.
a test run is one thing, but, the real thing is something else. If they catch you,
Don't listen to these guys, you say. Just, I don't know, hit the gas and don't ever look back.
On Saturday, June 7th, we head to Mexico for Goat Grand Prix Tijuana. We have Goat Grand Prix Detroit on Saturday, June 14th as part of the Game Time Goat Weekend. Next, we have Goat Grand Prix Maryland on Saturday, July 26th. Then we're off to Germany for Goat Grand Prix Dortmund on Sunday, August 17th. We have Goat Grand Prix Einbeck on Saturday, September 6th.
Alrighty, how we doing, folks? Let's give it up for Gulaz with the round 1 win on Chaos Return. You love to see it. Utilizing that namesake card return from the different dimension to seal the victory there in game 2 for the quick 2-0. Fusion's Cap as well, very, very strong player. So got to feel good to get that dub early on against some stiff competition. I'm sure that is not the last we will see of Infusion's Cap, though. Now, for those interested, I have ordered Chipotle for lunch. Well, Carnitas Bowl, the classic. Mukbang stream is imminent as soon as it gets delivered. Now, if anyone has any other intel as to what folks are playing here today, would love to hear. What monstrosity has Cub loaded up? It's always good to know. Not sure if Petty is in attendance, but he's always on some spice too. Man, I'm excited for an action-packed day of Go format, guys. Gulaz took it down 2-0, Kenny. Chaos Return versus Chaos Turbo. Nice little return for game there in game 2. Shining Angel beat down into the triple Gravekeeper Spy flourish for game. Yeah, more Cubs said he'll play Demok Launcher Pac-Man, but are you really gonna take him at his word, you know? I do kind of wish they kept the clock running on the tablet, just so I know how much time is left in the round, technically. You know, as always, the earlier rounds in a tournament, especially Swiss, are going to be longer. With 54 players, too, that is, 27 matchups we got to get through in 45-ish minutes. Chat is frozen on screen. Thanks, Madcap. It do be doing that today, that's for sure. There we go. Just got to tap on it to wake it up occasionally, I guess. Yes, YouTube does like to do that, that's for sure. We got a pretty good setup today, though. I expect nothing less from Karem and the Atlanta squad, of course, having top-tier production value. And I am happy to be the lucky man who gets to stream it all and bring you guys the action today. I'm going to try and see if anyone's got some intel. Why has Earth Aggro fallen out of popularity? I think people realize that it's really unfavorable into Chaos Turbo, which is the most common deck. Like when it first popped up, people were still trying to figure out how to play against it, right? So it could kind of steal some wins based on lack of matchup knowledge. But now I think Turbo players kind of figured out kind of what to do. And now it's basically, its place in the meta is more of just an anti-warrior list. Yes, we are doing the recon here. Solid Snake cosplay win? I don't think I could pull that off. Colonel, I'm trying to sneak by these guards, but I'm dummy thick. It's like my favorite. That's so old now, but that lives rent free in my head all the time. I've actually never played a Metal Gear Solid game, surprisingly, but I was not a PlayStation kid. I was a Nintendo kid, and then later, when I was like a teen, I got an Xbox. But I've never personally owned a PlayStation, so missed out on a lot of good stuff, honestly. Right. Yeah, I know. I feel like I would really like them. I'm not very good at stealth games, but they're always fun, you know. I'm always up for a good challenge. Gravekeeper Spy is dummy thick. It's true. Have we determined the gender of Gravekeeper Spy as well? I'm not sure. There's a Metal Gear Solid 1 port on the GameCube. Do we trust the quality of that, though? Oh, the Chipotle is on the way, folks. We are living large today. Just going guns a-blazing? Yeah, now we're talking. Well, my fiance, she hasn't played it in a minute, but she was working her way through Jedi Outlaws. But she's good at stealth games, so it's fun to watch her. Because it's like, oh, I would never think of doing the things that she does. You know what I mean? Kenny, I feel like this is... I'm not the first person to have brought this up, though. These are the questions we need answered. I'm just a voice for the people at the end of the day. You know what I mean? It's the hard-hitting journalism we need in 2025. But yeah, I feel like I missed out on so many solid games on PlayStation. Oh, yes. Yes. I remember what you're talking about, Necro. Oh, never mind then. All right, we got our best detectives on the case regardless. So. I did there is a PlayStation 2 somewhere behind me actually that I got a hold of eventually. I really like the Sly Cooper games. Those ones slap. Those are a lot of fun. now we're all get your jeweler's loop out. Go investigate Gravekeeper spy. Report back. You all have homework today. I feel like I should have like activities to do between rounds or something. Like I said earlier, I need to super glue something on a figure of mine. I should be like doing that in between rounds. Be productive, you know? Grind set. All right, I was joking about the spy stuff. I think we should probably put a kibosh on the gender speak, please, folks. It's a family friendly stream. This is a Christian Minecraft server, right, guys? Yes, agree, necromancy. Trying to see if other people are aware of what spice we have. Looks like no. But I'm sure we will, you know, word will spread. Can someone show Cub? I presume he'll probably make his way onto the stream at some point. Unless he goes 0-2 drop. Surely not, right? I do want to know what deck he's playing, though, because one of the shoe-ins for a little bit of spice, right? I think we should be getting pairings for round 2 sooner rather than later, folks. I see people shuffling about the floor here on my side cam. Hope everyone is having a wonderful Saturday morning / evening / afternoon, depending on where you're at. I can see the sun. You see this crack of sunlight behind me, so I can know it's a nice day. Just absolutely procrastinating the amount of yard work I need to do right now. HOA breathing down my neck, ladies and gentlemen. I need to weed. I got a letter last year. Don't want a second demerit. You know what I mean? Ooh, looks like we've got some folks approaching. Nice. Yeah, hope you can enjoy the rest of the day and the rest of the stream. So if we got 6 rounds, 54 players, does that mean every X and 1 should make it, right? But will any X and 2s? Seems like a ChatGPT question. That's fair, yes. Sleep is important. Would recommend. But yeah, if we had such a high level, round 1 matchup between 2 War Leaguers, I feel like there's going to be some heavy hitters knocked out early here, probably. Like in Fusion's Cap, I mean, I guess if you make a run, you can go X and 1 and make it in, but HOA sucks. Yeah, unfortunately, in the great state of Maryland that I live in, it's very, very difficult to find a place that is not in an HOA. Just kind of how things are around here. It could be worse, honestly. They're, in terms of HOAs, they're pretty unintrusive, I would say. Cool, Kenny. So 2 X and 2s will make it, if I'm reading that correctly, or greater than 2. 3 X and 2s. Either way, gives you a lot to play for. Yeah, I mean, I've definitely heard some HOA horror stories in my day. So knock on wood, never happens to me. But so far, I haven't had any problems. Not anything crazy. To be fair, when I got the letter, I did need to weed pretty badly. Just not always top of mind. I'd rather be streaming Yu-Gi-Oh! Go format content than weeding my flower bed, honestly. So yeah, that's fine, Kitty. General heuristics is all I'm looking for. Alrighty. I think the War League Pairings come out this weekend too. So lots of exciting stuff happening. Season 7 is almost upon us. Good opportunity to do some more content, get on the YouTube channel too, I think. Yeah, Vladimir, that is pretty terrible. Yeah. When you start like trying to police who I allow on my property, that's a line that should not be crossed, I think, right? Like I can understand like, okay, keep your yard relatively neat and like make sure you have a fresh paint of coat regularly and stuff like that, right? Plus you sign up for all of that when you buy in the neighborhood anyway, but like there are definitely some lines like that not a fan if they get crossed. .1 players at 4 and 2 make top 8. Cool. So probably 2, maybe 3. So still all to play for everyone who lost in round 1, basically. Imagine making top cut with 2 losses. Crazy. I feel like we have a pretty, at least in like the PWCQs, the X and Tours are on a bit of a win streak, right? Like Ivan in the last PWCQ was X and 2. But then he beat the 2 losses in Swiss in the top cut, so redemption, I guess, right? Yeah, Madcap, it definitely seems like that's probably the case. I think we're using Mantis tiebreakers today, if that means anything to anyone. Not really my cup of tea, personally. Yeah, for sure, Kenny. Yeah, because you're just going to get the bad breakers. I mean, I guess if you go like 0-1 and then win 4 straight, maybe you could lose the last one and still have your breakers be good, but yeah. Yeah. Not entirely sure how we're going to be calculating that, but I trust Karem and the TO team, of course. Just waiting on the old round 2 pairings. Definitely some heavy hitters in attendance today, so I feel like whoever we end up getting will be quite the blockbuster. Yeah, like I said, I believe we're using Mantis today. I cannot confirm that, but there were some there's some chatter about it in the like staff chat. So yes, Madcap, 6 rounds of Swiss. And we did start a little bit late today. Like I said, there was like another event going on in the venue, so I assume there was probably just hard to get everyone into the right place at the same time. Hopefully we see some combo decks today. Yeah, if you watched GGP Munich last week, we saw some pretty spicy stuff all throughout the day. There was a water return list that made top 16. That was pretty cool. Definitely check that out on the website if you haven't so far. But I feel like in paper plays a pretty solid place to see some spicy stuff. Especially with some of the folks that are in attendance today, I would not be surprised to see some cool things going on. Round 1 was Chaos Return versus Chaos Turbo, so nothing like absurdly spicy, but it's not just, a Turbo Mirror or Warrior versus Turbo or something like that, So I do not own a copy of Splinter Twin, unfortunately. My favorite Magic card, I always debated between this. I was a big Remand fan back in the day. It was just fun to play. So online, it's a couple of reasons. One, I think it's just generally more competitive compared to paper because like anyone across the world can play, so naturally like the aggregate talent level online will be higher than in paper. And then there's also, everything online is free, right, in terms of cards, so you can just build whatever deck you want. You don't have to worry about paying for shipping and buying Delinquent Duo and buying Gatling Dragon and some of the more expensive cards. You know what I mean? So it's just there are more distortionary things in paper that make the meta a little bit different. They printed a better version of Remand. See, this is why I don't play Magic anymore. But yeah, I was an old rug Scapeshift enjoyer back in the day. I still have my old deck like sleeved up and stuff. I was in high school and poor, so I don't have any fetch lands, but it was a fetchless Scapeshift list. It's pretty good. I was going through boxes of old crap from my childhood, like I said the other day. In the same box that I had all the old paper playmats, I found 3 Trap Dust Shoots in lightly played to mint condition. So I do not need to purchase any for in paper play upcoming, which is pretty nice. Bloodbraid Elf is a cool card, yeah. Just that era of Magic. I mean, of course, that was like when I was playing the most, so I'm biased, but I don't know, just it was a good middle ground, I feel like, between the older, like pre-modern sort of era of cards and like kind of the crazier stuff that comes out now. So white got a better Remand. That's crazy. Game's going downhill, guys. Come to GOAT format. We'll never print anything new. Oh yeah, Pack Rat. That's a classic. The old mythic. Well, I guess no, it wasn't an uncommon, but just the draft killer of that era, right? Yeah, I feel like it's gotten better too with all the reprints and stuff. Like I have most of my deck done in paper. I just don't have like the more expensive stuff. But to complete it, I was plugging it in TCG Player the other day. It's like $80 for like the duos and like a full fusion deck and things like that. Compared to basically any other top tier card game on the market, it's pretty cheap. You know what I mean? And for a friend of mine who's getting into the game, he plays Drain Burn, and I built his deck in paper. So like I didn't need duos, didn't need a fusion deck really, and that literally cost me like $40 to build. I'm not getting max rarity or anything, but like that's It's pretty good. Yeah, there are some, especially some of the older, more obscure fusions. Obviously haven't ever really been reprinted, so that's why like the Gatling Dragons and even like what is it, like Reaper on the Nightmare is more expensive than you would think, because I think it's only ever gotten like one printing, things like that. Yeah, and also you have to take into account regions and stuff like that, like you're saying. Never know what might be available in your region, but isn't in other ones, Yeah, Reaper's one of the more expensive ones. It's kind of silly too, right? Because like I personally have never summoned a Gatling Dragon or a Reaper on the Nightmare in any of my games, but I feel like you just kind of have to have it. I don't know. But yeah, Paper Yu-Gi-Oh is quite fun. Like I said, generally not as competitive as the online tournaments, just due to frictions. But I don't know, man. Nothing beats shuffling and flicking your cards and slamming onto the table. Like it's just fun. You know what I mean? I'm a very like tactile person. Like I prefer like gaming and stuff. I'd rather be on like controller than mouse and keyboard, just because I like the aesthetic and the tactileness of like pressing buttons on a controller. You know what I mean? Yeah. Yeah, Nate, that's a good point. I do have a playset of Master of Oz's. I found that in my childhood box. Go figure. Yeah, it's kind of funny seeing. I mean, I probably have like 30 copies of like a lot of the staple spells, like Heavy Storm and MST and things like that, just because those are printed in like every structure deck back in the day. You know what I mean? Yeah, Necromancy. It's not for everyone, but once you start, you can't stop. Just how it is. It's a terrible, terrible addiction. Yeah, Shandy, a lot of cards get better when you can stack your deck and things like that. That is the unsung, unfortunate side effect of paper play. Is it's a lot easier to cheat, right? Which I know makes a lot of people not really a fan. But I try not to take things super duper seriously. I would never cheat in, a paper tournament. So if someone really wants to and I lose because of it, it's like, okay, like what are you trying to prove? You know what I mean? It's not like there are crazy cash prizes really at any of these code format events anyway. So not really too much on the line, surely. Yeah, exactly. But that one time you did summon it, it was probably worthwhile, right? That's the thing with a lot of them, right? Like, do I need Flame Ghost? Probably not. That's like a $2 card. Just little things like that kind of add up. All right. Not sure where we're at in terms of pairings for this round. Like I said earlier, generally the first couple rounds are going to be the longest before people, go X2 or X2 drop, things like that. So appreciate you all bearing with me today. But yeah, I'm very excited to play in paper more frequently. Like I said, just need to get a local somewhere soon would be pretty fun. Yeah, that is, yeah. There you do get the odd tournament with pretty solid prizing. And I guess some people, there could be grinders who maybe could, if you're good enough, that could be supplementary income for a lot of people, right? And like, for example, the PWCQs, right? Like, don't you get an invite for the first one, then every one after that you like get cash prizing if you win, something like that. Just so I can incentivize people to keep playing after they've already got their world's invite, So if you attend all of them and you place well in most of them, that adds up for sure. All right, we have our pairings for next round. Should be starting off here shortly. Flip over to the main scene. Shandy, I think the right one looks more comfy. Nope, Nate Dogg, you're wrong. I'm sorry. The right one looks more broken in. It looks like it has a little bit more curvature to it. A little bit more fitted to the body. You know what I mean? Now, the left one, you guys are fooled. Structural shambles? Those are fighting words, my friend. All right. Pairings are here, folks. Yeah, exactly. It's broken in. The right one is, it's aged like a fine wine. Cool side effect of the player cams is you can see how many people are walking around the venue too. George Washington himself sat on that chair. He built it with his bare hands. It's actually built from the cherry tree that he chopped down. Fun fact. All right, looks like we've got some solid drip here at the table in round 2. Love to see it. We've gotten some very well-dressed duelists so far today. First Gulaws in round 1. I got the players mixed up, but we'll get that fixed. Yeah, it looks like we are shuffling up, ready to go. What's wrong with Josh B? It's a normal name. Yeah, we get your guesses in. What are we playing here today? We got the Channel Fireball deck too. All right. Oh, before the name flip. Yes, sorry. I juked you guys with that. Library FTK versus Chaos Turbo. Love it. Love it. Oh, no extra deck. Very, very astute. Must be Library FTK then. All right, we are getting into it. All right, we are opening Thunder Dragon. Take a look at that list. I did see some... I saw Dekoichi in there, I think. Saw Chaos Sorcerer. Might just be a little bit of Chaos action here from Wellington on the left. Nate, what did I tell you about being pedantic? All right, Upstart Goblin. The old TD plus Upstart start really churning through the deck at maximum speed. Into Upstart number 2. We love to see it. TD Upstart, Upstart into T-set pass. Solid start here. Looking like just Chaos Turbo here on the left so far. Library does play TD and Upstart, that's for sure. Do they play Dekoichi and Chaos Sorcerer, though? All right, Normal Summon Exiled Force. All right. Is that a Book of Life in hand for Josh B? That looks like a Book of Life. Do we have zombies action here today? Just going to set a back row pass, though. Nothing crazy after the Exiled. Oh, but the Dust Shoot is going to hit the board. We'll get a little peek here. Yeah, that looks like a Chaos Turbo hand there, ladies and gentlemen. Double TD as known. We got the Chaos Sorcerer, which is close to being live. Oh, that is a Magical Merchant engraved, by the way. So maybe this is Chaos Control out of Wellington. So maybe Chaos Control versus Zombies here. Not a matchup you see every day, which we, love to see here. Tribe Infecting Virus gets sent back. Discard outlets in hand. And, Tribe, as it says in the name, pretty good against tribal decks like Zombies. So it definitely makes sense to see that one hit the bin. And yeah, that is not any amazing plays available to Wellington there. So just going to pass turn. Even the Tribe, of course, not crazy, just summoning into an empty board, but at least would have been something. We're going to go DD Warrior Lady here for Josh. So hasn't had a zombie hit the board yet. Just looking like a traditional warrior list. Warrior Lady's going to eat a Sakuretsu armor, though. All right. Looks like we're going to set Book of Moon Pass to see a creature swap in hand, which is pretty nifty in a zombie list. But neither player here managing to deal the first points of damage just yet. Draw go here from Wellington. No back row or anything, so maybe a little bit bricked there. Draw go from both players. We are just waiting to find something good. Absolutely riveting action so far. Wellington, as the control player, doesn't really need to commit anything, is my guess. We're just going to pass turn and discard Chaos Sorcerer to hand size. It does get a Dark Engrave to potentially set up some Chaos stuff. We've got a Rhoda activated here. So is this like Warrior splashing zombie package? I mean, I guess that is pretty common in zombie decks that you do see. So far, it's just playing like a standard Warrior list, though. I haven't even seen a single zombie card played so far. We're going to Rhoda for a Mystic Swordsman, which, of course, not super great into an empty board either, but maybe that's the last target in deck and you just want to thin it a little bit so you don't draw it later and have your Rhoda be dead. No, we're just going to summon the Swordsman and start beating in. Wow, interesting. So just using it menacingly, 900 points of damage a turn? It's not nothing, but more so maybe just using it to deter any potential set monsters here out of Wellington. Now Wellington under a little bit of pressure. Nothing insane. Not sure what that last monster in hand is here. Okay, Tsukuyomi's going to come down. This was known, by the way. So Josh played this into a known Suk. So surely you have an answer to it, right? It's going to be the Book of Moon to flip it face down. And then, yeah, Mystic Swordsman is an answer here. Now that it's set. Kind of funny. Josh going temporarily -1 until they can clear out the Suk. See if they have a way to, though. It's not guaranteed that this Mystic Swordsman will live, right? Wellington has a full grip of cards here, playing a control deck. They're going to pass turn, though. Okay, so no back row. Mystic Swordsman will recuperate that lost card advantage. And now we are once again all square. Looks like, ooh, we had Delinquent Duo drawn for a turn here as well. Not sure why we wouldn't just fire that off to start, of course. Why give them the information that you didn't, find any other monster, but not the end of the world. Pretty marginal. Hitting a Zaborg, okay, yeah, so definitely pretty bricked hand here for Wellington. Stuff like Dead Chaos, dead tribute monsters like Thunder Dragon and Zaborg clogging up that hand. Duo's still going to get nice little card advantage bonus here, though, of course. In the main phase 2, we're going to Tribute Summon. Or nope. Deciding against it. All right. Back over to Wellington. Still sitting at 7,100 life points. Still pretty healthy in the face of this Mystic Swordsman. Suk got answered, though. Just a 1-for-1 trade, though. Trading Suk for Book, so nothing crazy. Looks like we've redrawn the Tribe Infecting Virus that got sent back off that Trap Dust Shoot a few turns ago. We can just go ahead and beat over it if we want. Oh, we're going to Solemn the Tribe. Wow. Josh very much against this Tribe Affecting Virus hitting the board at all today. Ooh, but now with the Solemn gone, this is going to set up for a Chaos play. Sork hitting the board. Let's go ahead, probably beat over the, get some damage in. Opponent's already low on life thanks to that Solemn. And yeah, Wellington didn't have much to do for several turns, but now the hand is pretty much unlocked. I figured with the discard Sork to hand size a couple turns ago, they were setting up for a potential Chaos play. So maybe Josh could have held that Solemn for the likely Chaos that was going to come down. Okay, we're going to go premature on the Mystic Swordsman. We know they have a Tribute monster in hand. It's going to be Jinzo. Wow, okay. Tribute summon for Jinzo. The big boy hitting the board, going to beat over Chaos Sorcerer, dealing 100 points of damage in the process. That is a big play here for Josh, right back in this one. A hand of Book of Life plus Creature Swap. We haven't seen a single zombie yet, and we're just going to go bluff set both. Playing into Heavy Storm, but just looking to make sure that this Jinzo sticks around. Wellington just going to set a monster pass, get in the way of that Jinzo. The matchup here, I believe, is Chaos Control versus like Zombie Warriors. Seems to be the vibe. Jinzo's going to go punch over to Koichi. That'll cycle for a card. Ooh, and Wellington with the top deck Graceful Charity. That's pretty nice. We know they have at least one Thunder Dragon in hand. Discard. That and a Night Assailant with the Dekoichi Engrave to bounce back. That is a huge, huge value Graceful Charity. In the face of this Jinzo, going to be pretty good. Oh, it has the Magical Merchant Engrave as well. Oh, yeah. Nate Dogg, Good point. Setting ring with the Jinzo on board. Maybe just wants it in case the Jinzo gets outed. Protect their life points a little bit, maybe. But yeah, very, very vulnerable to Heavy Storm here, obviously. With 3 back row set and no Solemns. Not that Solemn's even usable anyway. Wellington here thinking about the Knight Assailant. Or no, I guess grab something back already. Oh, grab the Dekoichi back. And now it's going to go into Blackluster Soldier and the Mind Control. And there you have it. That is game. That's very true. And Nate Dogg, to your point, it did not end up mattering because we are just going to slam down BLS, Mind Control, move the Jinzo out of the way, and attack for game. And that is game 1 here to Wellington on this Chaos Control list. Yeah, pretty interesting matchup here. Chaos Control versus Zombie. Now, I'm not 100% convinced it is Chaos Control. It could be Turbo just teching a Magical Merchant. So we didn't see any Scapegoat meta stuff. Maybe we can get a peek looking at the side deck here. Maybe it's not CC like I'm saying, yeah. But yeah, ring there, really not going to do too much in terms of anything. And they're just going to lose with a bunch of dead back row. Yeah, so we saw the creature swap. We saw the Book of Life in hand here for Josh, but never got an opportunity to profitably use either of them. Didn't even see a single zombie card. So that Book of Life was just stranded the entire game. Pretty interesting deck, though. Definitely just looked like a normal warrior list pretty much the entire time. Yeah, Wellington has no idea that Josh is on zombies here. So probably just going to side as if you're going anti-warrior. Yeah, the Sook was gone as well. I mean, I guess there could be Book of Moon on the Jinzo. That could have turned the ring on. But that would be surprising. But yeah, 1-0 to Wellington here. Very, very slow start from both players. But slow start definitely benefits the more controlling deck, of course, and eventually was able to unbrick their hand. Found a Graceful Charity at a good point to really just get some gas, and then Sork 1 turn followed up by BLS. The next one, pretty hard for decks to deal with. Yeah, Jordan, very good point as well. A lot of the stuff you bring in against Warrior, you're going to also bring in against Zombies. But still, in terms of like technical play and Wellington deciding what to play around or not knowing that there's zombies in there might end up coming into play here. And we are off to the races here in game 2. Josh going first on this more aggressive of the two lists. Definitely going to favor them here. See if they can mount any sort of solid offense. Yeah, Mystic Swordsman as the only clock, generally not what you want. Yeah, it seems like it's a pretty tiny warrior package because they searched for, they wrote it for Mystic Swordsman into an empty board. So presumably like the only warriors are like DD Warrior Lady, Exiled, Mystic Swordsman, like a very, very light toolbox there. We're going to open up Graceful Charity, though. That is pretty nice. I see a couple zombies in the hand already, but a Ryu Koki action. See a Pyramid Turtle. We're going to discard Koki. Discard Koki and Exiled Force, it looks like. Or hard to see what that is. I'm going to call it Exiled, though. And then we're going to go, looks like set Turtle, set a back row pass with another potential copy. Or no, that's a Spirit Reaper in hand. All right. So filling up the grave for some potential recursion plays later on. Breaker here For Wellington, I think you're totally fine with this. If you are Josh, Call the Hunter gets popped, but then this breaker is just going to run over this Pyramid Turtle, and you get to get a search off. So, see likely Ryukoki hitting the board here. Oh, it's going to be Vampire Lord. Wow, we are on the Vampire Lord technology. And that is actually going to do some work here against Breaker. It is just a big body at this point in time. And so last game we saw the Warrior half of Josh's deck. This time the Zombie half is on the main stage. Yeah, love to see Vampire Lord hitting the field. Pretty good stuff to back it up as well. In Josh's hand, Breaker here to clear out some back row. Reaper can be annoying as well. Ooh, top deck Premature is pretty nice with a lot of good stuff engraved. You can grab Ryukoki, you can grab Exiled and pinch. Wellington here thinking presumably in standby phase. We're going to get Book of Moon on the Vampire Lord here in standby. Interesting. And then go Breaker. I feel like, interesting sequencing there. Breaker will pop this other back row, which is Ring. Okay. Yeah, not sure what led Wellington to go for that Book of Moon so soon, but both back row were good Breaker outs, so not really getting punished for it. Ring going to come through, ping both players for 16. Oh, did we just go... Did Josh may have just gone straight to battle phase and then tried to Vampire Lord over the Breaker, which is why we're not seeing it flip summoned here. Presumably it was... it had already declared an attack, I guess. Otherwise you would flip summon it, of course. So yeah, it must have been straight to battle phase, not using the Breaker in main phase 1, which is a little bit interesting. Because you could have forced out that book earlier, for example, and then the Vampire Lord would have connected. But here we are, still Josh in a pretty solid spot. Yeah, had to have been book in battle phase. Breaker's going to run into the Mirror Force, so expending a pretty valuable card there in the MF just to try and keep this Vampire Lord alive. But if it does stick around, that is pretty solid value. And then Wellington's going to follow up with a T-set pass. Would not be surprised to see Prima on the Exiled Force to deal with the set to get the Vampire Lord through here. Looks like is that a Sakuretsu armor in hand as well, along with the Spirit Reaper? Yeah, Necromancy, exactly my point. Like, there aren't too many punishes to the main phase 1 Breaker there, right? Because, yeah, okay, so we are going to see Premature on the Exiled, pop the set monster, hitting a Tsukuyomi, just trying to get in the way of the Vampire Lord, and now this might be 2,000 damage to the Dome. Not going to add the Spirit Reaper as well. A little bit interesting. Once again, not sure what we're playing around. Because we could be getting some solid value for our extra monsters. But Josh deciding to play it a little bit slower here. We're just going to set Saku, maybe set Reaper Pass. Can always get some value next turn with that Reaper hand discard effect. Past turn, Vampire Lord is doing some solid work here so far. Just a nice big threat. Hard to deal with. Jog out of Wellington. Trying to dig for an answer here. Not sure what's in the graveyard, but I don't think they have Chaos set up here. Which is obviously the most efficient answer to Vampire Lord. Yeah, keeping Minecon in against Warrior. Interesting choice as well. Vampire Lord is going to punch over the Dekoichi, and we're keeping the Reaper face down here. So really, really not interested in actually activating the Reaper effect at any point. Which is certainly a choice you can make. C-Spare, he didn't know that there was a zombie list, even. It just looked like standard Warriors, I think. We're going to knock the set. So Josh is doing a good job continuing to apply pressure here with this Vampire Lord, not letting Wellington really set up anything, but could have definitely gotten more advantage throughout this points by being more aggressive with the other non-Vampire Lord monsters. Could have just been slamming this Breaker, slamming this Spirit Reaper here. Yeah, and Wellington just trying to hold on to dear life, but you got to think Josh is kind of giving him a lease on life, considering just not interested in actually ever using this Reaper effect. So yeah, knock here. Gonna hit that to Koichi. Will we see the Reaper flipped up? No, we're just gonna poke for 2k. Which is, hey, that's not nothing. The 300 a turn from Spirit Reaper is real here as well. You would have been able to pass with lethal on board at this point if you had poked in with Reaper once or twice. Like I said before, I'm not sure if you're not really afraid about Mirror Force. You're not afraid of Torrential Tribute. And yeah, Vampire Lord might just get all the way here. Yeah, Jordan, if Solemn is set like you're saying, going to be pretty easy to just kind of force through those last few points of damage. Going to pass turn over. Wellington, got to make the final stand here. Once again, another Jar of Greed. Wellington doing a lot of dirtling this game. Into the Heavy Storm. So I'm going to force out that Solemn that was set. But still has 2 other back row to his name. Wellington here, like I said, I don't think it's been able to set up Chaos as well. What are we thinking of? This is a pivotal turn here, trying to stem the tide of the zombie onslaught, the zombie hordes breaking down all barriers. We're going to set a monster in the way with a couple back row behind it. Knock already used here. Prima on Exiled already used for Josh. So likely that this set monster will probably have to be dealt with through combat. Top deck Pyramid Turtle is, a nice little clock there. Ooh, we're Wind Blast gamers here. Yeah. And so, yeah, as expected, Dead Chaos in hand for Wellington. Hasn't been able to set it up here. And the Lord is going to get Wind Blasted. So, dub for Phoenix Wing Wind Blast in the chat, folks. One of the very, very few scenarios where it's like obviously better than Raigeki Break is against Vampire Lord. And we're going to end phase MST, one of the Sakuretsu armors, and Wellington will maybe be able to start to stabilize from here on out. Yeah, Wind Blast on the Vampire Lord is massive. It's going to eat up. Now, in Josh's defense, they do have 2 monsters on the board here to potentially just tribute summon for it if they so choose. But man, you got to think if the Spirit Reaper connected once or twice, Wellington just wouldn't have had these options to actually answer these cards. Oh, this is interesting. Okay, so the Vampire Lord is going to get summoned here off of the Kaiku, so it doesn't need to go tribute summon it. Yeah, and 50-50 here with that Kaiku attack. Could have hit the Reaper, which would have been better than just summoning the Vampire Lord for free. And these Pyramid Turtles are just getting a ton of work done this game. Okay, surely with no back row, we're going to go flip summon the Spirit Reaper, right, guys? Unless, are we worried about BLS over the Reaper for game? Lord, yeah, so finally Reaper will get flip summoned. We're going to go beat over the Kaiku, and then Reaper will connect and hit the last card in hand as well. And yeah, so Josh playing it safe all game, but looks to have grinded this one out for the most part. Going to pass with lethal on board. Wellington will only have the top deck left available to him. And yeah, another Chaos Sorcerer hitting the bin off of that Reaper activation. And heart of the cards moment here for Wellington. 2 monsters, 2 back row to deal with. Is it going to be enough? Going to set a back row pass. Josh, do we send it? Morphing Jar in the list is neat. Vampire Lord for game. And there you have it. That is game 2, folks. Josh going to take it down, showing the zombie half of the list there. So definitely a lot of stuff here for Wellington to think about now that we're siding for game 3. But we are even up here. We're going into the all-important rubber match with 2 very, very interesting lists. Nate Dogg, very good point. Every time you get to look at your deck is an opportunity to cheat, but surely we will not have that happen here at GGP Atlanta. Only the duelists with the most integrity here in GOAT format, of course. And yeah, what a match we have on our hands here. Game 1, both players just kind of bricked, and that's going to favor our control player, of course. Wellington able to grind that one out. Game 2, Pyramid Turtle for Vampire Lord was the star of the show, happening twice that game in very, very pivotal moments. And we thought Wellington had the perfect answer in Phoenix Wing Wind Blast, but then just attacked right into another Pyramid Turtle to summon it back out. So all right, looks like we're heading into game 3 here, folks. Siding is done. Dueling Eye here in the chat, player of the season front runner in attendance at GGP Atlanta today. X and O so far. Very well played. I'm sure we will get you on the feature match stream sooner rather than later at this rate. Looking for what, your 4th invite on the season? Yeah, well, good luck to you the rest of the day. Sure, we'll see you on the feature match. You run anything particularly spicy today? 5th invite. Wow, crazy. Halfway through the year, even. Are we just slamming Warriors today? All right, here we are. The all-important Game 3, Wellington. I'm just going to say this is Chaos Turbo, just teching a Magical Merchant, because we haven't really seen anything crazy. Haven't seen any scapegoats. Is that a Mystic Walk in the list? I guess maybe 17 minutes left in time, left in the round. So maybe worried about that. A little bit of spice. Love to see it. Hope we'll see it on the cam later on. Yeah, so Wellington here with a little bit of the forbidden Swiss technology. Mystic Walk in the deck here in Game 3 against not a burn player. And we're just going to go Thunder Dragon Pass, I think. Or, yeah. Oh, Thunder Dragon set a monster pass. Okay, T-set. Never mind. Misrepresenting the hand gestures there. Yeah, not a bad start. Thunder Dragon, thin the deck a little bit. T-set pass. Good opening. That looks like a Kaiku the Ghost Destroyer in hand here for Josh. Yeah, walk with over 15 minutes to play. we might know what Wellington is playing for here, guys. Good old set Pyramid Turtle. That has worked out very well for Josh so far this game. With the back row as well, so pretty similar openings from both players. We'll see what Wellington can do here, though, with the turn player initiative. Not sure what the set monster is, but I'm sure we'll see it pretty soon. It's going to be a Dekoichi, all right. Nice little card draw. Never hurt nobody. And this is where Pyramid Turtle is a little bit awkward because it doesn't die to a Dekoichi, but it's just going to get knocked here. All right. So yeah, Wellington not only keeping in Minecons, keeping in the knocks here, but Warrior Zombie will, I guess, sometimes set stuff. And now this does clear the way for the Dekoichi to punch in for 14. So off to a solid start there. Nice little early aggression here for Wellington. Might not need that Mystic Walk, guys. Just there for a little bit of insurance, potentially, if the game goes long. We're going to set another monster alongside that Dekoichi. Salutations, Model Zero. Welcome here. We are round 2 of GGP. Atlanta got a little bit of spice here on stream for us. Zombie Warrior on the right side. Just won game 2. Yeah, very good point there, Ryan. We do seem to be setting our monsters for, a long time. Kaiku's going to come down here, going to get some good value if it can connect over this Dekoichi. Couple back row to get through, though. Not exactly Kaiku's best friend. Double Book of Moon in hand here for Josh. Could be neat if there's a little bit of Sakuretsu armor or Mirror Force action here. We're going to go Kaiku attack over the Dekoichi, get that battle damage in is the idea, but we're just going to ring the Kaiku. Do we chain book? We're going to chain book. All right, temporary 1-for-1, but the Kaiku is at risk of just getting poked over by the Dekoichi, so you're going to need some more back row to protect it. Book of Moon in hand, not a great way of protecting your Kaiku from a Dekoichi, because then you'll flip it face down to use its flip effect again, but maybe that other back row is something a little bit better. Kaiku, a little bit of a sitting duck here. Big turn if Wellington can deal with it, because that's going to be a clean +1 for the most part. Ooh, we're going to flip summon Magician of Faith to grab Nobleman of Crossout. And that is, if all else fails, a nice way to deal with this Kaiku. Could punch over it, of course, with the Dekoichi if you want. You can just use the knock as backup if it gets ringed or something. But if you want to get aggressive and poke through the damage, we got Tsukuyomi plus Dekoichi. All right, this is really big for Wellington. Establishing the Suk Loop, infinite card advantage, seems pretty good. And this is a lot of threats here for Josh to deal with in an aggressive deck as well. Yeah, looking really good for Wellington here in game 3. Do we just knock and push through the damage? Or do we get even more card advantage and just punch over with the Suk? There is potentially Mirror Force to worry about if you're Wellington, so maybe you don't want to go super crazy. We're going to knock that Kaiku, though. Just get that safe 1-for-1 and punch in for damage. Oh, we're not going to attack. We're just not attacking at all. Not wanting to risk the Mirror Force. Just saying, I'm going to take my infinite card advantage and run it all the way to the bank. All right, we are just setting our entire hand as Josh with a stranded Heavy Storm in hand. Always kind of a feel bad's moment when you just got to set everything and then your Heavy Storm looks really bad. Okay, but yeah, Wellington here is just content to go for the Tsukuyomi loop over and over. We're targeting the Magician of Fate this time. Let's see. Do we have an out? Only knock Engrave as a potential target here, unless Wellington is slower on this. We're going to ring the Magician of Faith. All right. So one Suk Loop broken up, at least for now, but Dekoichi's still on the field. So honestly, the Dekoichi effect at this point is probably better than the Magician of Faith effect, considering there's only knock Engrave. Model Zero, what exactly are you confused about? We're just doing some classic flip-flop action here. Tsukiyomi is a spirit monster that just lets you flip another monster face down. So you can just reuse your flip effects over and over again every turn. Oh, fair enough, fair enough. All right, is that a top deck Graceful Charity? We're just going to say draw go, maybe? All right. Wellington, a full, strong grip of cards here, but still not looking to play into a Mirror Force. I mean, at some point, you're kind of fine taking the Mirror Force damage, right? Yeah, Lacrin's very good point. Ringing the Faith doesn't break up the Sook loop. You got to deal with the Sook at that point because it has multiple targets. And we're just going to start punching with the Dekoichi. Yeah, totally fine. Get a clock on the opponent. Might as well. Oh, that's a Vampire Lord in hand, I think, here for Josh. Not great. Oh, we're going to Brain Control the Dekoichi and try and set up for a tribute for Vampire Lord, I think is the idea. And that's what we're going to see. Okay, so Sook Loop officially dealt with. And Vampire Lord was Josh's key to success last game. So let's run it back here, folks. Ooh, but Vampire Lord's, biggest frenemy in the format, Gravekeeper Spy, coming through to just wall him out. And yeah, unfortunate for Wellington that last game they were unable to find the Gravekeeper Spies because that would have been obviously a perfect answer to the Vampire Lord. Here, though, finding it, really just stabilizing. Nice little potential play there from Josh, but I think Wellington's in a pretty good spot to just grind this one out. Could even go Tsukiyomi on the Spy if you have a third copy in deck. Could be pretty neat. You do have to find a way to get around this Vampire Lord, though. Plenty of cards in hand, though. Doesn't seem too unlikely. All right, we are going one light, one dark. The optimal answer to Vampire Lord is going to be this Chaos Sorcerer here. Will it resolve? We can Book of Moon our Vampire Lord to save it. That is possible. And the Sork cannot beat over it this turn, so it will live at least. Okay, what are we thinking? Oh, is the idea maybe we want to... You could just beat over the Vampire Lord, in which case book doesn't matter. Okay, but I'm assuming Wellington is going to use the Sork effect, targeting the Lord, and we're going to book to set it, so the Lord will live. For now, at least. Wellington has gone through so much... such great lengths to play around Mirror Force so far this game that I would be surprised if they were willing to play into it again here, especially with a very valuable monster like the Chaos Sorcerer. Some interesting choices here. No monster that we know about in Wellington's hand can beat over the Lord at the moment. But of course, Sork can come around next turn and beat over it at the very least. So up to Wellington how they choose to out this monster. Going to normal summon Tsukuyomi on the Gravekeeper Spy. Do we have a third copy in deck for maximum value? Looks like maybe not, or maybe not yet. And we're going to discard Sinister Serpent to hand size. Yeah, Jordan, that is correct. Vampire Lord only gets revived if it's destroyed by a card effect. Notably not battle. It would be a lot better probably if it did. Well, I'm actually not sure how much. Too much better. All right, we're going to get a Wind Blast here. Are we just going to do it on the Lord again? Wind Blast the Lord. Really ruin Josh's day. Thinking hard here, though. Do you Solemn the Wind Blast to keep the Lord on board? Probably not, because it's just going to die anyway, right? Yeah, this is a very tempo valuable Wind Blast here. Yeah, we're going to have to Solemn it, but it's not like the Vampire Lord is super valuable anyway. It's literally just so you don't draw a brick for a turn, I feel like. Or maybe so that you don't... Oh, no, never mind, because you were at, 4,000 life points before this. Solemn does get used, though. Vampire Lord's going to stick around, keeping it face down, notably, to protect it from the Sork banish. So still trying to make it so Wellington has to play into a potential Mirror Force. Yeah, really stuck between a rock and a hard pass, or rock and a hard place here if you're Josh. Lord on board isn't very good, but Lord in the hand is also not very good, so... I'm not sure what the back row is, to be perfectly honest. All right, this is quite a formidable board here. Tsukiyomi is going to come down as well. There was the third spy in list. Yeah, attack, Sork, and then banish is definitely an option. Could just maybe go for game here, though. See what the play is. We're just going to go Sork, maybe just attempt to beat over the Vampire Lord. Yeah. Sork attack. There was no Mirror Force to worry about, folks. Played around it the whole time. Of course, every time you pack your umbrella, it never rains, right? But now, very, very formidable board here. For Wellington, passing with lethal, up 1,000,000 cards. We're going to get in phase MST, pop this new back row. Is Jar of Greed. Ooh, and then, yeah, just a couple back row here. Looking like it's going to be GG here for Wellington is my guess. 950 life left to Josh's name. An attack from any one of these monsters on board is lethal. Of course, has to deal with a couple back row. We're going to play around Mirror Force in case it was top decked. Sork to defense. Poke with a single spy, and there you have it. 2 games to 1. Wellington's going to take it down on a... I guess this is just a little bit of a spicier take on Chaos Turbo with like Merchant and Zaborg and things like that. Versus a pretty cool list out of Josh B. Warrior Zombie hybrid list that did get to do some cool stuff in game 2. Pyramid Turtle into Vampire Lord is always fun to see. Makes the child inside of me very happy. But not going to be enough to take it down here. And Wellington, I believe, will go to 2-0. And that's going to be it for round 2, folks. So, yeah, I'm going to take a little bit of a break here. Going to go eat some lunch while we wait for the round 3 pairings to come out here. But yeah, very, very well played there. Time rules, I believe, are just turn 0, 1, 2, 3, like standard stuff you would expect. But yeah, Wellington's going to take that one down. And definitely we'll be getting round 3 here up and running as soon as possible. Thanks, guys, for sticking around and watching this. Some more high-octane GOAT format action coming up soon.
On Saturday, June 7th, we head to Mexico for Goat Grand Prix Tijuana. We have Goat Grand Prix Detroit on Saturday, June 14th as part of the Game Time Goat Weekend. Next, we have Goat Grand Prix Maryland on Saturday, July 26th. Then we're off to Germany for Goat Grand Prix Dortmund on Sunday, August 17th. We have Goat Grand Prix Einbeck on Saturday, September 6th. Visit pristineprotectiontcg.com and use promo code GOATFORMAT for 10% off your order.
Hey, you say, can you really do this?
A test run is one thing, but the real thing is something else. If they catch you,
Don't listen to these guys, you say. Just, I don't know, hit the gas and don't ever look back.
on the monitor?
We'll go topside so we can get a clear signal. Now rev it up!
And don't slow down for nothing. And don't slow down for nothing.
Let's get this straight. It's not the power of the runner. It's the rider. I'll take on anyone on any ride and I'll still be victorious.
Get ready, Domino City. I'm coming. I'm coming for you, Jack. And this time, I'm gonna settle the score. How did I let that happen? You got it, Jack. I'm coming to take back what's mine.
You know why our friend just lost? Because his deck has no balance. And without balance, one cannot be a complete duelist.
A test run is one thing, but the real thing is something else. If they catch you and
Don't listen to these guys, you say. Just, I don't know, hit the gas and don't ever look back.
Hey, you say. Can you really do this?
a test run is one thing, but the real thing is something else. If they catch you,
Don't listen to these guys, you say. Just, I don't know, hit the gas and don't ever look back.
You gonna be on the monitor?
We'll go topside so we can get a clear signal. Now rev it up!
And don't slow down for nothing. And don't slow down for nothing.
Let's get this straight. It's not the power of the runner. It's the rider. I'll take on anyone on any ride and I'll still be victorious.
Get ready, Domino City. I'm coming. I'm coming for you, Jack. And this time, I'm gonna settle the score. How did I let that happen? You got it, Jack. I'm coming to take back what's mine.
You know why our friend just lost? Because his deck has no balance. And without balance, one cannot be a complete duelist.
a test run is one thing, but the real thing is something else. If they catch you
Don't listen to these guys, you say. Just, I don't know, hit the gas and don't ever look back.
On Saturday, June 7th, we head to Mexico for Goat Grand Prix Tijuana. We have Goat Grand Prix Detroit on Saturday, June 14th as part of the Game Time Goat Weekend. Next, we have Goat Grand Prix Maryland on Saturday, July 26th. Then we're off to Germany for Goat Grand Prix Dortmund on Sunday, August 17th. We have Goat Grand Prix Einbeck on Saturday, September 6th. Visit pristineprotectiontcg.com and use promo code GOATFORMAT for 10% off your order.
Hey, you say. Can you really do this?
A test run is one thing, but the real thing is something else. If they catch you,
Don't listen to these guys, you say. Just, I don't know, hit the gas and don't ever look back.
You gonna be on the monitor?
We'll go topside so we can get a clear signal. Now rev it up!
And don't slow down for nothing. And don't slow down for nothing.
Let's get this straight. It's not the power of the runner. It's the rider. I'll take on anyone on any ride and I'll still be victorious.
Get ready, Domino City. I'm coming. I'm coming for you, Jack. And this time, I'm gonna settle the score. How did I let that happen? You got it, Jack. I'm coming to take back what's mine.
You know why our friend just lost? Because his deck has no balance. And without balance, one cannot be a complete duelist.
a test run is one thing, but the real thing is something else. If they catch you,
Don't listen to these guys, you say. Just, I don't know, hit the gas and don't ever look back.
Hey, you say. Can you really do this?
a test run is one thing, but the real thing is something else. If they catch you,
Don't listen to these guys, you say. Just, I don't know, hit the gas and don't ever look back.
You gonna be on the monitor?
We'll go topside so we can get a clear signal. Now rev it up!
And don't slow down for nothing. And don't slow down for nothing.
Let's get this straight. It's not the power of the runner. It's the rider. I'll take on anyone on any ride and I'll still be victorious.
Get ready, Domino City. I'm coming. I'm coming for you, Jack. And this time, I'm gonna settle the score. How did I let that happen? You got it, Jack. I'm coming to take back what's mine.
You know why our friend just lost? Because his deck has no balance. And without balance, one cannot be a complete duelist.
a test run is one thing, but the real thing is something else. If they catch you,
Don't listen to these guys, you say. Just, I don't know, hit the gas and don't ever look back.
On Saturday, June 7th, we head to Mexico for Goat Grand Prix Tijuana. We have Goat Grand Prix Detroit on Saturday, June 14th as part of the Game Time Goat Weekend. Next, we have Goat Grand Prix Maryland on Saturday, July 26th. Then we're off to Germany for Goat Grand Prix Dortmund on Sunday, August 17th. We have Goat Grand Prix Einbeck on Saturday, September 6th. Visit pristineprotectiontcg.com and use promo code GOATFORMAT for 10% off your order.
Hey, you say, can you really do this?
A test run is one thing, but the real thing is something else. If they catch you,
Don't listen to these guys, you say. Just, I don't know, hit the gas and don't ever look back.
You gonna be on the monitor?
We'll go topside so we can get a clear signal. Now rev it up!
And don't slow down for nothing. And don't slow down for nothing.
Let's get this straight. It's not the power of the runner. It's the rider. I'll take on anyone on any ride and I'll still be victorious.
Get ready, Domino City. I'm coming. I'm coming for you, Jack. And this time, I'm gonna settle the score. How did I let that happen? You got it, Jack. I'm coming to take back what's mine.
You know why our friend just lost? Because his deck has no balance. And without balance, one cannot be a complete duelist.
a test run is one thing, but the real thing is something else. If they catch you,
Don't listen to these guys, you say. Just, I don't know, hit the gas and don't ever look back.
Hey, you say, can you really do this?
a test run is one thing, but the real thing is something else. If they
Alrighty. Welcome to round 3, gamers. We are back. I just absolutely slammed a Chipotle bowl. And we are hitting our second win today here in round 3. Let me get the correct names. Maybe. We got OVZ here. Make everything nice and centered as best I can. Versus Riley B. Oops. There we go. All right, we are looking good, folks. About to start. Dueling High is X and O. I don't know what AJT is at, but I assume we'll get, the season MVP on camera at some point today, if he keeps up that run in the hunt for his 5th World Championship qualifier or World Championship invite of the season. Save some for the rest of us, you know what I mean? So I'm not sure what either of these two duelists are playing, but I believe this is table 4, so I believe they're both undefeated so far. So definitely should be a nice high quality match. We got the judge here ready to go. We are looking good, gamers. AJT is 2-0 as well. Nice. So a lot of the heavy hitters here today off to the expected records. We saw Gulaz get off to a 1-0 start as well. Another one of the probably highest ranked players here today. All right, looks like Riley will be starting us off with a classic Thunder Dragon. I saw Tsukiyomi in hand as well. Might just be good old Chaos Turbo. Seen Turbo every round so far. Not too surprising. Last round, it was an interesting Turbo list, though. Main deck Magical Merchant, Sakuretsu Armors, Borg. So definitely not your standard variety of Turbo. I am not at the venue, if that's what you're asking. No, I am streaming from my home in Maryland. All right, we've got Thunder Dragon into Upstart Goblin, really churning through. Is that a Pot of Greed in hand as well? Maybe not. Hard to tell. No, I was right. It was a Pot of Greed. So Riley off to a ferocious start. That looks like a Phoenix Wind Blast. We've seen a lot of Wind Blast gamers so far today. We're just going to go set that Wind Blast with a monster alongside it. Tsukiyomi in hand as well if it's a real flip. So a potential Souk Loop here. With the Pot of Greed engraved, you got to be scared of what this set monster could be. And we got an Instant Trap Dust Shoot here. All right, we'll get to see what is in Ovi's hand. It's like Dust Shoot, Sork, Nobleman of Crossout, Magician of Faith, Knight Assailant, Jar of Greed. Not a bad hand. That knock likely going to come down. Also nicely is a target for the Magician of Faith potentially. We're going to send back the Chaos Sorcerer. There's Light Dark in hand. So definitely not too far away from being set up. And maybe Riley confident they can deal with whatever set monster might potentially be coming down here out of Ovi. All right, knock here on the Gravekeeper Spy. Tale as old as time. See how many copies both players are playing. Looks like we might just have ourselves in a classic Chaos Turbo Mirror here, folks. Goat format at its finest. Alrighty, has to choose. Do we want to go for the set Magician of Faith or the set Knight Assailant? Definitely not an easy choice, especially when your opponent knows that both are potentially coming down. Now, the fact that Riley didn't send back either Foot Monster makes me think they probably don't have a knock or anything ready to go just yet. But we're going to get Wind Blast here, though, on the set monster. All right, so looking for a little bit of a tempo play. Still going to be able to get drawn next turn, though, unless something shuffles. Trap Dust Shoot is going to get fired off as expected. Ooh, looks like we had a top deck Upstart Goblin. That's pretty nice for Riley. Get them a little bit of an unknown card here in the face of the Dust Shoot. And the hand is known Thunder Dragon as well as Spy, Assailant, and Koichi. Not too bad. Lots of powerful flip monsters here from both players, so might just be a little bit of flip-flop action here on both sides until we can claim a winner here in game one. Thank you, Lagrins. Yeah, shout out to Karem and whoever helped out with the layout. Definitely trying to, put our best foot forward here for the sake of the GOAT format community. All right, Dust Shoot has resolved. Upstart Goblin going to follow up, though. So one brand new unknown card in hand. Looks like it was another Knight Assailant. Perhaps. Not entirely sure. We're going to go set a monster pass. Not too bad. OV here, having already used an Oldman to cross out, didn't see the other one in hand, so it wouldn't need to be a top deck. But they had the Jar agreed to dig for it. We're going to go just set a monster pass. Could be Magician of Faith, could be Knight Assailant, whatever was drawn for or sent back off of that Wind Blast last turn. All right, Knight Assailant flip here. Nice tempo play here in favor of Riley. And then we're going to attribute something for Thunder Dragon, get the big beater on board. Start clocking away. Opponent's at 10,000 life points. So you got to start dealing with that problem sooner rather than later, of course. And yeah, you know Ovi's hand doesn't have any particularly strong monsters outside of the potential couple draws. So Thunder Dragon, nice big set. Yeah, catching the double summon. Shout out. Both players keeping a clean game state. We love to see that. And Ovi is now staring down a 1600 vanilla. Ooh, we got the Tribe Infecting Virus potentially off the top, though. Knight Assailant in hand as well to bounce back that Magician of Faith, if you so choose. Using Prio, Magician of Faith getting chained, but that's actually totally fine because you're happy to get the Faith back in hand. Yeah, so Ovi's going to end up with not too much on board, but overall, able to clear out the board, remove the pressure. And that is just ends up being a 2-for-1, right? You traded Tribe for Thunder Dragon plus Torrential Tribute, and you got to get Magician of Faith back into your hand as well, which is pretty nice. Only Nobleman to cross out in Graveyard, but that's, of course, a pretty good spell, especially in the mirror. It's going to set a monster pass. Would not be surprised to see that Faith. Riley could have a second Knight Assailant here, though, which would be once again pretty annoying for Ovi. Let's see what the flip's going to be. It's going to be a Dekoichi. All right. So going to get to draw. Probably just poke over that Faith if you want. Ooh, and the Tsukuyomi as well. That's been in hand since very early on. And we got a little Suk Loop. Faith will re-grab the knock, which will at least be able to answer the Dekoichi on the crackback. So the Suk Loop won't last forever. So yeah, actually interesting timing to go for that play if you're Riley, knowing that Faith grab knock was very much on the table. And yeah, if you're Ovi, you're just going to use this all day, break up that Suk Loop. Dekoichis get banished from both players' graves. So this is now Dekoichi and Spy knocked in the same game. So that's a lot of darks out of both players' decks. Now, Ovi, luckily for him, has a Knight Assailant engrave to get the light dark. But I'm not sure if... oh, no, so does... I guess both players have a Knight Assailant engrave, right? Because Riley tributed over it for Thunder Dragon earlier. So both players actually do, despite the mass banishment of dark monsters, have a dark engrave set up. Empty board here, though, for Riley to potentially take advantage of. Good old checking the graves. Looks like we're going one light, one dark. Show me the Chaos Sorcerer. Show me the Black Luster Soldier. It is going to be Little Bro. Chaos Sorcerer coming down. Punching for 23. No card advantage, but just getting the 23,000 life points. A little bit too much. These tablets have an undo button. Sure, that will get rectified shortly. I do not remember what life total they were at previously. Someone paying better attention than I may know. Can we just undo it? Yeah, so yeah. Okay, yeah, because OV was at 10K, took the hit from Thunder Dragon. So it would have been 84, minus the 23 from the Sork. So Sork representing a 3-turn clock There is an undo button. That is good. We love technology. 2025 is amazing, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to go Sork, set a monster pass. Pretty formidable turn. Too hard to answer threats, especially with that knock being used already. OV in a little bit of a tough spot, but has light dark of their own. Summon Sork, Sork banish Sork. Classic play. We need instant replay. Yes, we throw the flag. Ooh, and then the Dust Shoot to add insult to injury. Sees the top deck Delinquent Duo, but I think OV only has one card in hand, maybe. So Duo not too crazy. Dust Shoot here. Some solid options. Spy, Faith, or Sook. Nothing super valuable. Or no, there's Pot of Greed in Riley's grave, so that Faith is scary, and that is likely why we're going to see that sent back. That's funny, yeah. Plus, when you're on camera, you know, I feel like people get nervous, right? I mean, I literally have a math degree, and I am like super self-conscious about doing arithmetic. To put it into perspective, so. All right, Duo's going to get fired off here. Oh, there was double chaos. So Ovi had triple chaos in hand. Wow. And Duo's going to get full value hitting BLS and the last remaining copy of Sork most likely. So it's all going to be up to Ovi's single remaining Sork to get the job done against a Riley who has lots of card advantage here. Sork, of course, can be difficult to deal with, though. Oh, but the Knight Assailant coming down. Sork dealt with very easily. Sook to flip it back face down as well. So lots of top decks are now much worse for Ovi. Sook is a nice clock too. Yeah, Ovi in a really, really bad spot here. It's going to be tough to get a threat on board while also dealing with this Knight Assailant. They're just going to have to pass turn. And yeah, empty board here for Riley to do whatever he so chooses. Could just go for that Sook play again. Flip Assailant, summon Sook, flip face down, and punch for 11. Yeah, Duo Rip, pretty good. Good card. Yeah, and we're just going to clock him with the Sook again. 1100 a turn. Going to be a nice 5-turn clock. Does give Ovi a little bit of time to draw something back into here, but all the while, Riley continuing to accrue advantage. Top deck Upstart Goblin. Draws into what looks like another Tsukuyomi here on Ovi's side. Just going to pass turn, though. Is that a graceful off the top, too? Sheesh! Riley getting the units here. Fire off that graceful. Hand is Spy and Tsukuyomi. Looking to find probably just some bigger gas here. Something like a breaker would be really nice. Going to discard that Spy. And a Raigeki break. All right. So Riley is on both main deck Windblast and main deck Raigeki break. And even after the Graceful, the best play for turn still just happens to be Sook, Knight Assailant, flip-flop, poke for 11. But hey, it gets the job done. And you get to add another back row as well, continuing to keep Ovi on the back foot. Going to set a back row pass. Heavy Storm could be useful to set up some game shots later on down the line. Not sure what the last card in hand is. Looks like a monster, though. Fire off Jar of Greed, draw even further. Up to 4 cards, notably. But I don't think you care too much about Dust Shoot at this point in time. Just go over the flip-flop again. But Torrential will clear it up. Okay, so Ovi will live to see another day. At least clearing out the offense. And honestly, now you're not down too much. Just going to set a back row pass. Sangan top deck is pretty nice as a safe way to pressure, though. Normal Sangan poke for 1,000. Ovi takes it, and now Sangan is a 2-turn clock. So Ovi, having dealt with the Tsukuyomi Knight Assailant threat, now has another even more difficult to deal with threat on the board. Ooh, Sangan here. All right, we're going to trade Sangans. Both players will get a nice little search off here. But we're going to mirror force the Sangan to keep the threat on board and maybe just go for game. Can go heavy to blow up the board, etc., etc. Yeah, so Riley here seeing seeing the game. Oh, and Ovi had that graceful in hand for a while. I thought so. And waiting until they got the Sangan search off to find the Sinister Serpent to get value off the graceful. So finding a route back into this game in terms of card advantage. Going to discard Thunder Dragon plus Sinister Serpent. But with that Heavy Storm in hand, will Riley just be able to win this game right now? Heavy pop the set. Hitting Ring of Destruction, and then Tribe Infecting Virus for game. And that is going to be game one here for Riley in a good old-fashioned Chaos Turbo Mirror. Nothing super spicy to be seen in either player's deck, of course, but potential, interesting things to come in out of the side, of course. Let's update this bad boy. So 0-1, Riley is up a game. And yeah, overall, pretty, Riley was really never under too much pressure at all that whole match, I would say. Opened Pot of Greed was already kind of in the ascendancy from very early on. Some very well-timed Trinity top decks as well, that duo top deck to rip out the last two Chaos monsters left in Ovi's list was definitely quite powerful. But some nice play there as well. Some well-timed Night Assailants were just pretty massive tempo hits as well, and using Phoenix Wing Wind Blast to solid effect too. So real tour de force of all the neat things Chaos Turbo can do to take down game one there for Riley. But plenty of Yu-Gi-Oh! Left to play here. Both these players, I believe, are 2-0. So off to a solid start here, fighting for that top cut berth. Looks like we are about to get started here in game two. Both players just shuffling it up a little bit. Pretty neat sleeves here for Ovi, I will say. Not sure if those are see-through or if they're just... Well, no, because I guess it doesn't look like they have the Konami branding, so they are just a general Yu-Gi-Oh! Back, but in sleeve form, which is pretty neat. And Ovi will be able to lead us off here in game two. Let's see what the plan is. Oh, they forgot to start the timer for the round. Teehee. It was a decently long game one as well. Looks like we're going to start with a good old-fashioned T-set pass, though, here. Let's see what Riley can do in response. We're going to knock the set monster, hitting a Dekoichi. So for the second game in a row, Dekoichis will all be banished from both players' decks. Once again, losing a pretty key source of dark monsters. See if there's any follow-up. Going for knock before summoning makes me think they might just be setting a monster here. Which is going to be Sangan, also Torrential Tribute proof. Poke for 1,000, off to a solid start. Knock plus Sangan, nice little aggro opening for any Chaos Turbo duelist. And we're going to set 3 as well. Would not be surprised to see some Trap Dust Shoot action. I'm still going to try and snipe one. Hitting a Ring of Destruction. Not a bad one to know you no longer have to worry about this game. And yeah, as expected, Dust Shoot here, hitting the board. 2 dead Chaos Monsters plus a Gravekeeper Spy in hand here for Ovi, so not be surprised to see that Spy ripped out, since that's really the only play. And that's exactly what we'll see. Ring and Mirror Force in hand as well. Just going to set one of those pass. So, interestingly, now you know that one of the that back row is either Ring or Mirror Force. We've got top deck Thunder Dragon here for Riley. Pretty solid. Can always tribute someone over the Sangan too if you want to get frisky. Search up some good stuff. And get a Dark Engrave as well, which might be important given the knock on Kochi, like I mentioned. If you want to go that play, maybe you poke with the Sangan first. Char Greed, post Thunder Dragon. Makes sense. Thin the deck first, then get another card deeper. So really turning through it. I believe that's a Kaiku in hand as well. Yeah, poke for 1,000, and then if you want, you can go tribute someone for Thunder Dragon in main too. No, we're just going to pass. All right. Riley content to just sit behind the Sangan here. Doing 1,000 a turn. 8 turn clock, ain't nothing, of course. But looks like Ovi found a monster set in the way, and the Sangan assault will likely be halted for now. Looks like top deck Trap Dust Shoot, perhaps, here for Riley. Reminder, Riley up a game after a pretty comfortable win in game 1. We're going to Sangan poke the set. It's a tribe, so just trying to wall out the Sangan there with that 1,000 defense body. Not give it the option to crash in. Next turn, though, we can always go tribute over the Sangan for that Thunder Dragon, like I mentioned. But main 2, we're just going to set a background pass, playing it slowly. Nothing crazy. Plenty of options next turn. And yeah, that Trap Dust Shoot is going to come down. Looks like they drew a Spy for turn again. And that will be sent back. So now confirmed that the back row is Mirror Force, right? Because we know Ring is in hand. We're going to turn Tribe to attack. Do we start getting aggressive here? No, we're going to give them the option to crash the Sangan and get the search down. Kaiku in hand here for Riley could be interesting, but into a known Mirror Force, a little bit sketchy, of course. Do you just crash the Sangan, maybe grab Sook or something? Yep, go crash. Oh, we're going to tribute for Thunder Dragon. Cool. Get that Sangan search off, get the Dark Engrave. Sinister Servant, always a good search, of course, here. But plenty of other options in the Chaos Turbo list. Gonna grab Serp, sure. Now, do you have a Chaos follow-up here? That would be really strong. Now we're just gonna go and try and crash with the Tribe. Trade with the known Mirror Force. And then it looks like set Torrential here. Keeping Torrential in the mirror, a little bit suspicious, if that is exactly what that is. Generally not the best card to be playing as a turbo player. But Tribe will poke in for 16. And we're going to go set monster, set a back row pass. Slowly whittling it down. Neither player off to like an insane lead so far this game, I would say. A little cagey opening. Kaiku a little bit more open now, but back row is likely to be Ring of Destruction, so still unlikely to connect here. We're going to go for the Sinister to tribute or to activate the Torrential Tribute. All right. So this is one of those spots where Torrential can actually be good in the mirror. So when you're able to tribute it or trigger it with your Serpent or your Sangan or something, and that's actually just going to be a nice little +1 here for Riley. Not sure what the set monster that was hit was, but Tribe is gone too. We're going to set Trap Dust Shoot pass with the potential Kaiku follow-up down the line. Drago here for Ovi. We know they got a couple dead Chaos Monsters in hand, So good opportunity for Riley to go get a little bit aggressive. Kaiku's going to come down. Would not expect or not be surprised to see it just get ringed here on the attack. And that's what we will. So as expected. And now Riley has officially made it through all of the known back row that they saw from Trap Dust Shoot about 1 million turns ago. Both players decently low on life, sub 5,000. Looks like it was a Gravekeeper Spy that was hit off of the Torrential last turn. Over here, top deck Spot Agree. That's exactly what you need in this situation, though. Recuperating that lost card advantage pretty much immediately. Is that Scapegoat in hand? Are we a Chaos Control gamer? Looks like we are. Scapegoat meta, Zaborg as well. All right, so this is actually Chaos Control versus Turbo. Not sure if this was always that or if Ovi decided to side into that. But this is the third Trap Dust Shoot resolution so far this game. All monsters in hand are dead, though, right? Zaborg can't be summoned. Both Chaos monsters have been rotting in hand all game, unable to get Light Dark Engrave. But we do have Scapegoat Metamorphosis as a potential play. Upstart Goblin here for Riley, though. Now, how do we want to play around the control half of Ovi's list? Oh, forgot to grab the Sinister Serpent. But you just upstarted. I mean, maybe you could be a homie and let him take that back, but would we do that, chat? How do we feel about the homie Serp grab? Yeah, Smokescreen into CC versus CT is a bit weird. Would be less surprised if it was just CC from the beginning and we just didn't see that half of the deck in game one. All right, Sork's going to hit the field, though. Letting Light and Dark go. Scapegoat's going to trigger to protect the life points, with the potential Metamorphosis suck in the Sork play, of course, next turn. Yeah, that's if players agree, sure. I just feel like if you are at a GGP, you are well within your rights to not let that stuff happen, right? But if Ovi wanted to let it slide, that's his prerogative. All right. So interestingly, Riley slamming a Sork down into known Scapegoat Metamorphosis. And now you get to pass with lethal on board if you're Ovi. So interesting line there. Now Riley does have the Serpent to block this damage if they want. Or maybe some potential other options. But that is a big, big monster bearing down on you at the moment. Oh. Stream is getting a little bit laggy on mine. Okay, we're fixed. Oh, we got Snatch Steal to steal the Thousand Eyes. Can go ahead and start whittling away these tokens. Oh, we're going to tribute over the Thousand Eyes for the Thunder Dragon. Okay. So perhaps Riley had that play lined up the whole time. Not worried about taking the 23 because now you can just stabilize at this point. And now we're going Light Dark here once again. Summon BLS. Ooh, and this is a lot of damage. 3k to the dome. Passing with lethal on board. And yeah, Ovi was in a decent spot. Able to resolve that Scapegoat Metamorphosis, but just really has not been able to unbrick their hand. This dead BLS and dead Sorcerer has been in hand the entire game. We've seen it 3 times after 3 Trap Dust Shoot resolutions. And now facing lethal on board here in game 2 could spell his doom. Thousand Eyes in the grave is a dark. And there you have it. That's GG. All right. There you have it. Relatively quick 2-0. Riley's going to take it down. Chaos Turbo over Chaos Control. Favorable matchup for Turbo there. And I believe Riley is going to move to 3-0. Very well played. It's pretty systematic dismantling of Ovi's deck over the course of both games. But both players, if they were in fact both 2-0, going to still be in the hunt, of course, as we talked about earlier. X and 2, depending on tiebreakers, does make top 8. So if you're X and 1, you have all to fight for. And that is going to be it for round 3 here, guys. Riley with that 2-0. Go ahead, update these bad boys. And then I will take a quick break as we prep for the next round. Alrighty, catch you all back in a sec.
On Saturday, June 7th, we head to Mexico for Goat Grand Prix Tijuana. We have Goat Grand Prix Detroit on Saturday, June 14th as part of the Game Time Goat Weekend. Next, we have Goat Grand Prix Maryland on Saturday, July 26th. Then we're off to Germany for Goat Grand Prix Dortmund on Sunday, August 17th. We have Goat Grand Prix Einbeck on Saturday, September 6th. Visit pristineprotectiontcg.com and use promo code GOATFORMAT for 10% off your order.
Hey, you say. Can you really do this?
A test run is one thing, but the real thing is something else. If they catch you,
Don't listen to these guys, you say. Just, I don't know, hit the gas and don't ever look back.
You gonna be on the monitor?
We'll go topside so we can get a clear signal. Now rev it up!
And don't slow down for nothing. And don't slow down for nothing.
Let's get this straight. It's not the power of the runner. It's the rider. I'll take on anyone on any ride and I'll still be victorious.
Get ready, Domino City. I'm coming. I'm coming for you, Jack. And this time, I'm gonna settle the score. How did I let that happen? You got it, Jack. I'm coming to take back what's mine.
You know why our friend just lost? Because his deck has no balance. And without balance, one cannot be a complete duelist.
a test run is one thing, but the real thing is something else. If they catch you,
Don't listen to these guys, you say. Just, I don't know, hit the gas and don't ever look back.
Hey, you say. Can you really do this?
a test run is one thing, but the real thing is something else. If they catch you,
Don't listen to these guys, you say. Just, I don't know, hit the gas and don't ever look back.
You gonna be on the monitor?
We'll go topside so we can get a clear signal. Now rev it up!
And don't slow down for nothing. And don't slow down for nothing.
Let's get this straight. It's not the power of the runner. It's the rider. I'll take on anyone on any ride and I'll still be victorious.
Get ready, Domino City. I'm coming. This time, I'm gonna settle the score. How did I let that happen? You got it, Jack. I'm coming to take back what's mine.
You know why our friend just lost? Because his deck has no balance. And without balance, one cannot be a complete duelist.
A test run is one thing, but the real thing is something else. It may catch you and
Don't listen to these guys, you say. Just, I don't know, hit the gas and don't ever look back.
On Saturday, June 7th, we head to Mexico for Goat Grand Prix.
What is up, gamers? How we feeling? We are on our way to round 4. Hopefully soon, halfway through the Swiss portion of the event. 6 rounds and a cut to top 8, as usual. Seen some pretty cool matches so far. Just to recap the day, round 1 we saw Gula's traveling all the way from the great state of Illinois, taking it down. 2-0 playing Chaos Return against a Chaos Turbo player. Infusion's Cap, another War Leaguer. Georgia local, I believe. Round 2, probably the most interesting matchup of the day so far. It was a pretty spicy, if you could say, Chaos Turbo list with like main deck Magical Merchant, main deck Zaborg. That took it down. Did go to game 3, but took it down 2-1 against a Warrior Zombie list, which was pretty neat to see. Got to do its stuff in game 2, but unfortunately couldn't close it out in the rubber match. And then the last round, of course, we just saw 2-0 for Chaos Turbo over what I originally thought was the Mirror, but it was Chaos Control in game 2. So I wonder if we were smoking into Chaos Control or if we were just on Chaos Control the whole time. But either way, some very, very solid matches so far. I'm going to try and get some standings for you guys since we are now, going into round 4 halfway through Swiss. Seems to be a good time to check up on how the top tables are, kind of shaping up here. Hope you guys are all enjoying the stream so far. So plenty of Yu-Gi-Oh left to play. We're about a third of the way through the tournament by my math. And then there's still some heavy hitters left in the tournament. Dueling High, as mentioned before, off to a 2-0 start. Not sure how the round 3 went or is going, but definitely in the hunt for another World Championship invite. AJT BLS, perennial top player, also is off to a 2-0 start. Might see either one of those players in the top tables on the feature match sometime soon. Gulaz, like we saw, got off to a 1-0 start. Not sure how it's been on that Chaos Return list since then. But another player that definitely could take this tournament down, and I don't think people would be particularly surprised. Yeah, really cool to see a lot of the kind of top players in North America able to make it out for this one. If you missed it before, we got 54 players signed up today, rocking and rolling. I think it ended up being 53 in total, so almost pretty close to getting 2 invites, which would have been pretty neat. But, I'll take a 50-plus person GGP. And definitely shout out to Karem and the rest of the Atlanta staff because this has been pretty smooth sailing so far, I think. I saw some people in the chat shout out the production value of the layouts and stuff. I think, yeah, they did a very, very good job with that. Trying to up our game here, as the voices of the GOAT format community, want to put our best foot forward and bring you guys the best content we can. So appreciate you guys tuning in and having a good time today. Yeah, we were waiting for the round 4 pairings. Like I said, trying to get some standings potentially to fill you guys in on who's doing well, who isn't. Yeah, I see in chat, GGP Tijuana is next weekend if you are in the area. Definitely worth checking out, and if not, I'm sure there will be a stream. And then, yeah, we got GGP Detroit pretty soon after that. GGP Maryland in July. Lots of really fun stuff coming up, not even to mention all of the online tournaments that are coming up. War League Season 7 starts quite soon, which will be really cool. And, of course, we got our one World Championship qualifier a month. I think we've got another GFC this season as well. So lots of high-level GOAT format action in the hopper, in the queue for the rest of the year, as all these very, very talented duelists duke it out for the right to play in and potentially win the World Championship in the autumn. Hey there, Kaio. From Tijuana, awesome. Ready for the GGP. Love to hear it. Yeah, it should be a really cool one. Pretty cool to see us hosting GGPs throughout the continent, not just the US. Love to see it. Yeah, this has been quite the tournament so far. Really interested to see where the heavy hitters are kind of landing up. Might need, as always, some help from the chat for decoding people's names because I don't know. That's one of the reasons why I'm excited to go to GGP Maryland in a few weeks. We had a cover of Careless Whisper by George Michael. It's funny you mentioned that because I do actually play the saxophone. But no, I don't know how to play that song. I refuse to learn it because I don't want to, lend any more credence to that whole thing. I'm against it. And I say I played the saxophone, but I haven't touched it in a couple years since I moved here, really. But one day start practicing again, probably. I was in bands and stuff pretty much until COVID hit, of course, and then a lot of stuff kind of went down the tubes, and then I moved down to Maryland, and it's just been not a top priority, to say the least, but definitely something that it's like riding a bike, so I'd love to pick it back up again at some point. I feel like we're making pretty good time today as well. I know we started a little bit late. 2-1, nice. Still in the hunt. What are you playing if you feel like sharing? No need to, of course. No need to dox yourself. Or leak the strats. But yeah, on the bubble for sure. Yeah, now that we're hitting round 4, this is when things start getting really interesting, right? It separates the wheat from the chaff, right? The cream of the crop, as they say. Mega Rock, love it. Leaking it all. I feel like it would have. Word has probably gotten out that there's a Mega Rock player in attendance. Probably not as too much of a secret at this point, right? Richie is TFH. Your brother went 0-2. Hate to see it. Better luck next year, I guess. But thanks for turning out, of course. Another citation from the HOA. Yeah, I know, right? Dude, I have some neighbors with some dogs that like to bark, and I feel like they've definitely... It has been suspiciously quiet over the last like month or so, so I feel like people complain and they got written up. How many rounds? So we're going to do 6 rounds of Swiss and then cut to top 8. So we are halfway through the prelim rounds, essentially. Turns out Mega Rock isn't a good deck. Hey, if we're 2-1 on Mega Rock, could be worse. That's very much in the hunt for top cut. And yeah, Lacrins, welcome. It's yeah, War League is a fun time for sure. It tends to brick, yeah. But we're here for the flair, right? That's really the goal. You got to make a statement with your deck, right? Makarok isn't a good deck. It is the best deck. Fair. I do think it has decent amount of play, though, actually. And, of course, like, you know, there's always even if a deck isn't extremely good, if it's not something a lot of people see, it can play a lot better than it actually is because people don't know how to play against it, right? You even see that in GOAT format nowadays with like decks that are actually like viable, right? Like stuff like Rescue Cat that like almost no one plays. You know, if you like learn the deck and showed up to an event with it, you'd probably do a lot better than just the actual deck would suggest. Because, you know, how many people have solid reps against Rescue Cat at this point? Not too many, you know? So I feel like the element of surprise is a very important thing in GOAT format. Not even just surprise, just exploiting metagame trends and like certain things that you think people are doing suboptimally. You know what I mean? I feel like there's a lot of juice to squeeze there. And, you know, that's why a lot of us are still playing GOAT format so many years later, you know? Still plenty of stuff left to explore, and even stuff that's old becomes new again. You know what I mean? As things drift out in and out of the meta and the pendulum swings back and forth. And, you know, you get rewarded for kind of staying on top of all these trends and stuff and finding a niche and exploiting it. So all that to say, Megarok is winning the tournament. QED, you know? That's what I was getting at. Remember to stay hydrated, folks. Very important. Yeah, especially with these paper tournaments too. It's, you know, everyone's got their own local meta, right? So how do you prep for an Atlanta versus a Maryland versus a Philly versus a whatever? You know what I mean? I see the YouTube is not updating again. A tale as old as time. Here we go. Now we're talking. Yeah, YouTube just likes to take its sweet old time. I assume round 4 will be good to go relatively shortly, and I have been told that I'm getting a standings update as well, so pending me actually knowing the names of people, we'll get you guys a little bit of an update as to who's duking it out of the top tables. When is next round starting? I feel like at any moment now, honestly, because it's been a minute since the last one ended. That is the one I wish the timer on the, I mean, you guys can't see it, but like here, I wish the timer was still going even after the players were done. So like I know when time ends in the round and stuff like that. But it's been a minute since round 3 ended, so presumably round 4 will be good to go in a second. Might be some players in time or something. I'm not as of 10 minutes ago, round 3 was still ongoing. So okay, looks like it's finished though. We have the standings here. Out of all 53 people, I'm just going down looking at names that I know. So Karem is middle of the pack, 17 out of 53. So that's probably like X and 1 if I had to guess. Trying to see if I recognize any of these names. Dun, dun, dun. So the top 5 right now. Okay, so AJT is top 5. People were saying Dueling High's name is Donald. He is still 3-0, I think, as well. Riley, who we just watched, we know is 3-0. Dominic Mattingly is 3-0, as well as Supro Paul. Don't know any of those. So Rob the Man's friend Dom is 3-0. Yeah, top of the standings right now. Pretty nice. Yeah, we saw OV from last round drop down to 2-1. They're in 15th place. Wellington from a couple rounds ago. Yeah, still up there. Looks like they must have won their previous round. And yeah, that's all the names I recognize for the most part. So yeah, definitely plenty of people still in the hunt here for the top cut. Yeah, this could be Dueling High's 5th invite of the season. So yeah, wouldn't be surprised if Rob's friend Dom was the feature match for this next round. Or we might see AJT, Adam Teshuba up here, or even Dueling High. Could even see any of those players face off against each other, honestly. So they're all sitting at 3-0 so far. Who got the random invite? What do you mean? Yeah, that just means that the top players out of all 32. So like the winner of this tournament, because we have 32 players, because we hit at least 32 players, the top player will get an invite to Worlds. That's what that means. If we had 64, the finalists would both make it. Then the next 32, third place would, et cetera, et cetera. Yeah, if they raffled it off, that'd be kind of funny. Yeah, so we were very, very close to having this be a 2-invite tournament, which would have been pretty awesome. But still, yeah, 54 people is a very, very solid turnout. So very happy about that. And I'm sure the staff are as well. I forgot I was still on the wrong scene. I'm back. Yeah, we can't just be raffling off invites. Can't let the riffraff into the world championship. Not that I can talk. It's not like I have a world's invite, right? So. Yeah, right. Imagine that's how you get your qualification. Oh, what is this? We got a trade binder on lock on the feature match cam. Do they know they're on camera? I'm going to assume not. Does anyone know what sorts of cards these are? What is up, Shaggy? How we doing today? I would not be surprised if Dom was on the feature match very soon. One of our 3-0 players so far. Handsome and British and jacked. I mean, I'm sold. What more could you want? Hey, that's true. Me too. There's always a chance. There's always a chance, right? You could always bank the main event, right? Chris Moneymaker it. Oh, are these One Piece cards? Is that what this is? Wait, the Champions League finals today? I didn't know that. That's crazy. No way. Oh, I didn't even know that. Wow. Damn, and I agreed to stream this the day of the Champions League final. That's crazy. Well, who are we rooting for, guys? Oh, right, yeah, you can't see the yeah, someone's I assume these are One Piece cards. We're looking at the trade binder. I have to imagine they don't know they're on camera right now, which is pretty funny. But maybe they do. Yeah, I'm rooting for PSG. Also, as a Milan fan, I really, really, really don't want Inter to win any trophies this season because I think that would be absolutely hilarious. Considering, like, you know, a month and a half ago, they were top of the league in Serie A. They were in the semifinals of the Coppa Italia, and they were, you know, obviously doing well in the Champions League. And so, obviously, they didn't win the league. They didn't win the Copa. So if they don't win the Champions League, they'll have gone from potential treble to 0 trophies, and that would just be so funny. I feel it's early for the Champions League final, right? I feel like normally it's in June. Kind of crazy. All right. I have gotten word we are doing a brief intermission, and then we will be back with round 4. So I'm going to toss it over to a little bit of camera real quick, or a little bit of commercial break real quick. And we'll be back soon.
On Saturday, June 7th, we head to Mexico for Goat Grand Prix Tijuana. We have Goat Grand Prix Detroit on Saturday, June 14th as part of the Game Time Goat Weekend. Next, we have Goat Grand Prix Maryland on Saturday, July 26th. Then we're off to Germany for Goat Grand Prix Dortmund on Sunday, August 17th. We have Goat Grand Prix Einbeck on Saturday, September 6th. Visit pristineprotectiontcg.com and use promo code GOATFORMAT for 10% off your order.
Hey, you say, can you really do this?
A test run is one thing, but the real thing is something else. If they catch you,
Don't listen to these guys, you say. Just, I don't know, hit the gas and don't ever look back.
don't slow down for nothing.
Let's get this straight. It's not the power of the runner. It's the rider. I'll take on anyone on any ride and I'll still be victorious.
Get ready, Domino City. I'm coming. I'm coming for you, Jack. And this time, I'm gonna settle the score. How did I let that happen? You got it, Jack. I'm coming to take back what's mine.
You know why our friend just lost? Because his deck has no balance. And without balance, one cannot be a complete duelist.
A test run is one thing, but the real thing is something else. It may catch you and...
Don't listen to these guys, you say. Just, I don't know, hit the gas and don't ever look back.
Hey, you say. Can you really do this?
A test run is one thing, but the real thing is something else. If they catch you, it...
Don't listen to these guys, you say. Just, I don't know, hit the gas and don't ever look back.
You gonna be on the monitor?
We'll go topside so we can get a clear signal. Now rev it up!
And don't slow down for nothing. And don't slow down for nothing.
Let's get this straight. It's not the power of the runner. It's the rider. I'll take on anyone on any ride and I'll still be victorious.
Get ready, Domino City. I'm coming. I'm coming for you, Jack. And this time, I'm gonna settle the score.
All right, folks, I think the pairings are going out in just a second. So we should almost be ready to go. YouTube chat is being weird as always. There we go. Okay. Posture check, by the way. Oh, my posture's so bad. Can't win them all, I guess. Yeah, round 4 is right around the corner, folks. So go fill up your water bottles, use the bathroom, get strapped in because we're about to show you some fierce dueling action. Yeah, as mentioned, we've got some heavy hitters here sitting at 3-0, sitting at 2-1. So this is shaping up to be a very, very competitive next few rounds of feature matches. So definitely don't go anywhere if you have the luxury of sticking around to watch this tournament. Even if potentially the Champions League final is starting. You know, who really cares, right? I mean, come on. All right, we got some folks sitting down. All right, let's hop us over to the main feed. And then hopefully I will see who everyone is playing here. Cyber Dragon format, you are on the wrong YouTube channel, my friend. There are people that played it, though, for sure. Yeah, we're getting shuffled up here. On the left, I believe we have Dueling High, player of the season here so far. Unofficial, of course, but who else would you vote for, you know? And I'm not sure who we have on the right, but we will find out soon. We need more Wellington. I believe he is doing quite well. 3-0 or 2-1 for sure. Saw him towards the top of the standings. All right. Let's do it. Go player shuffling up. Just get the layout ready to go. What the hell happened there? There we go. Suppose. That's going to be way too long. All right, looks like we're ready to go here, folks. Hopping in to this round. On our left, we've got Donald K, aka Dueling High. Both these players are at 3-0. On the right, we've got Supo P. Looks like Dueling High. Starting off with a little bit of warrior action, we've got a resolved Kaiku the Ghost Destroyer on the board. And Super here looks like they are playing Reasoning Gate. We're seeing Graceful Charity discarding Sacred Crane and Swords of Revealing Light. So looking like we're ready for a little bit of combo action here. Firing off that reasoning. Dueling High is going to have to determine what number to call, of course. No monsters on the field. 4 is generally the call, but with a Sacred Crane already engraved. We'll see. Not sure what they called. Looks like the call was 8, and Dark Magician of Chaos is going to hit the graveyard. Sorry, Grumple. You know, it had to happen eventually. This player is 3-0 as well, so might not be the last we see of them today. So maybe, you know, go for now it's time for you to go for a walk potentially. Is it allowed to duel high? Well, you know, I won't tell if you don't, basically. All right, so Dueling High here, having stifled the combo last turn by calling correctly off the reasoning, he's going to start getting aggressive. We've got Premature Burial on the Blade Knight, which is in the grave. I believe that was discarded to a Graceful Charity. but Scapegoat is going to be used here from Surpo to block some of that damage. So life points will stay at 8,000, but only 2 Goat tokens on the board to protect them from any further damage. Those will be used as Monster Gate fodder, though. So combo, once again, take number 2. Let's see, we flip into Air Knight Parshath, which is pretty good against this board. This is not a full power Blade Knight, so Air Knight can beat over both monsters. And so we see Metamorphosis also in Supro's list. So this is kind of a more older school RGT list. A lot of decks have stopped using the Metamorphosis stuff, not really caring too much about like the potential control backup plan with your scapegoats. But this is going to be one of those versions. Air Knight here is going to go, I guess we're going to battle phase, maybe attack over this Blade Knight seems to be the idea. And we're going to kill the Kaiku here first. Floodgate effect does definitely matter against RGT, so can understand prioritizing that monster. And Air Knight effect will allow Surpo to draw a card as well, assuming that'll happen. But before we go to main phase 2, we're going to call the 100 on the Kaiku to keep the Floodgate effect alive. Yes, Return Word, totally agree. Meta, main deck, totally fine in RGT. We're saying some people have stopped doing it as much. We're going to go Exiled, pop the Air Knight. But yeah, obviously still very, very common to see in the list. I know not a lot of, or some people don't favor it, but definitely super duper playable. All right, Exiled's going to come down here, pop the Air Knight. Or no, we're not going to pop the Air Knight. We're actually just going to... we can just beat over the Air Knight with the Blade Knight. Exile can pop the Goat token, and then Kaiku connects to banish BLS out of the grave. Pretty nice play there. It's an unsummoned BLS, so it can't come back off of Dimension Fusion, so that's basically best case scenario with the Kaiku. Another copy of Reasoning Gate. Wow. Okay, so Surpro's drawing into all of their potential combo pieces here. This is the second Reasoning Gate. We had a Monster Gate earlier as well. Not sure what Dueling High called here, but we will get a little bit of a notice based on what this hits. Looks like did not call 4, so the Crane is going to hit the board, resolve, drawing Surpro another card. Really, really stacked graveyard here. See if we can go for any sort of bigger combo play. Looks like 1 light, 1 dark. Air Knight and Dark Magician of Chaos to summon Chaos Sorcerer. Potentially setting up for a Dimension Fusion as well. Ooh, and then the Brain Con on the Blade Knight. This is a big, big turn. Big board. We're going to Dimension Fusion, bring back everything, and there you have it. That is game 1 here to Surpro. RGT doing its thing. Dueling High, definitely, trying to prioritize keeping that Kaiku Floodgate alive to stop the combo in its tracks. But Surpro able to out it. Had plenty of gas there. Like I said, double Reasoning plus a Monster Gate. Ended up just being too many threats for Dueling High to deal with, and that is going to be game 1 to Surpro on this Reasoning Gate list. Let's go ahead and get that updated for you all today. And this is an 0-1. We're headed off to game 2. We'll see if anyone's got any spicy side deck strategies online, but definitely advantage to a Reasoning Gate player here so far. Morp, he could not summon back the BLS because it was never summoned properly originally. It was banished off. It was discarded to the grave off of Reasoning or something, and then banished by Kaiku, so never actually summoned. But I agree, that would be funny otherwise. Monster Reincarnation is generally played in RGT, usually at the 1 copy, I think. 2 is probably overkill, but I'm not an RGT player, so I'll let the experts chime in there. There's no way Monster Reincarnation is limited, is it? Surely not. The board was Blade Knight Kaiku exiled. So it was BrainCon, yeah. Warp's got to upgrade his ISP, man. I don't know. What's that bitrate at? What's that download speed? All right, ready in game 2 here. Dueling High opening Pot of Greed. Sure, he's very happy to see that bad boy. Getting those units online. And then we are going to go set a monster, set 5 pass. This is the Warrior Special. Holy moly. Kuso, we have seen some cool decks so far. Probably the neatest of the day. Also, game 1, we saw a return from the different dimension deck, or round 1, I should say. Take a game, or take the match down against Chaos Turbo. Round 2 was Turbo versus Zombie Warriors, which was pretty cool. The Turbo list did take it down, though. Last game was just pretty typical Chaos Control versus Turbo. And then here we've got Warrior on the left versus Reasoning Gate Turbo on the right. First time we've seen RGT all day. And they took down game 1. All right, let's see what Dueling High can do here. 5 backward to their name. We're going to flip someone to Donzaloo, kill a goat token. Not the most exciting turn, but making a little bit of progress. Past turn, I see a Reasoning in hand here for Surpo. We're going to fire off a giant Trunade first, though. Let's see if Dueling High... No, this is going to resolve. Okay, so the combo is ready to go. Into Reasoning. We call 8, probably, is my guess. Or maybe 6. Hits Fusilier Dragon, though. That is a big, big monster. 2,800 attack. That's going to beat over the Donzaloo. Dueling High will take the damage. And nice turn there for Surpo. Giant Trunade to pave the way. Summon out a big beater. And then main phase 2, considering activating Swords of Revealing Light, but decides against it. Back to Dueling High's turn. We're going to fire off Heavy Storm to clear this Royal Decree. All right. Then we're going to Exiled, kill a token, and then main phase 2, Exiled, tribute itself to kill the Fusilier. So slowly but surely whittling this board down. And now maybe we just set 5 again. Would not be surprised. Yep, there you have it. Set 5 once again. Just trying to put the shields up, prevent Surpo from comboing off, as we saw them do so solidly last game. It's going to be draw go, though. Okay, so Dueling High potentially may have... Oh, no, never mind. I lied. Or maybe just a couple turns of draw go here. Set a back row pass. Or set a monster pass. All right. Super here, what's the plan? Yeah, it was blind flip decree in spell phase. All right, Trunade activated here. In the back row. But the 2 remaining tokens. Let's see what we hit. Hitting Jinzo. That is a big boy to get on the board. Decree already being dealt with as a clear priority target for Dueling High. So all those traps in hand are going to be significantly less usable at this point in time. Yeah, Jinzo hits the board. We're going to attack the set monster. It's Magician of Faith to regrab Pot of Greed. So Dueling High playing the value game decently well. But it's going to be tough to do with this Jinzo now. Swords of Revealing Light on board here as well to protect everything. Pot of Greed will resolve, though. Refill that hand. MST pop the swords. Oh, and then summon BLS. There's the big boy. That is a nice way to out Jinzo. Faith hitting Grave, nicely being a way to summon it, getting that light that they needed. Now, do we go for big damage? Do we want to banish the Jinzo? Depends on what else is in hand, surely. Big think here for Dueling High. And we're just going to go battle phase, clear out both of them, dealing a little bit of damage, but most importantly, removing all of Surpo's monsters. So no more Monster Gate shenanigans for the time being. See what Surpo can do now, staring down a Blackluster Soldier. 4 back row once again. So 1 Decree dealt with, Jinzo dealt with, 2 Giant Trunades played through. Surely this is the time that Dueling High gets to live with all of these back row. Okay, Monster Reincarnation used here. Discarding Sacred Crane. Going to re-grab BLS with a nice beefy graveyard. Jinzo and Sacred Crane at least in the grave to summon it. Going to go ahead, activate BLS. Oh, no, we're going to Solemn the Monster Reincarnation. Yeah, so that's just a nice little +1, preventing the BLS from coming back. And also, you could, of course, Solemn the BLS, but by that point, the monsters are banished, and it makes the Dimension Fusion a lot better. And so Dueling High is going to go flip summon Gravekeeper Spy, getting a lot more attack on board. This is 5,400 attack right now, and just swing with everything. Yeah, and this is going to drop Super all the way down to 2,000, turning off Dimension Fusion. So this is a massive, massive life point, break point in the matchup, a big milestone to hit. And Super's going to have a lot less options here. And that's it. That's going to be game 2. Wow, so Dueling High fighting through tons and tons of hate there. Decree, Jinzo, double Trunade, but able to answer the threats and then stick some of his own to take down game 2. And we will very, very quickly, might I add, and for the second match in a row, both the players forgot to start the timer on the clock, but doesn't look like we're going to be going to time here, of course. But yeah, we will be moving on to a game 3 here, guys. Dueling High fighting back down game 1. Remember, both these players are at 3-0. This is essentially a win-in for Top Cut, I would have to imagine, because if you go 4-0, remember the X and 2s, a couple X and 2s are going to make it into Top Cut. So winner of this pretty much is guaranteed a top 4 berth. And there you have it. Now, is that a Mask of Darkness I see in the side deck here for Dueling High? That's pretty cute. That's something you're going to see every day. Excuse me. Yeah, that's a very, very good point, Return Winner. The Eager Decree, especially into no back row as well, right? Because Serpo had just resolved a Giant Trunade, so it's not like you were trying to prevent anything from being chained. Yeah, so giving away information there for pretty much no reason. Always just hold it till end phase if you really want to. And yeah, that gave Dueling High perfect information on that turn as to what the Heavy Storm was going to hit, making it a pretty solid no-brainer heavy. And then, yeah, was able to have pretty much exactly as many outs as they needed. All right, so in game 3 here, Super going first. Resolves Pot of Greed. Off to a good start. Yeah, Dueling High may Storm regardless of if it was flipped or not, but it definitely made it a no-brainer at that point, right? All right, we're going to set a couple back row after this Pot of Greed. Dueling High, see if they have any solid start of their own. See a Kaiku in hand. We're going to normal summon that bad boy. Try and get in for 18. Start poking. Get that Floodgate effect online. Always nice. We're going to enemy controller it to turn it to defense, even though there's nothing in grave that you want to protect. Interesting. So saving a little bit of life. And we're going to get end phase Decree out of Serpo. All right. So Decree resolved. Oh, Yeah, Return Winner, I think you're right. That's a little bit unfortunate for Supro, for sure. Oh, you can't count? Okay. I was taking your word for it, man. Okay, Reasoning is resolving here, though, it looks like. What do you think about that enemy controller on the Kaiku, huh? Okay, so no, never mind. Reasoning is not resolving? How did that end up in the grave? What am I missing? We're going to card destruction for 2. Oh, I guess he called 4, but I didn't see anything milled, right? Oh, there is a crane in the graveyard. Never mind. Okay, we're going to premature post-card destruction on the Sacred Crane. Draw an extra card. Sure. Yeah, 4 is generally a good call when they have no monsters on board because it's generally the number they have the most of. But yeah, Premature ends up making Reasoning Gate a lot better because you can just summon whatever it is. And finally, that Econ moving Kaiku to defense mattered because Crane can just beat over it, which I guess is the upside there. And now this Decree on the board could be doing a lot of work, of course. Ooh, Delinquent Duo is a good card, though. Taking 1,000 definitely worth hitting those two cards. A True Nade and a Dimension Fusion, two generally key combo pieces. We're going to summon Kaiku as well. Kaiku can go beat over this Crane. With the Decree on board, it's pretty safe unless there's like Book of Moon here. And yeah, Kaiku's going to connect over this Crane, banish that Sork from grave, getting a Dark out. That is pretty big. And dealing a little bit of damage. Floodgate effect, of course, very important. Draw go from Surpo, and Dueling High is going to add insult to injury. We're going to summon the Breaker, can choose to pop the Decree if they so choose. But with all of these threats, you might as well just get some damage in first. All right, Scapegoat going to be used. Dueling High going to pop 2 of those tokens. And then main phase 2, we're going to Premature on, who is this? We're going to Premature the Tribe Infecting Virus, discarding Dust Tornado to kill the rest of the tokens. And then main phase 2, we're going to Breaker pop the Decree, and Supro is an absolute shambles here. What an absolutely insane sequence of events here for Dueling High. Wow. Leaving Supro with 1 back row and 2 cards in hand after all that is said and done. One of those cards in hand is a Swords Revealing Light, which is pretty good, especially now that Breaker's already been used. But we're just going to Dust Tornado it in the end phase. Top deck Graceful Charity, because why not? And this is looking to be pretty solid here for Dueling High. In game 3, discard Spy and something else. Poke in with everything. This is a massive clock. Kaiku is going to ravage the graveyard. And Dueling High gets to pass with lethal on board here in game 3, and it might just take it down. Is that a Brain Con top decked for Surpo? Likely not going to be enough. I mean, you can Brain Con the Tribe and wipe the board, maybe? That's actually not bad. Brain Con on Tribe is live for sure. There is some play here. Brain Con on Tribe, at the very least. Yeah, all right. Let's see. Drop down to 1,200 for this. But this is... You can make some stuff happen here. Oh, we're going to Brain Con the Kaiku. Okay. Interesting. I mean, I guess you need to deal with all of these monsters, otherwise you just lose, right? Brain Con the Tribe as well. So we're going double Brain Con, still 1 card in hand. Oh, and then, yeah, that's just it. Yeah. Supro just showing the double Brain Con. And that's going to be 2 games to 1 Dueling High with the reverse sweep here against Supro. Warrior taking it down against Reasoning Gate. Basically guaranteed a top 8 berth now, up to 4-0. The man, the myth, on the hunt for his 5th World Championship invite of the season. Supro, of course, still in the hunt here, dropping down to 3-1. But that is another dub on the board for Dueling High. Yeah, very well played there. And there you have it, folks. Round 4 in the books. Take a quick break here, and we'll be back for round 5 in a bit.
On Saturday, June 7th, we head to Mexico for Goat Grand Prix Tijuana. We have Goat Grand Prix Detroit on Saturday, June 14th as part of the Game Time Goat Weekend. Next, we have Goat Grand Prix Maryland on Saturday, July 26th. Then we're off to Germany for Goat Grand Prix Dortmund on Sunday, August 17th. We have Goat Grand Prix Einbeck on Saturday, September 6th. Visit pristineprotectiontcg.com and use promo code GOATFORMAT for 10% off your order.
Hey, you say. Can you really do this?
A test run is one thing, but the real thing is something else. If they catch you,
Don't listen to these guys, you say. Just, I don't know, hit the gas and don't ever look back.
You gonna be on the monitor?
We'll go topside so we can get a clear signal. Now rev it up!
And don't slow down for nothing. And don't slow down for nothing.
Let's get this straight. It's not the power of the runner. It's the rider. I'll take on anyone on any ride and I'll still be victorious.
Get ready, Domino City. I'm coming. I'm coming for you, Jack. And this time, I'm gonna settle the score. How did I let that happen? You got it, Jack. I'm coming to take back what's mine.
You know why our friend just lost? Because his deck has no balance. And without balance, one cannot be a complete duelist.
a test run is one thing, but the real thing is something else. If they catch you,
Don't listen to these guys, you say. Just, I don't know, hit the gas and don't ever look back.
Hey, you say. Can you really do this?
a test run is one thing, but the real thing is something else. If they catch you,
Don't listen to these guys, you say. Just, I don't know, hit the gas and don't ever look back.
You gonna be on the monitor?
We'll go topside so we can get a clear signal. Now rev it up!
And don't slow down for nothing. And don't slow down for nothing.
Let's get this straight. It's not the power of the runner. It's the rider. I'll take on anyone on any ride and I'll still be victorious.
Get ready, Domino City. I'm coming. I'm coming for you, Jack. And this time, I'm gonna settle the score. How did I let that happen? You got it, Jack. I'm coming to take back what's mine.
You know why our friend just lost? Because his deck has no balance. And without balance, one cannot be a complete duelist.
a test run is one thing, but the real thing is something else. If they catch you,
Don't listen to these guys, you say. Just, I don't know, hit the gas and don't ever look back.
On Saturday, June 7th, we head to Mexico for Goat Grand Prix Tijuana. We have Goat Grand Prix Detroit on Saturday, June 14th as part of the Game Time Goat Weekend. Next, we have Goat Grand Prix Maryland on Saturday, July 26th. Then we're off to Germany for Goat Grand Prix Dortmund on Sunday, August 17th. We have Goat Grand Prix Einbeck on Saturday, September 6th. Visit pristineprotectiontcg.com and use promo code GOATFORMAT for 10% off your order.
Hey, you say. Can you really do this?
A test run is one thing, but the real thing is something else. If they catch you,
Don't listen to these guys, you say. Just, I don't know.
What is up, duelists? We are... Oh, I should have... No one told me I didn't update the round thing. People are going to still think we're in round 4, guys. Come on. You guys need to be vigilant with me. Yeah, dueling high. Very, very well played there. Shout out to the 4-0 start. Basically guaranteed top cut, I think. Not trying to jinx you or anything, but pretty much a wrap, I think, for that at least. Yeah, that was a really interesting match. I feel like there were definitely some decision points that could have gone different for the RGT player. Yeah, game 1, you just kind of got cooked. That just kind of happens, right? They set all the gas, reasoning into Monstergate into another reasoning, and you guessed wrong on the last one. So GG. Yeah, 6 rounds of Swiss into top cut. So we are cooking along for sure. I saw that Mask of Darkness in the sideboard. I don't know if that, or side deck. I'm not sure if that's something you always do, but I appreciate the medium level of spice at least. 6 Swiss in top 8. Yeah, killer. Welcome to the stream, by the way. Someone is rocking the boat here on the cam. What are we doing? Making me seasick. Good Lord. It's an earthquake in Atlanta. Fanny Bolin, welcome to the stream. Happy GGP Atlanta Day. We are cooking along here. Waiting to get the pairings for round 5. Seen some pretty good matches, some pretty cool decks today. Yeah, see, Night Dog, I'm telling you, left is suspect. Okay, dueling high, someone who actually sat in the left chair. Was it comfortable? We've been debating in chat the whole time. Not the whole time, but a non-zero amount of the time. Yeah, look at those weird, creases and folds. Right chair is where it's at, I gotta say. It's just guaranteed. There's no debate. Oh, YouTube's doing YouTube again. Oh, and we left the timer going. Let's go. Let's go. Now, presumably, since we're at round 4, a lot of people have dropped and we're less likely to go to time and all that jazz. But we did have a brief intermission between the last 2 rounds, which I guess makes sense. It's like the 50%, the halfway milestone of Swiss. So good to give people a bio break and stuff like that. But we are just chugging along quite nicely, folks, I think. You want to see some action? Well, we'll get you some action soon, man. Hope we're staying hydrated, folks. It's a little bit of a long day, but we're getting it done. And once again, shout out to all the Atlanta staff for putting on what has been a very, very smooth event so far, with some very high level GOAT format action. There are some top players at the top of the standing so far. We just saw Dueling High get his 4th win of the day, 4-0 in the hunt for that 5th invite to the World Championship. Is that a CRT in the mirror? Sure is, right behind me. It's not a mirror, actually. That's a TV. But yes, I got a little desktop CRT or desk size CRT. I've got a Super Nintendo and an N64 hooked up to it. Not simultaneously, but it's pretty easy to swap between them. What brand is it? It's a Toshiba. CRT, a cathode ray tube, dude. Just the old tube TVs that we used to have when we were younger. Best way to play Tetris, yeah. Well, yeah, I used to, still dabble now and then, but I was a speedrunner in a past life, so needed the CRT to get the, fastest times. Especially because, like, for a lot of Super Nintendo games, like the Super Nintendo actually runs faster than most emulators do. So, like, if I wanted top times in games, I actually just needed to get a Super Nintendo, like actual play on console. Yeah, it is a nice size. Unfortunately, it's supposed to have S-Video, but the port is broken, which is kind of a bummer. But it is what it is. What did I run? My main game was Earthbound. Yeah, I have the world record for Sacred Cards as well, but that's a Game Boy game. Nice, you collect them? That's awesome. Yeah, I have a very soft spot in my heart for them. I used to have a bunch more, but like I moved and some of them died and stuff like that. Yeah, I picked it because it was supposed to have S-Video, but it was a Facebook Marketplace buy. And by the time I got it home, I realized that it was broken, but I paid $15 for it or something. Yeah. Yeah, some categories don't allow emulators too, for sure. Earthbound is not one of those just because the cartridge is so expensive. Right. Oh, Earthbound, it's honestly such an underrated speed game. The world record is 3 hours and 37 minutes. My fastest time is like 3:40 something. I still have a top 10 time after all these years somehow. But I think that's a technical. I think I'm 11th actually, and one guy like quit, so his time got deleted. But yeah, I was very into that for quite some time. But yeah, so Earthbound was my main game. I still hold the world record for Yu-Gi-Oh! The Sacred Cards. Guys working on a reroute of that right now in honor of it being re-released for the early days collection, so you might actually see me streaming that in the nearish future. And then I also have world record in the WarioWare for the Game Boy Advance. I love that game. That's an awesome. It's just so fun. Yeah, so that's the glitchless category return winner. The glitch. I mean, if you like allow like getting to the debug menu and stuff, the world record is like less than 10 minutes. If you're in an anything's go speed run, it's like less than 10 minutes. If you allow glitches but not the debug menu, because that obviously trivializes it, it's like a 40-minute run, something like that. But yeah, I preferred the glitchless speed runs for that. I just thought it was more fun because you actually get to like play the game, and it's my favorite game of all time. So actually spending time going through the story was always kind of fun for me. Yeah, unfortunately, I don't have a PS1. Unfortunately, I have a PS2. Yeah, I was a Nintendo kid growing up. I never had a PlayStation as a kid, so I don't really have as much nostalgia for all those games. You know what I mean? Kendrick Collins. How many people showed up for the event? We had 53 entrants, I think. So 1 invite to the World Championship, close to 2. Is there RNG manip involved? Yes. There's a separate category for without RNG manip. But yeah, the main one is manipped. I don't know if Resident Evil 5 is my favorite. I just have fond memories of it because it's like co-op and it's like probably I think it's the first game I ever like beat with my now fiance. So yeah. My favorite one is probably the first one, honestly. It's really good, like the remake. But yeah, I know the speed run for Forbidden Memories is like insane and pretty popular too, right? Have I tried Manips IRL? Well, Morpoo's not a boulder punching enjoyer. I would recommend a playthrough of Resi 5 just because it's kind of insane, but it's also quite fun. It's Return Winner. It's either on my YouTube or on my Twitch, which is the same handle. But yeah, it's on there. The tank controls are like half the fun for Resi 1. They were, designed with that in mind. You're supposed to panic because you're not going in the right direction. That was very intentional, It's just a very, very well designed game, honestly. It's not super long. I think they might have announced a remake already, or maybe I just saw like some spoilers of it, or like some rumors of it. Yeah, that's fair. Another good one that a lot of people don't talk about because it's like a spin-off game, but I really liked Revelations 2. It's a pretty good one. Claire's the main character in it. It's pretty fun. It's also co-op, but how much time is left in the round? I would probably like 10 minutes, Kenny. They started this timer late, I think. Not entirely sure though. Oh, Umbrella Chronicles is on the 3DS? Yeah. I have a 3DS. I never really played it much, honestly. Like, is there a single game I like beat on the 3DS? I couldn't even name one. There's some good games for it, but yeah, super dead. I mean, I guess I did play the WarioWare for it because I'm a sucker for those games. Yeah, Kendrick, exactly. Yeah, it's a very, very fun co-op. I've never played it solo. I've heard that the like co-op companion is actually like the AI is actually pretty good though, at least compared to other games of that era. For what it's worth. Yeah, Kenny, that'd be awesome. Definitely possible. Not sure if we would get that as the feature since we just saw Dueling High, but it would be cool to get HAT on stream again. I also heard that Gulaz is kicking it 3-1 as well. So I think all of the probably pre-tournament favorites are definitely still in the hunt for the most part. Yeah, Return Where the Earthbound soundtrack is like absurdly good. I have it on vinyl, actually. It's pretty good. I got a record player upstairs. And I have the Japanese Mother 2 vinyl. Really good quality too. But yeah, it's fun. I'm getting married in October, and there will definitely be some Earthbound songs peppered in throughout like the cocktail hour playlist and stuff. Some like orchestral versions and stuff probably. It's just very, very well made. Yeah, something I would really like to get back into speedrunning eventually if I have enough time. It really I got into speedrunning. I was talking to Ivan about this the other day. I started speedrunning Smash Bros for the N64, and it just like destroyed my hands like so quickly too. And that's like basically when I like quit, you know, just because like I needed to give my hands a break for the most part. Not that I still don't like game a ton. I definitely still do, trust me. But just like the repetitive banging on a controller for hours at a time, my hands just couldn't keep up with it anymore, unfortunately. And I feel like that's like similar like I feel like almost every speedrunner from back in the day that I talked to has a similar story where like their hands just couldn't do it anymore. It's kind of a shame, but is what it is, you know. Dad and Croft's crazy. Well, I would speedrun on a Hori too, which is like it's more like a GameCube controller, but it's still tiny, unfortunately. So it is what it is, I guess. But yeah, I would like wake up in the morning. I just like straight up couldn't move my fingers, and I was like, okay, I need my fingers to make money and exist in this world. So something needed to give. You know what I mean? I did. I learned the speed run for like a funny. I mean, it's not funny, but just like a random Sailor Moon game last year because I watched the whole show last summer with my fiance and saw that they had like an RPG for the Super Nintendo. So I learned the speed run and I like completed a run. I'm like third place on the leaderboard or something. Out of like 6 runners or something. But that was fun and not very strenuous, thankfully. And yeah, in college, I was playing Melee all the fucking time too. So that was obviously not good for my hands either. Thankfully, I played Jigglypuff, so very, very little tech skill required. But I would still, you know, grind that with my friends for a lot. I haven't touched a GameCube controller like since I graduated college, though. That's something that, you know, I never got like Slippy set up or anything like that. So not worth it. I was never particularly good anyway. So yeah, exactly. The most difficult tech with Puff is like literally wave dashing, right? And maybe shield dropping, I guess, because it's not. I wasn't a notch gamer, so just gotta have to like build the muscle memory. It's so great. A week ago during the GGP Munich stream, I started feeling sick. Like I woke up that morning with like a scratchy throat and like kind of knew, I think. And like by that night it had developed into like an actual cold. And I'm still stuffy from it a week later, and it's so annoying. Like I felt fine. I felt completely normal all week mostly. But just like I'm still clogged. Rest out of shield. I mean, it's more a timing thing, not like a difficult to execute input. You know what I mean? It's more you just like need to know when you're out of, you know, shield stun or whatever it's called. Thank you. Yeah, no, like I said, I feel fine. It's just I'm stuffy and it's annoying because I have to yap for hours today. That's why I haven't really put out videos for like a week for the most part because I've been trying to save my voice for today for the most part. And I think it's going fine. And I got my water and I popped some Sudafed earlier, so it should be fine. All right, I would have to imagine we are close to time in the round, if not already at it. You have a Gulaz check. Gulaz is 3-1. I was just chatting with him. He lost to an RGT player. I'm not sure if it was who we just watched on stream, but wouldn't be surprised because I'm sure they were both, top tables for a couple of rounds. Yeah, he's in the hunt still for sure. I know Karem was, I think he was X1 going into last round, so I wonder if he's still kicking. Now, I don't see... Maybe I just incorrectly assumed that Cub was coming to this. Because I don't see him on the standings. Oh, wait, no, yes, I do. Never mind. I'm just completely blind. Yeah. Looks like he might have been X2, though, so... These things happen for sure. Yeah, Cub, I think, was X2. Calvin. Let's look for a Calvin. Assuming the first name is Calvin. If it's Calvin Chang, I think they were towards the bottom of the standings as well. And I don't know what Echo's name is. Can I pull up standings on stream? That's kind of annoying, to be perfectly honest. Let me see. Oh, wait, we actually have movement after this. Calvin lost to AJT round 1. Hate to see it. We have movement on the main stream, though. We may be getting ready for round 5. Oh, we got Wellington back here, folks. Our favorite Chaos Turbo Teching Zaborg and Magical Merchant player will be back here on the feature. And the opponent will be Chris McGarrett. All right, let's get everything set up, folks. Let's strap in for round 5 dueling. Chaos Turbo versus something. Not sure what Chris is running, but we will find out soon enough, I am sure. Wellington back in his seat from round 2. We're going to go undefeated on stream today. Would be quite the feat. And we were hopping right into it, folks. Check out that channel, Fireball Deck Box. Chris is on turbo. Cool. So we've got a turbo mirror then. But Wellington is on his own patented spicy list with some funky tech cards. So definitely still could see some, interesting plays. Pac-Man enthusiasts unite. Calvin, I do not think did super hot. They might have been X2. So the standings that I got linked are just a ranking of names without their actual records next to them. So I kind of have to interpolate what people's actual records were. So they were either winless or had 1 win going into the last round, basically. is my best guess. Alrighty, we got a 3 from Wellington, an 8 for Chris. So Chris looks like we'll be going first. Is my guess. Yeah, definitely can't feel bad about losing to AJT round 1. Definitely one of the tournament favorites coming into today. Wellington giving the stream a hello. Love to see it. And we are leading out with a good old-fashioned upstart goblin here for Chris into Thunder Dragon. Off to a solid start. Little bonus card advantage. Into Delinquent Duo. Not bad at all. Interesting sequencing of those 3 cards, but who knows? All right, we are snagging a Mind Control, the main deck Mind Colin for Wellington, getting sniped here by the duo. Yeah, making sure Chris takes the 1,000. Oh, not 70,000. Surely not. Who was joking about people not knowing how to use this touchscreen the other time? There you go. All right. Life points are correct now, folks. And Wellington has to decide what the discard or the duo discard is going to be. It's going to be that magical merchant. All right. So Mindcon and merchant discarded off this duo. Chris off to an early lead here. And we're going to go T-set past. The monster looked like a Knight Assailant. Yeah, I think this is just a good old Chaos Turbo Mirror. Wellington here has got Thunder Dragon of his own, so equalizing that advantage at least. See if there's any follow-up play. Post duo. And we're just going to get a set monster here running into potentially this Knight Assailant. We will see if it's a real flip, though. Flip the Knight Assailant, pop the set. And it is a Dekoichi, so another nice little plus here for Chris. Off to a very, very solid start here. Delinquent Duo, of course, doing its job. Wellington pretty deep in the hole at this point. Chris forgetting to poke with the Knight Assailant, guys. How do we feel about that? But adding another set monster alongside it. Wellington thinking hard here. Yeah, no attack. He said, I don't need that 200. Tribe Effective Virus hitting the board here. And we're going to... Oh, this is kind of cute. Okay, so we're going to call Spellcaster, or call Fiend. Discard Knight Assailant to bounce the Dekoichi back to hand. Clear out the opponent's Knight Assailant, and then Tribe will poke the set monster. So attempting a full board clear while getting a better normal summon in hand for the future. Watch him lose by 200 life. Hey, weirder things have happened. Return winner. This Dekoichi will cycle for a card. Wellington's just going to pass turn with just the Tribe here. Kind of a sitting duck here. We'll see if Chris has anything to deal with it. You do probably attack first to scout for spy, unless they're worried about like spot removal answering the Tribe and you wanted to prioritize getting the Knight Assailant effect off, right? Perhaps. Like if you wanted to prio Tribe effect just to make sure it got off in case it would get ringed or something. All right, Sangan hits the board. We're going to crash into the Tribe. Search for, my guess is a Tsukuyomi, pretty good into opposing tribe-infecting viruses. Well, there's also like spell speed too. Like Chris could have, if you didn't use Prio, you could have gotten ringed or Raigeki breaked or something, right? It just depends on how badly you value getting that Night Assailant effect off, right? Excuse me. Yeah, Chris, I didn't see what was searched off of the Sangan, but this tribe is going to stand alone here, going to poke for 16. This is actually a decent amount of damage if this resolves. Oh, Mirror Force is set here, but Chris is just going to choose to take it, I think. Yeah, and this is actually, I think Chris is definitely ahead in terms of cards, of course, since the duo and everything. But Wellington has done a good job of applying the pressure here and getting the opponent down to 4,800. Ain't too bad. Now, Chris, we know, does have at least a Mirror Force set, so can protect the life points if they so choose. Gonna set another monster alongside the tribe, though. All right, let's see. Okay, Raigeki Break was the set. We're going to discard a Night Assailant, pop another Night Assailant. So trading our Night Assailants, and then Chris will be able to re-grab something with their own Assailant effect. Could get Dekoichi or the other copy of NA. Interesting choice, of course. Do you value the discard fodder, or do you value actually having a powerful normal summon? Going to go for the Deco. Oh, his Night Assailant grabbed off of the Sangan. Thank you, Kenny. Much appreciated. Yeah, trying to set up that Raigeki Break, re-grab Dekoichi play. Then we're going to set a monster main phase 2. Likely that Dekoichi, of course. And Wellington does, have a route to victory here in terms of life point advantage. So pretty good game so far. Draw for turn, checking for Dust Shoot. And we're going to go ahead and normal summon Sangan, adding an extra 1,000 attack to the board. We're going to tribe, poke the set. We know Mirror Force is here. Good way to just get attack points off the board. Yeah, that is. At this point, that's how Chris loses this game, is if the life point situation kind of gets away from him. So even if it's not like an insanely valuable Mirror Force, I think it's just good to get the attack points off the board. Tribe is gone, and then Sangan will search something, but you at least protect your life points here. Gonna grab a Gravekeeper Spy. Definitely a very good card. And then having already used a normal summon, may just pass turn. Anything set in main phase 2? Looks like no. All right, so we're going to go flip Dekoichi, as expected. Draw into, looks like another Dekoichi there for Chris. And we're just going to poke for 14. Not bad. So getting the damage trend rolling. Looks like Chris may have stabilized here and is now starting to turn the corner. Deal some damage to the opponent. Either that or we're just taking some notes here. A little scribbly action on the notepad. Some interesting choices here, of course. Has that Dekoichi in hand that we know about. Has a Chaos Sorcerer in hand. Not sure if that's live. My guess is it is, yeah, because there's Night Assailant and Thunder Dragon and Grave, yeah. Sork is definitely live. Not anywhere close to an OTK, though. Yeah, just poke for 14, sure. Choo Choo, in comes the Dekoichi. And we're going to set probably another Dekoichi alongside it. Seems pretty good to me. Oh, we're thinking about... Okay, sure. Whatever. Wellington here. Slowly getting ground away here. Now is the one on the defensive. Checking that grave, confirming Chaos is in fact live. Wellington would love to find some Trinity pieces here. Still in the hole since that early duo. Never really able to recuperate that lost advantage. Been on the back foot pretty much the entire game in terms of cards. Well, we're going to T-set pass here. Not bad. End phase MST is going to snipe that back row, which was a Jar of Greed. Sure. Just a classic 1-for-1. Jar of Greed here for Chris. Turn through the deck. Looks like we found a Trap Dust Shoot. Flip up the second Dekoichi to draw another card. So there might be a tribe of their own in hand. Definitely possible. Still has normal summon for the turn. We're going to tribute over the Dekoichi to get another Dark Engrave is my guess. Or no, you don't need an extra dark. Oh, is this just... Are we going for lethal? Do we have game here? No, Sork is going to hit the board. Okay. We didn't need to tribute over the Dekoichi to make this happen. Oh, but maybe we didn't need all of them. Okay. Yep, using the Dekoichi and still keeping the Knight Assailant in grave. BLS hits the field. Is this game? I mean, the set is probably what, Knight Assailant? Is my guess, because that's what was searched off the Sangan. So this isn't game assuming it's Spy. Or sorry, Spy, I mean. The set is probably Spy. Yeah, so this isn't game. It has a lot of damage, though. BLS kills both spies, and then you get in for a lot of damage and pass with lethal. All right. So still a very good turn here for Chris. Setting up a large board. Going to knock Wellington down to 2,400. Oh, and then ring on BLS for game. And there you have it. That is game one in favor of Chris. Yep. Just kind of had to play defensively for a little bit, weather the storm, was able to stabilize, and then go for a nice OTK there. Finding a nice line, tributing over to Dekoichi to get an extra Dark Engrave, to summon both the Chaos monsters, and then ring to wrap up the last remaining life points. So well played there to Chris. Ring enough, yeah. Yeah, should be. Yeah, the attack was... Yeah, you could have just banished with BLS. But I think at that point, we're both of Wellington's NAs gone. So it's not like you needed to really worry about it. It could be Maneater Bug, I guess, right? Yeah, and either way, if they have Karibo or something, there's no need to thin the deck of their spies for them, right? Yeah. Got there in the end. Chaos Turbo doing its thing. Oh, we're dropping cards on the ground. Judge. Just kidding. Could have been Reaper. Yeah, could have been Sook. Very good point. Yeah. Should just be banishing. The extra 200 damage didn't end up mattering, yeah. Yeah, so we do know Wellington is on a pretty interesting turbo list. Like, there's a main deck Merchant, main deck Minecon, main deck Zaborg, main deck Sakuretsu Armor. All cards that are probably not that great into the mirror specifically. I mean, I guess Zaborg can be kind of nice in the turbo mirror if you can resolve it. But I wonder if that means Wellington has any other juicy stuff in the side deck ready to go. Yep, never punished. 200 damage. Who cares? Looks like we were pretty close to game 2 here, folks. The players did start the timer as well. Shout out. 30 minutes left in the round. Definitely totally fine. Not expecting to go to time here, but pretty much right on pace. Quick little pile shuffle. Why not? Yeah, so I guess the spiciest deck we've seen today has been that Zombie Warrior list, which unfortunately did not get the dub. But Wellington here is carrying the banner here in the name of that fallen duelist. Although they still very well could be in the hunt, just haven't seen them. All right, here we are, game 2. Wellington's going to lead us off. Draw that 6th card. Here's the 2-time GGP champion. Cool. Shout out. Well, looks like even 2-time GGP champions can get Delinquent Duo'd here, folks. Going to snipe a Gravekeeper Spy. And let's see what else gets discarded. Going to be a Night Assailant to re-grab that back. Might as well. Sure. Duo not as amazing as you would think against Chaos Turbo. Followed up with a T-set pass. All right, looks like Trap Dust Shoot here for Chris. Taking a look at that hand. Magical Merchant, Dekoichi, Tribe Infecting Virus, and a Heavy Storm. That Merchant popping up once again. Big think here. Couple flips to snag. Yeah, 2-time GGP winners do have NA and Spy ready to go when they get duoed. All right, leaving Wellington with that Merchant. I have not seen him resolve it at all so far in both of the matches he's been on stream, but maybe this will be the game. Jar of Greed, draw a card. Sure, why not? Into Upstart Goblin, really churning through here. See what this flip is. Merchant and Turbo. Yeah. I think there are some fans of it out there. Okay, we're not going to flip up the other set. Set a new one, though. Could be that Merchant. Yeah, you don't want to mill your TD. You don't want to mill Chaos. That's generally why people don't play it. Upstart here for Chris. Both players are really churning through their deck at high speed so far today. Really thinking through the options here. Not sure what the set monster is. Deep, deep into the tank. The hand is what? NA, Serp, and Snatch Steal? Okay, we're just going to set another monster pass. This is the Chaos Turbo mirrors we know and love, guys. Just sitting behind our set monsters. See who blinks first. See who's willing to expose themselves. Merchant will resolve, folks. Let's see what we're hitting. We're hitting Pot of Greed. Hey, that looked pretty good. That looked like a pretty good magical merchant, folks. Resolve Pot, sure. Into Jar of Greed. Man, it's got to be like one card left in this deck. Yo, Dueling High with the 5-0. There he is. Top 8 definitely guaranteed now. Still in the hunt. We're just going to set another monster here alongside our merchant and our turn 1 set. Is that a top deck Trap Dust Shoot? Looks like it. Should be live, though. Plenty of cards in hand. Post-pot resolution for Wellington. All right, we're going to flip up Night of Silent, target the new set monster, which was a Gravekeeper Spy, so getting some value there with the NA. Not bad. Do we crash the Night Assailant into the merchant? There's already a light engrave for Wellington. So maybe if you want to play around Tsukuyomi or something, that's the play. And we're going to go flip up Sangan. So that can just clear out the merchant pretty easily. Get in for some damage as well. Both players just battling with their little teeny monsters back and forth here. No real haymakers hit the board yet. Just trying to position for advantage. As expected, Sangan beats over the merchant. Poke for like 800. Not bad. And Night Assailant's going to poke that set, which is a Sinister Serpent. All right. So interesting turn 1 Serpent set here from Wellington. Generally not a card unless you really want to be baiting for other stuff. So really wanted that Merchant and or Spy to resolve, which, hey, it did work. Merchant found Pot. Just Shoot's going to come down, though. Pretty solid hand. 2 live Chaos Monsters, so I'd expect to see BOS get sent back. Tribe and Kaiku also quite strong. And notably, Chris has no back row after this Dust Shoot, so not going to be able to prevent... there are some very, very strong plays available here for Wellington this turn. Even if BLS gets sent back, you can have Sork banish the Sangan. Kaiku can come in, beat over the Night Assailant, start banishing the Grave. Looking really good. Yeah, really, really tough decision. Well, it's not a tough decision for Chris, but a tough spot to be in, even post Dust Shoot resolution. because Wellington is going to be able to have a pretty solid turn here. Wellington is playing Turbo. This is a Turbo Mirror. It's a unorthodox Turbo list, though. There's like main deck Zaborg, main deck Merchant, main deck Sakuretsu Armor. Yeah, so would not be surprised to see Sork banish Sangan and the normal Kaiku get in for some damage. There is this other set monster that Chris has for Wellington to worry about. Not sure how worried you have to be. I don't believe there are any like crazy powerful spells in Grave. So like Faith isn't so insane. But yeah, I think this is the obvious play. Normal Kaiku, summon Sork. Sure. Oh, we're gonna go Sork attack over the Night Assailant. We're gonna go for big damage here. Big damage. And then Kaiku over the Sangan. This does give Chris the opportunity to just go grab Tsukuyomi and then deal with your Kaiku, but maybe if they're using the normal summon for something that doesn't answer the Sork, you're fine. See what Sangan grabs here. Suk grabbed here. There's definitely Dark's Engrave for Chris. For Wellington, I am not sure. Looks like Spy got banished for the Sork, but I'm not sure what else would be in there. Chris draws for turn here. We're going to Wind Blast the set monster. Okay, so that's an out. Discard Heavy. Heavy, not great in the Turbo Mirror, so using it as a discard for a discard trap is probably the best you'll see. And this will lock Chris out of a turn, or draw next turn. Ooh, but Snatch Steal is going to come down. And we the viewers knew about that. Wellington, of course, didn't. Snatch on Sork is going to be quite strong. Interesting choice here. You can banish the Kaiku or the Serp here. Yeah, we're going to banish the Serpent. Kaiku will live, so... Ooh, and then, yeah. Oh, we're going to Suk the Sork face down, so now it's... Yeah, very nice play here from Chris, punishing this quite well. Yeah, I think Wellington getting immediately punished for not banishing that Sangan, getting a little bit greedy for the damage. And this Tsukuyomi is going to do a lot of very nasty things here. And yeah, now Wellington is just down a million cards, really. That was potentially going to be such a strong turn, and now it's just all kind of been reversed. One back row there as well. Suk gets bounced back to hand. Wellington still has BLS left in deck, but I don't think you have Light Dark. Just set a monster pass, sure. Yeah, Chris playing very well this match. And definitely in a very solid spot here. You have to consider all the things that this face down could be. Night Assailant, of course, is pretty annoying if you got that Sork on board. But, you know, it wasn't your Sork anyway, so if you traded for your opponent's NA, how big a deal is it really? Yeah, that's what I would have done too, Shaggy. That seemed like the obvious play, honestly. I can understand players wanting to go for big damage, but I think you weren't. It's not like you're close to killing Chris, unfortunately. So, and yeah, I don't even think you need to Wind Blast the set monster because, like, what are you super scared of? You know. Sork will just punch over to Koichi to cycle for a card. So Wellington does have some new, new stuff in the tank here. Wellington deep in the tank, 3 cards to his name, staring down his very own Chaos Sorcerer. It's going to be a Tribe-Infecting Virus. Okay. This could be big. No Serpent, no real discard fodder unless there's an NA in hand, though. Yeah, Chris absolutely in a commanding position, but still some potential here for Wellington. Ooh, we're going to Solemn the Tribe. Okay, that's big damage. But the Sork will live to see another day. How do we feel about Solemns in the CT mirror, guys? Okay, we got 1 light, 1 dark, though. Into BLS. Sent back off Dust Shoot a few turns ago, but redrawn by Wellington. And we're going to go for big damage. We're going to go, yeah, okay. I mean, yeah, no point in banishing it if you can attack over it safely, right? Then attack the second one. It's just a Gravekeeper Spy. That'll just cycle for its buddy. Not really be too scary. And Wellington has found probably his one win con here, which is find the BLS, summon it, get some value out of it, and hope Chris can't answer it. Snatch is gone. A Sork is... Well, no, actually, no, a Sork is not gone because that was Wellington's Sork. Is there an out? Oh, there's Minecon in hand here for Chris. So that is an out to the BLS. So this, at the very least, Chris will be able to survive this temporary onslaught. Surely it's just Minecon the BLS banish itself, right? No need to get cute. The only question is, do you want to go attack? Oh, yeah, we can flip up. Do we have the 3rd spy? We have the 3rd spy. Get in for, once again, say it with me, folks, big damage. That is 3,500 points straight to the dome here, assuming the 2nd spy is summoned in attack position. That looks like it's going to come out in defense. All right. Fair enough, fair enough. Chris is relatively low, so I can understand being a little bit more defensive here. Oh, no, we are going to go in attack. Never mind. Okay, so we should take the extra 12, right? Yep. All right, and life points are both low. I think Ring is still live for both players, so things could get a little bit juicy depending on the top decks. That is a big, big turn for Chris. Sook plus Spy to get a ton of damage on board. Answering the BLS as well. We're just going to set a monster here for Wellington and a back row behind it. Chris here, looks like we drew Heavy Storm for turn. Also, post side in the CT mirror. What are we chaining to? It's going to be Torrential Tribute. Yeah. Lots of cards that generally get cut in the Turbo mirror, I will say. And none of them are doing... I mean, they're all just trading for each other, so I guess it's fine. What is this set for Wellington? It's going to be Magician of Faith. We have got Pot of Greed engraved, right? Yeah, regrab that. You'll take 12, but now you get to resolve Pot and find some more gas. So Wellington has actually done a really good job, I feel like, of playing this one out. Tsukiyomi here coming down in main 2. There are no more spies in deck, though, so that effect isn't going to matter unless we've got a Gravekeeper Guard sighting, of course. But pot will resolve here. No back row, so no dust shoot to worry about. Not sure how many cards are in hand anyway. Let's see if Wellington's got it going on. Upstart Goblin, sure. So few cards left in deck. BLS already used. One Sork gone. We are just going to set a monster, set a back row pass. Is that a breaker for turn? Yep, breaker hitting the board. Not sure what the back row is. Let's see. Ring is not great. Yeah, it's going to be ring. You have to ring the spy if you want to use it. Yeah, heavy in the mirror, a little bit sus. All right, so we're going to ring the spy, drop down to 200, and hope whatever your set monsters can wall out here. Now we know Chris's hand is Sook Serp, so it's not like if your monster's spy or something, you are kind of chilling for a few turns. But like, what is Wellington's win con here at this point? You got to find your other Sork. You got to find like Snatch Seal or something and make a big push. Both players very, very low on life. This is Arts and Crafts, Shaggy. How you doing? All right, flip up that last spy. Crash into what's probably a Gravekeeper spy, is my guess. Breaker attack. Is it GG? It's going to be that Gravekeeper spy. All right, Wellington. Very few cards left in deck, I think, but actually more than I would have thought. But yeah, another spy hit the board, and we're just going to get a little spy wall action here very late into the game. Now, I don't believe Chris has used his ring yet, though. So that could be a very easy win con with you at 1,700 plus life. Let's see, though. Snatch's game. Oh, shouldn't you really need to like set the Serpent here if you're Chris, right? To protect against game. We're going to tribute for TD. Oh, Zaborg? Oh, the Zaborg. The Zaborg is in. The Zaborg is in, and that's game. Game 2 to Wellington. Holy moly. Oh, I had the scoreboard wrong the whole time, by the way, guys. No one told me. You guys are failing at your jobs, to keep me honest. But we're going to game 3. Holy moly. Oh, right. Yeah. Sorry, Kenny. Yeah. Not me suggesting illegal plays. Couldn't be me. Yeah, dude, the Zaborg. I was like, what's the win con? Thinking we were running a stock Chaos Turbo list. How silly of me to forget. The Zaborg coming in for the game, dude. Zaborg is crazy. And Wellington evens it up 1-1. Yeah. I don't know. Chris was ahead the whole time, but some of these, I don't know, some of these card choices may be coming back to bite him. We got TT, we got heavy. Yeah, the big damage play earlier. Yeah, I mean, I guess Wellington is probably in a lot better spot if you go for the Banished Sangan play, right? Both of these players, I'm not sure if they're undefeated, actually. It's a good question. Very good question. Also, probably worth noting, we've got 5 minutes left in the round, and we are in game 3. That was a marathon game 2. And I would not be surprised to see us go into time here. Got a sideboard side deck very, very quickly. Yeah, Wellington fighting that one back. They're X and 1. Cool. Time is ticking, 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 ladies and gentlemen. The all-important Game 3 in this very unorthodox Chaos Turbo Mirror here in round 5 of Goat Grand Prix Atlanta. Side decking furiously. Oh, we're bringing in the Mystic Walks, folks. We're doing it. We're bringing in the walks. And we are taking our time. And we are pile shuffling. Kenny, it's looking possible. Definitely looking possible here. All right, so Chris does get to go first here. 3 minutes till time. So we're basically guaranteed, and we got a walk in the opener. It might be happening, folks. I think it might be happening. We're opening Thunder Dragon. Hopefully he didn't keep duo. Yeah, would hate to see that. And just in case you guys are wondering, we are just doing the classic 0, 1, 2, 3 turn time stuff. Ooh, we're opening Graceful TD with the walk. And we are going to go set a monster, set 2 pass. Walk is being kept in hand just in case you need it. Trap Dust Shoot fired off here. We see a very monster-full hand. Faith, Spies, Borg, BLS, and Koichi, as well as a Torrential Tribute. TT still in this list here in Game 3. To be fair, boxes, like with 4 minutes into time, if you're not siding in your walks, you're probably making a mistake, right? Like it's not like we were borderline going into time this round, and it was, the extra shuffle that was going to make or break it. I do understand where you're coming from, though. Yeah, Ryan, I'm not a huge fan of time rules either. I think they're kind of a necessary evil, unfortunately. It's not like we can do double a limb. Yeah. My ideal tournament format is like asynchronous Swiss, I feel like, honestly. Dust Shoot resolves. Minute till time. Gotta shuffle that deck. T-set pass. Hey, for all we know, Wellington could have his walks too, right? Like, I'm like asynchronous as in like not live, so you don't have to worry about time because you can just play around whenever. You know what I mean? Like the reason why we have to go to time is because we need a tournament to finish before the store closes. You know what I mean? All right, mind control getting fired off here. Snagging that Dekoichi. Flip it, draw a card. Why not? And that walk is just sitting pretty in hand. We're going to MST the back row, hitting that torrential tribute that was known. And we are officially in time, folks. Yes, Chris definitely thinking through these plays to their fullest extent. But, I don't think that's unexpected here for sure. I don't think he's playing unreasonably slowly by any stretch of the imagination. Now we're in time, so things can slow down. So Chris is turn 0, right? The play for turn is going to be set a monster. And we're gonna hold the walk for now. Seems like okay, we're gonna set the walk. Yeah, probably good to set the walk now when you know your opponent has no back row and it's not gonna get sniped. Now would be the craziest heavy storm tot deck of all time from Wellington. Sniping the Mystic Walk would go pretty hard. Put up the shields here as Wellington. Dekoichi to defense. Set a monster pass. Oh, Wellington has the walk. The walks are online for both players. And now we're on turn 2 for Chris. Oh, heavy storm here. Heavy storm. You can resolve your walk. Maybe the opponent can't resolve theirs. Flip up spy. Spy grab spy. Walk the spy for game. This is turn 2. And I think the writing is on the wall, folks. Now there is a world where Wellington can punch in some damage though. Like if they both walk, sure Chris will have like 400 more LP, right? Assuming it's spy and deco attributed. Wellington could get in for some damage if we have like knock online or something. Because the last turn will be Wellington's. Oh, right. Zaborg is live. Yeah. Or there's even, is there a way you can set up for like a chaos play? Okay, we're gonna walk the spy, go up 2,000. Zaborg could be it, guys. Wellington does have the walk though, so he did kind of side for time. He just didn't take the upstarts out, I guess. It's a hybrid maneuver. Okay, we're gonna have BLS hit the board. Sure. Banish the set. Sure. Oh. Okay, yeah, this is a big turn. Snatch the Dekoichi. Yeah, that looks like game then. Snatch Seal is going to do it. Poke for 24. Yeah, that Snatch. Yeah, this is looking like it. 10,000 to 5,600. Gonna be tough unless we got like snatch steal shenanigans here. Wellington will gain 1,000 from the snatch. We are on the last turn of time, guys. This is turn 3. Why didn't he walk his deco? Because I guess he wants to try. Because if you walk the deco, you just lose, right? You need to get a bigger body on board. When will the final be played? Great question. Okay, we're going to normal summon Magician of Faith, walk the Faith, get Light Dark Engrave. Oh, no, there you have it. Oh, in time. And Chris is going to take it down in this Chaos Turbo Mirror. In time, the walks came in. Both players found them, but Chris was able to find the more valuable one and, importantly, remove Wellington's remaining monster. And there you have it. So Wellington drops to X and 2. Chris moves on to X and 1 with 1 round of Swiss to play. I assume we'll have round 6 upcoming quite soon. But if not, either way, I'll be back in a little bit. Enjoy the break, folks.
On Saturday, June 7th, we head to Mexico for Goat Grand Prix Tijuana. We have Goat Grand Prix Detroit on Saturday, June 14th as part of the Game Time Goat Weekend. Next, we have Goat Grand Prix Maryland on Saturday, July 26th. Then we're off to Germany for Goat Grand Prix Dortmund on Sunday, August 17th. We have Goat Grand Prix Einbeck on Saturday, September 6th. Visit pristineprotectiontcg.com and use promo code GOATFORMAT for 10% off your order.
Hey, you say, can you really do this?
A test run is one thing, but the real thing is something else. If they catch you,
Don't listen to these guys, you say. Just, I don't know, hit the gas and don't ever look back.
You gonna be on the monitor?
We'll go topside so we can get a clear signal. Now rev it up!
And don't slow down for nothing. And don't slow down for nothing.
Let's get this straight. It's not the power of the runner. It's the rider. I'll take on anyone on any ride and I'll still be victorious.
Get ready, Domino City. I'm coming. I'm coming for you, Jack. And this time, I'm gonna settle the score. How did I let that happen? You got it, Jack. I'm coming to take back what's mine.
You know why our friend just lost? Because his deck has no balance. And without balance, one cannot be a complete duelist.
a test run is one thing, but the real thing is something else. If they catch you,
Don't listen to these guys, you say. Just, I don't know, hit the gas and don't ever look back.
Hey, you say, can you really do this?
a test run is one thing, but the real thing is something else. If they catch you,
Don't listen to these guys, you say. Just, I don't know, hit the gas and don't ever look back.
You gonna be on the monitor?
We'll go topside so rev it up!
And don't slow down for nothing. And don't slow down for nothing.
Let's get this straight. It's not the power of the runner. It's the rider. I'll take on anyone on any ride and I'll still be victorious.
Get ready, Domino City. I'm coming. I'm coming for you, Jack. And this time, I'm gonna settle the score. How did I let that happen? You got it, Jack. I'm coming to take back what's mine.
You know why our friend just lost? Because his deck has no balance. And without balance, one cannot be a complete duelist.
A test run is one thing, but the real thing is something else. If they catch you and
Don't listen to these guys, you say. Just, I don't know, hit the gas and don't ever look back.
On Saturday, June 7th, we head to Mexico for Goat Grand Prix Tijuana. We have Goat Grand Prix Detroit on Saturday, June 14th as part of the Game Time Goat Weekend. Next, we have Goat Grand Prix Maryland on Saturday, July 26th. Then we're off to Germany for Goat Grand Prix Dortmund on Sunday, August 17th. We have Goat Grand Prix Einbeck on Saturday, September 6th. Visit pristineprotectiontcg.com and use promo code GOATFORMAT for 10% off your order.
Hey, you say. Can you really do this?
a test run is one thing, but the real thing is something else. If they catch you,
Don't listen to these guys, you say. Just, I don't know, hit the gas and don't ever look back.
You gonna be on the monitor?
We'll go topside so we can get a clear signal. Now rev it up!
And don't slow down for nothing. And don't slow down for nothing.
So, fun fact, everybody, that was not even the last game of the round that we just watched. There was another game that went to time and went to sudden death. Because I guess they had only finished 2 games, so they needed to play a sudden death game 3. Yeah, that was a rough series of events at the end there for Wellington, unfortunately, for him. Yeah, I think the snatch kind of put it out of reach. Like, I don't think you could have sequenced it anyway that you win through snatch on the deco. Because you like you guys are saying, if you walk the deco on snatch activation, you still just lose because you didn't gain enough life, unless you have like pot into graceful into BLS or something crazy, you know what I mean? But yeah, very, very hard fought match between both of those duelists. It's not technically over for Wellington anyway. I mean, Exon won that late in, like, maybe the breakers are in his favor. You still probably play out the last round just in case, right? But yeah, that was definitely the closest match we've seen so far today, right? Most matches have been, yeah, I guess round 1 and round 3 were both 2-0s, right? Then everything else went to 3 games. Dueling high with the reverse sweep, etc. Chance we can get standings before round 6? Yeah, good call. Let me ask. Because this is the do or die. The final round of Swiss. Is PSG really winning 5-0? That's insane. Oh, I love that. That makes me so happy. Not only because Inter getting absolutely embarrassed, but also like PSG winning after all of their like star players leave is pretty funny too. It's just like this is the funniest timeline to me. I love it. All right, gamers, we're getting AJT here in the final feature match of Swiss. It just finished. Nice. Yeah, so we've got AJT BLS versus Clay Miller. All right, round 6. So we have one X&O gamer, and that is Riley B from before, the Chaos Turbo player, who we watched, I believe, in round 3. Dom is on 4-1. I believe Gulaz is 4-1, maybe. Looks like, yeah, we've got a bunch of people. Yeah, as we know, Dueling High is 5-0. Yeah, the X and ones are Dominic M, Anshu I, John B, Clay Miller, who we are about to watch here, AJT, Alec R, another Alec R, and then Chris M, as we just watched, is also X and 1. Alrighty. So let's hop on over to the main stuff. That is not AJT. So I'm going to say that is Clay. Dun, dun, dun. Round 6, ladies and gentlemen. So it seems like left chair has been winning most of the matches, right, guys? So do you think AJT is cursed because he's right chair? Is this gonna be it? All right, Clay moved. Clay. Oh. What's going on? And that certainly looks like Mr. Teshuba. And there we have it, guys. Our final feature match of Swiss ready to go. We got the Ojama trio on lock here. Does that mean Clay is rocking a little bit of burn action, or are we just trolling with the playmat? Who knows? Yeah, both players here at X and 1. As mentioned, our X and O's are Riley B, who we watched already, as well as Dueling High, both at X and O. So both guaranteed top 8. So we got one Warrior, one Turbo, guaranteed top 8 here. And then we'll see how this final round plays out. Yeah, for those looking, because I have the standings here, might as well. It looks like Calvin went, if they're still playing, they're X and 3. So eliminated from top 8. Karem is X and 2 right now, so maybe he could sneak in with some good breakers, but probably unlikely. And those are all the names that are. Oh, Cub is X and 2, but I think started off not so hot. So likely breakers probably an issue again. So yeah, it's really going to be all of our X and 1s duking it out to determine kind of who's going to round out the last couple spots. Yeah, Cub is X and 2 right now. So maybe some breaker magic could get him in, but unlikely. All right, and we are off to the races, folks. Not sure what either of these players are playing. HAT is generally a turbo player, but definitely capable with several different decks in the meta. Ojama Trio off here for Clay. So they drew into a Ring of Destruction. Pretty good card. Can't really get too much of a peek at the hands here. Just going to go set a monster pass. Nothing crazy. AJT's got Nobleman of Crossout, banishing a Dekoichi. All right. So maybe just a good old-fashioned Turbo Mirror here, guys. Yeah, the playmat is quite interesting. Just Ojama Green staring you. The eye follows you no matter where you look, right? It's like the Mona Lisa. Yeah, so both players losing their decos. And then let's see what AJT follows up with. Just going to be a good old T-set pass after the knock. Nothing crazy. Is that a Dark Mimic in hand? No. Okay, so Dust Shoot resolves. I see another copy of Deco, a Magician of Faith, and is that double NA? Hard to see, but also obviously knock and ring, so whatever AJT said is likely to get knocked here. Yeah, look at those muscles, guys. Flexing on him. All right, send back Magician of Faith. AJT already having used the knock. So, unlikely. It's also a light, of course, which, plenty of other darks in Clay's hand, so I can understand sending that back. We're going to knock the set. That is another Magician of Faith. So Clay's gets shuffled back and then immediately banished from the knock. HAT probably expecting that to happen. And now there's a couple lights gone from both players' lists. And then Clay does have the Dekoichi here as a nice follow-up play. Can set the ring as well. Into an empty board. See what the choice is. Gonna go ahead. Just maybe set to Koichi pass. Hard to say exactly, but would not be a surprising play at all, of course. AJ looks like drew Sinister Serpent. Going to set that and a back row pass. Sure. Another Trap Dust Shoot. Yeah, so it was double Night Assailant in hand and a top deck Thunder Dragon for turn. Not bad. So you probably want to send that bad boy back, is my guess. Keep your opponent off lights. Seems pretty good. Double NA not doing too much without any discard outlets. Yeah, send back the TD. Makes sense to me. Yeah, Adam is AJT BLS. Sorry. I should just call him Adam for all the... Yeah. Hey, Charlie Cook. Welcome to the stream. How you doing? Dom beat Chris M. Okay. Now, this it might not really matter because Chris M could maybe still qualify. But we'll see. All right, Dekoichi flip here for Clay. Adam deep in the tank. Of course, Lota. Wouldn't rather be anywhere else. Set monster pass there. Flip summon Spy for Clay. So really getting these flips online. Rocking and rolling. Lots of attack on the field at the moment. Still hasn't been able to deal any damage to Adam, but looks like that might stop or, no longer be the case shortly, unless Adam has Spy set. Shout out. Parental support. Love to see it. Oh, man, the top deck Graceful with the double Night Assailant. That is insane. Holy moly. And then into the Thunder Dragon. You see the little head shake there from Adam. Hate to see that. That was absolutely the perfect draw there for Clay. Gonna set Adam back behind pretty significantly. Yeah, the Grace with the double NA and then Grace into the Thunder Dragon that you just set back with Dust Shoot feels pretty bad. And that gets, I believe that gets Slight Dark Engrave maybe? Spy pokes the set. It is just that Serpent. We're just trying to block as much as possible. And finally, Clay hits first blood here, 1400 to the dome. And then Clay will set a monster pass. Adam finds Graceful Charity of their own, though. Okay, with the Serpent in hand, so this is also quite valuable. Not as insane as Graceful plus double Night Assailant, but still quite strong. Definitely given Adam a lifeline here in this one. Needs to find some defense, though. Look at this onslaught of Dekoichi double Spy punching in every turn. We're going to discard Serpent plus a dead Chaos Sorcerer. Finds Thunder Dragon off the Graceful. So very similar Graceful Charities for both players, honestly. Both, I'm sure, are happy to thin those TDs out of the deck. Let's see what the follow-up play is here. Big potential turn. Needs to find something to stabilize. Still plenty of life points, so you got time. Similar Gracefuls. Oh, we're going to snatch the Dekoichi. Biggest monster on the board. Poke the set. It's a Sangan. Ah, probably not what Adam wanted to see there. saying I will be able to go for a search. Finds Tsukuyomi. Pretty nice with a board filled with flip monsters. Main phase 2, big think. We see that Raigeki break in hand with the Thunder Dragons as discard fodder ready to go, and the Sinister Serpent that's engraved too. So that's going to be a pretty valuable unit, feels like. Tsukuyomi would be pretty good main too. Yeah, just passing with a Snatch to Koichi doesn't feel super great. But you needed to just get some attack points off your opponent's side of the board, so I can understand going for it. Clay, of course, will gain 1k from the Snatch Steal. And Adam opting not to normal summon main phase 2. Could have tributed over the Dekoichi, for example, to maybe prevent the Snatch Steal life gain. Interesting turn here for Clay, staring down his own Dekoichi. Looks like we're doing some math, doing some combat math. There's Light Dark engraved, so Chaos definitely live, of course. Nice full hand of cards, too. 2 NAs, 2 Thunder Dragons. Thinking about just Spy to defense. Okay, we're going to summon the Sook. Sook set the Spy face down, sure. Do we have another copy to grab? Maybe, maybe not, but either way, still not too bad. And then we're just going to set a spell a pass turn. So we're just kind of walling up here. I mean, Clay can just farm this Snatch Steal for tons of life. Adam can at any point tribute over it, of course. Going to grab the Sinister Serpent. Yep. We're going to set a Monster Pass. Once again, keeping feeding them with this Dekoichi. So, yeah, Adam prioritizing whatever that normal summon was over the 1,000 life points. Now you got 10k to get through. A little bit scary. Clay here thinking through the options. Has that Sook in hand still. Go set down the second copy of Spy if you so choose. All right, Sook on the second copy of Spy. Are we setting up for Tribe or something? Okay, attack the new set monster. It is Spy here for Adam. So yeah, this is going to be one of those Chaos Turbo mirrors, guys. Spy on Spies, sitting in defense, staring at each other until someone finds a Tribe or something. But this very, very much suits Clay because of the Snatch Steal being on board until Adam can find a way to out his own Snatch Steal, which, like I said, you can always just tribute over it, but definitely want to do that sooner rather than later, assuming you have no better options. It's all about opportunity cost, right? Okay, we're going to discard a Thunder Dragon. Is that for hand size? Yeah, looks like it. Okay. Yes, the very turbo going on right now. Hey, Pot of Greed. That's some velocity right there. We're hitting new heights. All right, deep, deep in the tank. These are those sorts of boards that, this is where the top Chaos Turbo players thrive, right? You got to find a way to make incremental advantage, some sort of progress in these just walled out spy scenarios. You got to find an angle somehow. And the AJT is trying very hard to do that. Activate Upstart Goblin. Sure. Just giving over a ton of life points here. People run Metamorphosis and Scapegoat. Just generally, that's kind of a different deck type, basically. Like Chaos Control and Goat Control. We have seen some Chaos Control players today. I think just one on stream. But these lists, I think, are more pure Chaos Turbo, in which case they generally forego the Scapegoat stuff to try and be a little bit more aggressive. Yep, Morp, exactly. This is where the flip-flop players thrive, for sure. And Clay is just content here to continue to farm this Snatch Seal. We're going to flip up all these spies, take it some damage to make sure everything's face up, to maybe go for a little bit of Tribe Infecting Virus action. Yeah, main phase 2, Tribe. Tribe, discard. Is that a Night Assailant? Yep, call Spellcaster and wipe the board. So we have done it, folks. The board has been broken. How do these decks clear the spies? You clear them with good old Tribe Infecting Virus, just like that, usually. Usually not Torrential Tribute, because players don't really play that in the mirror anymore. But yeah, Chaos Monsters, Tribe. That's about it. Yeah, or like random bad 1-for-1 trades if you're setting up a game shot, like Ring and Snatch and things like that. And once again, Clay will gain another 1,000 life points off of this Snatch Shield. I'm not sure if anyone's keeping track, but I think that's 3K so far. And now Clay has a decently scary board staring him down, but sitting pretty at 11,100 life points. Okay, we're going to MST on the Snatch Seal maybe, or are we going to hit the set? We're hitting the Snatch Seal, okay. So Dekoichi has gone back. I guess we know Sook is in hand for Clay, so they can set up the Sook loop here. Start going infinite with cards. Tribe, of course, can deal with it, but not before you've gotten some advantage. But at least for Adam, the life gain is stopped, but definitely clearly preferred to give 1,000 life points a turn rather than give Clay the option to draw an extra card every turn, which definitely makes sense to me. Flip the Dekoichi, draw another card. These spy wall games are definitely ones where you have to think about deck out too. I think it didn't last particularly long, such that it's going to be a concern this game, but something to keep in mind. Big hand here for Clay. Has to figure out a way to deal with this Tribe if they want to keep the Sook loop going, most likely. CT can dish out damage quite easily, that's for sure. Hence why Adam seemed to prioritize the card advantage game rather than the life point game, as most players will, I think. Clay really thinking this one through. Is that a heavy storm in hand? Looks like it. Adam glances at the clock. Not surprising. We're 20 minutes into the match so far, and we're still pretty not close to the end of game one for the most part. Just going to pass turn, discard Serpent for hand size. End phase Raigeki break, pop a back row. Okay, so Adam on the approach here, clearing out some back row, maybe ready to make a play happen. Regrab that Sinister Serpent in the standby phase. Tribe on the board. Are we going to go slam some monsters and get some damage in? Really thinking this one through. Both players have been in the tank a lot so far this game. Just speaks to the intricacy of these high-level turbo mirrors. Adam's got a special move coming up. Love to hear it. He definitely seems to be thinking about something big. All right, we're going to see the Chaos Sorcerer come down. One light, one dark. Do we banish the Dekoichi? Not sure if there are darks engraved. I mean, well, there has to be darks engraves now, since the spies died. We're going to Tribe, Call Machine, discard the Serpent. It's for free, so you might as well. Get you some extra damage. Sork in 2,300 points. All right. And Tribe for 16. And just like that, Adam has taken the life point lead. You might have been onto something, Morp. What is Snatch? Snatch Steal isn't real, right? Then we're going to set a monster as well. So really, really solid turn there from Adam. Clearing the board. Clay, of course, plenty of cards in hand. Lots of stuff that could happen. Looks like a Delinquent Duo, maybe? Certainly looks like Duo's coming down. We might be making some plays first, though. Then the Sura Priest? No, that's the Tsukuyomi. Suk on the Tribe. Try and clear that out. Remove some damage from the board. Interesting that we're not just duoing first. Tribe is dead. Adam thought it was his opponent's tribe, which is pretty funny. The Sork was deployed as a vanilla. Yes. 2,300 beater. Duo is going to hit as well. So Clay definitely playing the card advantage game here at this point. How many cards is Clay holding? He discarded to hand size last turn. So a lot. It's got to be 6 in hand right now, right? Probably. I mean, some of them are dead, right? It's like Thunder Dragons and Night Assailants, you know what I mean? Okay, but Sork is going to come down, banish Adam Sork. Yeah. So Adam Sork not really getting too much value. Just 2,300 points of damage, and Clay is going to eat that one up. And then pass turn. Adam draws for turn. Definitely down several cards at this point. But still plenty of Yu-Gi-Oh! Left to play. Sinister Serpent back to hand. Help recuperate some of that. Adam's staring down a Singleton Sork. Has a set monster. Not sure what it is. Magician of Faith would go pretty crazy right now. We're going to MST the back row, setting up for a play. It is a Ring of Destruction, which has been in the hand since early. Okay, we're going to summon Gravekeeper Spy. In attack position. Okay, show me the Snatch Steal. Oh, no, we've already used Snatch Steal. Never mind. We're going to go BLS, and then Sinister Serpent is game, and there you have it. Holy moly. You guys were right. Adam had it. Calculated the whole time. Game 1 to Adam T here over Clay. Clay up a million cards, but Adam found the line to victory, and there you have it. A marathon game 1, 25 minutes. That is going to be it. And we're going to game 2, folks. Sheesh. The miracle on Stone Mountain. Kenny, you never doubted him, though. It's true. Just like you taught him. Love it. Love it. Yeah, the plan was apparently draw all the good cards. There you have it. And Serpent there for lethal, too. Pretty cute. Love it. Oh, MST was the top? Well, there you go. Yeah, and it hit the ring, which wouldn't have even mattered, I guess, right? Yeah, so the MST wasn't even needed. HHT had the plan ready to go. He saw it in advance. Yeah, I guess knowing that the Sork 2300, I mean, maybe not knowing 100%, but knowing that the 2300 was enough to push down to lethal range given the cards that were in hand. And then Clay didn't have the defenses required to stop it, and there you go. Oh, looks like we have a report. Dom beats Chris M 2-1, so Dom is going to be our single X and O, our 1 seed going into top 8. Or no, Dom was X and 1, right? Yes, Dom was X and 1. Okay, so never mind. Not the 1 seed, but is going to be guaranteed top 8 with a 5-1 record. Chris M, our player from last round, will be up to the tiebreaker gods to determine if they can make it or not. And then winner of this, of course, also is going to be making top 8. Oh, Marcus, right. Yeah, I forgot the Sork was on board. Sorry. Got caught up in the hype. Yeah, and the ring was known from, because that's been in the hand since turn 1. Yo, and Dueling High is our X and O. Sorry. Yeah. Silly me. Our 1 seed going into the top 8. Congrats. Definitely well on your way to your next invite. And who knows, maybe your next opponent could be playing in this very match. Adam just had a nice comeback win in game 1, just a classic turbo mirror where you're down a bunch of cards, but you find the near OTK line to take the game. So here looks like Clay started off with just a classic T-set pass. Adam here has Upstart Goblin. As we saw last game, life points do not matter, so double Upstart is nothing to worry about. And we're going to Minecon the set. Let's see what we snagged. It is going to be a Dekoichi, all right, so cycle that for a card, not bad. And that finds you a Thunder Dragon, not a bad card to draw off of your Dekoichi resolution. So Adam off to a solid start here. Getting some value off that Minecon, preventing Clay's turn 1 play from getting too much value. And then we're going to T-set right behind that as well. So relatively even so far, but definitely slight advantage to Adam going into turn 2. Dust Shoot hits the board as well. Couple targets, Tribe Infecting Virus and Kaiku the Ghost Destroyer. Minecon for Clay here as well, and not Nobleman of Crossout. So interesting choice about which one to use to deal with the set monster. And then Mirror Force in hand as well. So good card for Adam to know about. Not the most powerful card in the Turbo Mirror, but I think definitely gets there. Right? But definitely gets significantly worse when your opponent knows that they have to play around it. Interesting choice here for Adam. Kaiku or Tribe, both pretty strong cards. We're going to send back the Tribe. Kaiku will stay in hand. And now Clay has the choice of which of these set monster hate cards to use. Do you want to knock and play it safe, or do you want to go for Glory, Minecon, potentially Whiff, but then no longer have a known Minecon in hand, which is not always the strongest. We're going to fire off that Minecon. And find a Magician of Faith just to re-grab that Minecon. Okay, so it ended up working out. So still no Minecon in hand, but you prevent AJT from recurring his Faith. Clay can easily just poke for 14 here, but could also add the Kaiku if you want. No monsters in gray for the effect, so it would just be an extra 1,800 points of damage. But honestly, not terrible. Yeah, might as well play some damage. Oh, I guess... Oh, there is the TD engrave, sure. Not the end of the world, but getting some value with the Kaiku, not bad. Minecon to clear the way. AGT gets the Faith back. Limps back to their turn, 4,800 LP. Tribe hits the board. Nice way to deal with that Kaiku. And I guess, is that known Mirror Force set? We're going to go call Spellcaster, wipe out the Faith and the Kaiku. And then do we just beat over the Dekoichi and play into Mirror Force, potentially? Oh, it's Ring, sorry. Okay, Mirror Force was still in hand then. Ring is going to deal with the Tribe. Yeah, Morp, I think it can go either way. You probably don't want to always do one or the other, is my guess. I know, like, Minecon can be used on Chaos later, but it also, like, if you use the knock and now you don't have knock, then they can kind of set stuff. Like, it just leaves the mind game open for forever, and, like, if you don't want to play that coin flip game, I can totally see just firing off the Minecon first, you know? Oh, we're going normal summon Dekoichi. We're going big damage. We're hitting for 28. Adam thinking here, Mirror Force of his own, potentially? Let's see.
On Saturday, June 7th, we head to Mexico for Goat Grand Prix Tijuana. We have Goat Grand Prix Detroit on Saturday, June 14th as part of the Game Time Goat Weekend. Next, we have Goat Grand Prix Maryland on Saturday, July 26th. Then we're off to Germany for Goat Grand Prix Dortmund on Sunday, August 17th. We have Goat Grand Prix Einbeck on Saturday, September 6th. Visit pristineprotectiontcg.com and use promo code GOATFORMAT for 10% off your order.
Hey, you say. Can you really do this?
A test run is one thing, but the real thing is something else. If they catch you,
Don't listen to these guys, you say. Just, I don't know, hit the gas and don't ever look back.
You gonna be on the monitor?
We'll go topside so we can get a clear signal. Now rev it up!
And don't slow down for nothing. And don't slow down for nothing.
Let's get this straight. It's not the power of the runner. It's the rider. I'll take on anyone on any ride and I'll still be victorious.
Get ready, Domino City. I'm coming. I'm coming for you, Jack. And this time, I'm gonna settle the score. How did I let that happen? You got it, Jack. I'm coming to take back what's mine.
You know why our friend just lost? Because his deck has no balance. And without balance, one cannot be a complete duelist.
a test run is one thing, but the real thing is something else. If they catch you,
Don't listen to these guys, you say. Just, I don't know, hit the gas and don't ever look back.
Hey, you say. Can you really do this?
a test run is one thing, but the real thing is something else. If they catch you,
Don't listen to these guys, you say. Just, I don't know, hit the gas and don't ever look back.
You gonna be on the monitor?
We'll go topside so we can get a clear signal. Now rev it up!
And don't slow down for nothing. And don't slow down for nothing.
Let's get this straight. It's not the power of the runner. It's the rider. I'll take on anyone on any ride and I'll still be victorious.
Get ready, Domino City. I'm coming. I'm coming for you, Jack. And this time, I'm gonna settle the score. How did I let that happen? You got it, Jack. I'm coming to take back what's mine.
You know know why our friend just lost? Because his deck has no balance. And without balance, one cannot be a complete duelist.
A test run is one thing, but the real thing is something else. If they catch you and
Don't listen to these guys, you say. Just, I don't know, hit the gas and don't ever look back.
On Saturday, June 7th, we head to Mexico for Goat Grand Prix Tijuana. We have Goat Grand Prix Detroit on Saturday, June 14th as part of the Game Time Goat Weekend. Next, we have Goat Grand Prix Maryland on Saturday, July 26th. Then we're off to Germany for Goat Grand Prix Dortmund on Sunday, August 17th. We have Goat Grand Prix Einbeck on Saturday, September 6th. Visit pristineprotectiontcg.com and use promo code GOATFORMAT for 10% off your order.
Hey, you say. Can you really do this?
a test run is one thing, but the real thing is something else. If they catch you, it...
Don't listen to these guys, you say. Just, I don't know, hit the gas and don't ever look back.
You gonna be on the monitor?
We'll go topside so we can get a clear signal. Now rev it up!
And don't slow down for nothing.
Test, test, test. Yeah. Okay, we're good. Weird. All right. Well, we're back. Sorry about that, folks. A shout out to Karem, our on-staff IT man, as well as TO, and as well as everything else for fixing that. We are back, good to go. Got that audio on lock. How about that last match of Swiss? Huh? How did it end? I was busy trying to figure out the audio. I saw Adam won, but what was the? Someone give me the high and low of the plays. I heard there was a tribe infecting virus involved. A usual culprit, to be fair. And yeah, MMF, I would love to see the standings as well. I did see the back to square one. That was me in chat saying that there was a back to square one. But then, yeah, after that trap dust shoot is when I completely stopped watching. Oh, so the back to square one resolved. Okay, love it, love it. Yeah, I mean, those were some crazy matches for sure. It didn't end in time, did it? I mean, I know they went to time, but hopefully someone won it fair and square. That is the ideal, of course. Oh, nice. Cool. So just a good old-fashioned tribe plus chaos big strike. Ooh, and we're starting to get top 8 lists too, guys. It's pretty exciting. Oh, there is some spice here. So AJT's list is pretty standard. Chaos Turbo, remaining triple spy, triple Takoichi, 2 NAs, 21 monsters total. We've got triple shoot in the main as well as TT, so only a single jog. But then we've got Berserk Gorilla, Jinzo, and Spirit Reaper in the side. Good question, Return Winner. I know AJT topped. I know Dom topped with Warrior, which is pretty cool. And besides that, I don't know. Well, I know Dueling High topped. Riley, who we watched in round 3, topped. So that's 4 out of the 8. I assumed we make the lists public. No? Do we not do that anymore? Otherwise, I'll shut up. And apologies. Chris might have. They were X and 1 and then lost in round 6, so it's going to be up to breakers for them. All right, we've got top 8 coming in here. So as at X and O, at 6 and 0, as expected, we've got Dueling High, of course, Donald K, and then rounding it out, the X and 1s, Riley B, who we watched before, Anshu I, we've got Adam Teshuba, who we just watched. We've got Dom, as expected, and then we've got John B, who we haven't seen on stream, but John Boring. And then the 2X and 2s that made it into top 8 are Alec Ramirez and Clay Miller, who we just saw. So that was actually not a knockout match. That was just for seeding, the last match that we won. Clay snuck in with tiebreakers into the very last spot of top 8. And yeah, some good duelists. It looks like Karem was X and 2, barely missed out on top 8 with the breakers. Chris M missed out on breakers as well. OVZ, who we had on stream previously, was also finished X and 2, but didn't have the breakers to get in. As well as Supro Paul, the RGT player, barely missed. They came in 9th after Swiss. Oh, John B is Infusion's cap. Cool. Wow, so they fought back from 0 and 1. Went 5 and 0 in the last 5 rounds to secure their spot. Shout out. Yeah, and they could, because they went 0 and 1, presumably they had to win out if they wanted to make top 8. So very valiant effort there. And they were because they have the worst tiebreakers out of all the X and 1s. So any other known online players? You mean in top or? Yeah, I assume Anshu I is Gulaz. I just don't know for sure. Unless it's Alec Ramirez. I don't know Gulaz's name, so. Clay Miller is Cypher for Morley. Cool. Nice. Yeah, so we've got some heavy hitters here in the top 8. I think everyone, or at least a lot of the expected kind of heavy hitters, right? A lot of, if this was seeded, who you would expect to be the top seeds to make it. In terms of other players that we have, looks like Cub finished at X and 3. Yeah, went 3 and 3. So definitely solid showing overall. Wellington finished 3-3, so it looks like got an L in the last round unless they dropped maybe. And then Calvin Chang also went 3-3 in the end. Deck breakdown. I'll have that when we get it. Well, so I know Dueling High is on Warrior. We saw that on stream. Riley B is on Turbo. Gulaz is on Chaos Return. Adam's on Turbo. I don't know what Dom is running because we haven't seen him. Infusion's Cap was on Turbo. Clay is on Turbo. And I don't know what Alec R was playing. But so it's mostly Turbo, a little bit of Warrior. Oh, so Gulaz is the X and 1? Okay, yeah. So our 3 seed then. Yeah, so we are cooking. This is a star-studded top 8, guys. Who do we think is going to take it down? Do we have any fan favorites in chat? Do we have any predictions? Oh, Dom is running Warrior. Okay. So there's 1, 2, I guess. So yeah, so we know 2 Warrior. We know 1, 2, 3, 4 Turbo, 1 Return, and then 2 unknowns. Yeah, 1 unknown. Yes, that's math. Thank you, Insidious. Yeah, if anyone knows what Alec Ramirez is playing, that's the last player who's unaccounted for in terms of deck lists. Yeah, so either 4 or 5 Turbo. I guess that's pretty similar to other US GGPs we've had recently, right? That is a very, very red wall. Yeah. Spoiler alert, it might be getting repainted at some point in the future. It is on our list of things to do. Oh, so Dom is an Orlando gamer? Nice. Cool. Yeah, man. This is exciting. I wish we could watch every top 8 matchup, I feel like, because they're all going to be, some well-known players, right? I guess, is it like guaranteed to be 1 versus 8, 2 versus 7, 3 versus 6, etc.? Is that how we do it? Or is that how Mantis does it, I guess? Not sure if we know. But assuming that's how it would be, we would have Dueling High versus Clay Miller, right? So Warrior versus Turbo, a classic. Riley B on Turbo would be up against the unknown quantity of Alec Ramirez. Gulaz. Oh, we would have the rematch of Gulaz versus Infusion's Cap. Return versus Turbo. And then it would be AJT versus Dom, which would be an absolute blockbuster as well. So take your pick. I mean, yeah, those are all going to be absolute blockbuster matches. Top 3 places to play GOAT in the US. Great question. I'm not very qualified to answer that question, but I feel like Atlanta has to be one of them. Just because it's definitely one of our flagship GGPs every year. And it's just a nice travel hub, right? Yeah, Detroit's got to be a big one. I feel like Michigan has tons and tons of players and lots of stores, right? And then for the third one, take your pick. I'm not sure. Orlando or Chicago I've seen thrown out there, right? Yeah. Talk about that today. There was an attempt at a local last night, apparently, but I don't think it fired. Didn't have enough people. Maybe they were saving their mental energy for today. Yeah, but I feel like Detroit is probably the one you hear about the most nowadays, at least from my perspective, as someone who hasn't been around the scene for that long, honestly. I think Detroit is kind of the North American mecca for goats at the time being. Whichever city is the best flight connection to Milan. Love it. So probably New York, right? Honestly, you would think New York would have a good scene, but maybe it just gets eaten alive by some of the other retro formats. I'm not sure. Or maybe they're just all OTS stores. Yeah, we should just all move to Italy, start a pro goat league there. They have all the players, really, right? And then all the Germans can make it, all the Greeks can make it. Yeah, I'm so glad today had a solid turnout, though. Some familiar faces, some unknown, were relative unknowns, some local warriors here repping, the South. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I wasn't super duper into goats when I was still living up in New York, so I'm not really sure what the scene is like, but I'm hoping that we can pivot GGP Maryland into something more consistent, because it's like I said, it's like 20 minutes from my house. So I would love to have an actual Go local near me. You know what I mean? And that's probably the best opportunity. Yeah, how does the modern time rules, like, where, like, just, you can high level explain it to me? But I feel like the 0, 1, 2, 3 turn thing is pretty, like, reasonable and easy to understand. That's cool, Model Zero. I know there are some locals, like, outside of DC. It's just a little bit far for me because I'm like in Annapolis, so it's like, halfway between DC and Baltimore. So it's a little bit far to draw to drive to, like, the other side of DC for locals and stuff. As soon as time is called, the current phase is finished and the game stops immediately. That's terrible. That's so bad. I mean, I can understand from, like, event planning that, like, it's just like, okay, rounds over, get on with it. Like, your events will never run late. But holy crap, that sounds unfun. Yeah, that sounds miserable. Jeez. Draws are possible. Okay. Like, if you get to the end of the phase and you're equal on life points. Yeah, that sounds miserable. No, thank you. Ooh, Charlottesville is awesome. I feel like there are, like, some kind of, like, sleeper game stores around that area of Virginia, actually. Yeah, note taking being banned is silly too. Like, who are we kidding? Or, like, who are we kidding? Yeah, I don't understand the point of banning note taking either. Yes, 10-minute boxes. Adam did win, but Clay, who he beat, made top 8 as well. So no harm, no foul at the end of the day. We have top 8 ready to go. I think players are probably just having a little bit of a break. Oh, return winner. Okay. Interesting. I mean, I guess that's like how Magic works. And in Swiss, I guess it's fine if you have ties because like that all kind of factors in. But yeah, it's a little silly for sure. That I don't hate as much. Like the fact that there are ties, I don't hate as much as the just you end the phase immediately. Like I feel like it's so easy to game, right? Like just make sure that like like just stall until the last phase is like your main phase 1 and then flip Mystic Walk, right? Pateo is not at GGP Atlanta. Can confirm. Cub did not make top 8. Cub finished X and 3. So had a good showing, but yeah. Was Cub playing Pac-Man? Did anyone actually confirm what list he was running? Yeah, I know there's been some drama in the past with like how tiebreakers are calculated and all that jazz, but this year I believe we're using Mantis for GGP Atlanta. Not sure if that was advertised to the players ahead of time or not, but I think there are better things to complain about in the world, But what do I know? Just win your games. Yeah, exactly. Don't have to worry about tiebreakers if you just win all your games, right? If you have to rely on tiebreakers, that means you probably screwed up somewhere. Yeah, agreed. Time isn't great. Like I said earlier this stream, it's kind of a necessary evil just because we are humans and live in a world with time. But yeah, ideally, like if I could wave a magic wand and have a tournament format that didn't require time limits, but also wasn't prone to just going extremely long all the time, I would make that happen, But there are necessary trade-offs for this sort of stuff. Now, there are obviously different ways you can handle matches going to time, right? Some are much preferable to others, as I'm learning, based on what the modern rules are for Yu-Gi-Oh!, which sound god-awful. So at least I think here in GOAT format, we do at least something somewhat reasonable, and it gives both players a chance to kind of at least make something of the match if it goes to time, Yeah, not sure how close we are to the top 8, but I know the standings are out. So maybe we're just giving the players like a bio break or something. Yeah, it's a very good point, Richard. And one of the I don't like how it like distorts the metagame like that and like card choices and what decks are better or worse, right? Like people are also more likely to probably be playing like scapegoats in timed events, right? Just to protect their life points. I feel like it's an unfortunate side effect for sure. We should have some good matches, though, that's for sure. YCS Vancouver, that should be fun. Yeah, single elim is crazy, too. Oh, yeah, return winner. That's a good point. Because it's like you could play control with the idea that it helps you when you go to time, but it also makes it more likely that you do go to time. So is it worth it? Not sure. Unless your plan is to just go side into scapegoat, mystic walk, poison of the old man every time you go to game 3 or something. Which, I'm sure some people have made their strategy based around that in tournaments in the past. Wouldn't be too surprised. I didn't see. I mean, unless you count return as an OTK deck, because Gulaz is running return and is in top 8. We had 53 entrants today. So, well, yeah, 54, and then someone dropped before round 1. So one invite. Winner will get an invite to the World Championship. Very, very close to the second invite. But I think this is like 4 or 5 players more than last year too, which is cool. So we are growing the scene slowly but surely. Yeah, very nice turnout. Really good to see. I know Karim and folks put a lot of effort into hosting this every year, so glad it seems to be paying off, Athens was 53. Cool. Yeah, we can't compete with the GCIs and stuff. Those are crazy. If only America was, a quarter of the size. Yeah, 179. That's crazy. That's 5 invites, right? More? Yeah, 5 invites. Sheesh. Yeah, I feel like I've been seeing more Canadians pop up as well too. I think things are trending in the right direction, right? In like it's an interesting time because we're kind of in like a retro format boom, I feel like. So there's a lot more competition for GOAT players than there used to be with like just all the other retro formats that are available, you know what I mean? But the fact that we're growing post like people having more options, I feel like is a good sign, Yeah, 5 invites is crazy. What's also crazy? Dueling High could get his 5th invite of the season today in a few hours. The number of invites given at a single tournament will be held by one man, potentially. Yeah, sometimes. I mean, I feel like locals can just kind of be in random locations. Because you really only need, like 4 or 5, like a group of friends to be interested in it and have a store that they play at for locals to fire, right? which is why like you'll have like multiple local scenes in like places like West Virginia and like Kentucky and stuff, and like at the same time I can't find a locals in like very populated Maryland. You know what I mean? Yeah, very good question, Elsie. So every invite past the first counts as tiebreakers in the Swiss portion of Worlds. So like he only gets to play in Worlds this year. You can't like use the invites for future years or anything like that. But if it comes down to tiebreakers at the end of Swiss, whoever has the most invites will like be the one who qualifies. That way there is still a little bit of an incentive for him to play in other tournaments post getting an invite, right? Because it'd be kind of silly if there was no reason for you to like get your invite and then just never play again the rest of the year. I'm in Annapolis, so College Park isn't that far. I was actually down there like a week ago eating some hot pot. It was a good time. Yeah, what return winner said. But yeah, it gives people a reason to keep playing during the season once they've gotten their invite. I think also if you already have an invite, you like get an extra payout or something if you for every like additional one, something like that. Yeah, that's a good point too, return winner. You are still technically incentivized to play in tournaments after getting an invite, because if you win, that's one less invite going out, so potentially one less competitor against you in Worlds, right? Which if you're trying to min-max your odds, seems like a good thing to do, So if you really want to win Worlds, you have to be playing in every obelisk and everything. Yo, Echo, what is up? Top Cut is absolutely star-studded. The 1 seed X and O dueling high en route to his 5th invite. AJT, Adam Teshuba is in. Gulaz is in. Infusion's Cap is in. And I think those are all the main like online players. And there's still one player who I'm not sure what deck they're running, but so far I know Top Cut is 4 Turbo, 2 Warrior, and 1 Return Chaos Return player. Dom may be on stream. These are not my decisions, unfortunately. So we are at the mercy of the tournament admins. All right, I'm starting to see some movement on the game feed. Hey, Control could be the 8th one. You never know. We barely saw any scapegoats on stream today, honestly. We saw it in round 3. We had a Turbo player smoke into Chaos Control. Oh, then I guess the Reasoning Gate player played it. Shaggy, call up Karem. Tell him what you want, man. I don't know. Yeah, it'll be Dom versus AJT, assuming my standings are accurate, which is going to be a good match. But also, we just saw Adam in the last round, so I'm not sure if they'll pick him. One of the matches is just straight up a rematch from round 1, so I doubt they'll pick that. We could see Dueling High versus Clay Miller, but we did just see Clay Miller last round too. So maybe they give us Riley B versus Alec Ramirez, because we haven't seen Alec on stream at all today. Audio is echoing. Thank you. Appreciate you. Should be better now. Turbo win is looking quite likely, I think. All All right, we've got some sitters. We've got some sitters, folks. Here, let's move over. Oh. Huh. We had a sitter and then a stander. Oh, all right. So it looks like we're getting Dueling High versus Clay Miller, I think. 1 versus 8. So Clay in the back-to-backs. Love to see it. Took the L in round 6, but you know what doesn't kill you makes you stronger, and here we are in top 8. So I don't even need to adjust that. Amazing. Dueling High has cooked you in Formula Library. Yeah, you and probably dozens of other people. Man is on an absolute tear this season. What do the top 8 decks look like? I don't know all of them, but I know we have 4 Chaos Turbo players, 2 Warrior players, and 1 Chaos Return player. I'm not sure what the last list is. Once I find out, I will let you guys know. And yeah, it looks like both of the Warrior players are matched up against Turbo here in the top 8. One of them will be on stream right here, Dueling High on the left, on his patented Warrior strategy. Clay Miller, we just saw on Turbo, up against Adam. Yeah, who hasn't been cooked by Dueling High this season, right? Gulaz is playing Chaos Return. He's the 1 Chaos Return player. And his top 8 matchup is actually a rematch of the round 1 feature match. He's playing Infusion's Cap, another War Leaguer who's running Chaos Turbo. Dueling High staring into the camera. Just kidding. He was probably talking to someone. Ooh, Quish Wavement. Now we're talking. Now we're cooking. Yeah, of course, Echo. War League is a team formatted GOAT tournament. Season 7 is actually starting in a week. But it's basically like a big league. There's like 6 to 8 players per team. And there's a whole like regular season, and then we go into playoffs and stuff like that. Pretty cool. I'm trying to do more coverage of it actually this season for this channel, this YouTube channel. So hopefully more folks will get interested in it because it is, in my opinion, the highest level consistently for GOAT format dueling. Pedro, there might be a burn player in Top Cut. I don't know who the 8th person is, so it could be anything. Hey, Calvin, shout out. Thanks for tuning in. Glad you enjoyed yourself. Saw you with a pretty respectable record, right? X and 3. Solid work out there. Alrighty. I'm not sure if Dueling High just gets to go first as the top seed. Not sure if we do that here. Hey, X and 3 on 0 sleep. So How much sleep for a top 8 finish then, would you say? 2 hours, 3 hours? What's the breaking point? Yeah, Grand Prix are 100% open. You just got to show up and pay the entrance fee. Usually around like $40, I would say. We welcome all. The more the merrier, honestly, right? I feel like GGPs are just like big celebrations of the community in a lot of ways, you know? Get all of the people together in person, slinging cards. Nothing better, right? Oh, you're going to Tijuana too? Nice. That's going to be awesome. All right, we are in the action, folks. Dueling High opening up with Pot of Greed. This is the secret to securing 4 World Championship invites in a year. Pot of Greed, a key ingredient to that recipe, of course. Thinking about that turn 1 play. It's going to be normal summon Kaiku, set to pass. Not bad. Classic warrior action. Do we see any trap dust shoot? Yes, we will. So we'll get a peek at Clay's hand. Tsukiyomi and Magician of Faith as the targets. Would not be surprised to see that Suk sent back since Kaiku is very weak to that. But there is also a Pot of Greed in the main or in the opening hand, which is pretty scary with Magician of Faith flying around. So gonna depend on what Dueling High has left in that hand and in that back row. Is that the back to square 1 in hand as well? An early sighting. Love to see it. But yeah, pretty big decision here. 2 potential haymakers in this matchup, Faith and Suk. Yes. Success is where luck meets preparation or something, right, Curtis? Very true. Very true. And of course, decided what to put back as soon as I looked away. Oh, it looks like the Faith is still in hand. Okay, so Tsukiyomi sent back. Maybe it signifies that there's nothing really to protect this Haiku for the most part. Pot of Greed, of course, going to get fired off here. Draws into Spy and Koichi, so a couple of good turn 1 plays. So can set a monster without it necessarily being that Magician of Faith, which is pretty nice. And the Upstart Goblin as well. So 3 fully unknown cards in hand here post Dust Shoot is going to be really, really nice to help Clay play through the information advantage that Dueling High had. And now big decision here for Clay as to which monster to set. Do you want to go for broke, set the Faith, try and regrab that pot immediately? Do you want to go for a little bit more Dekoichi or Gravekeeper Spy action? Looks like it's going to be the Faith. We're going for it. We're going to set a Trap Dust Shoot and another card. Dust Shoot here in the standby phase. And looks like we got BLS and DD Warrior Lady. Pretty solid. Yeah, as MMF mentions, we are probably going to be sending back that Blackluster Soldier. Not super surprising there. DD Warrior Lady, though, still quite a powerful card. So still plenty of plays available to Dueling High here. All right, in main 1, we're going to Heavy Storm, blow up the back row. Any chains from Dueling High? Clay here thinking about to chain or not. Chain Jar of Greed. Love to see it. Nice little 1-for-1 here. We're going to chain the Wind Blast, though. Wind Blast, Dekoichi bounce the Kaiku. And this is why we don't play Wind Blast, folks, because now this Kaiku is just going to come back. It's going to get drawn immediately, right? Because you're chaining it to the jar. And now you just, well, you could just go ahead and normal summon the Kaiku. But if the set is the Faith, which we know it is, pot will get recurred. There it is, pot back to hand. So both players having resolved pot so far, but Clay's going to resolve a second one, so pulling ahead in the Trinity count. Now, all these Wind Blasts and back to square ones and stuff are generally not so great against Warrior, though, right? But if Clay can sneak away with game one after resolving a million Pot of Greeds, it's going to be looking really good because then you can bring in all of your anti-Warrior stuff. You can maybe take out the Wind Blasts and the back to square ones and stuff that's not so hot against specifically these aggro matchups. Ooh, and if this Gravekeeper Spy resolves as well, it's going to be really tough for Dueling High to make any progress this game with a hand that's not so strong, honestly, into specifically the Gravekeeper Spy, right? Oh, yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Yeah, because he could draw like Rhoda or Exiled or something like that. Yeah, so in that exact circumstance, Kaiku is actually not a very good draw because it just doesn't really do too much. Fair enough, fair enough. We'll go T-set pass again. I think it's that Spy set. Now let's see. DD Warrior Lady is going to run into Spy. Yeah, and this is looking very, very good here for Clay. No, the Jar of Greed was chained to the Heavy Storm, and then the Wind Blast was chained to the Jar of Greed. So the Wind Blast resolved first, putting Kaiku on top of the deck, and then the Jar resolved, drawing the same Kaiku. So pretty nice sequencing there, actually, from Clay to make that play happen. Of course, didn't know that Dueling High set was Jar of Greed, but you can probably make a pretty solid guess that it is when Dueling High's just firing off Heavy Storm with a back row of his own there. When do people start maining back to square one? I think today. Yeah. Clay chose not to chain immediately to the Heavy, but then chained it once Dueling High decided to chain. All right, we're going to Jar of Greed here, continue to draw. Kaiku attack the new set. It's just that Dekoichi we knew about. That'll cycle for a card. And honestly, looking very, very good here for Clay at the time, for the time being. Sitting behind Gravekeeper Spies is never where you want to be as the Warrior player. Or sitting in front of Gravekeeper Spies, I should say. West Fowler, yeah, this is a star-studded top 8. We've got Dueling High right here, Player of the Season. We've got Gulaz in the top 8. We've got HAT BLS in the top 8. We've got Infusions Cap in the top 8. Just to name everyone who's like in War League, for example. And now Breaker here, going to keep the 1900 attack on to go and try and deal with this Kaiku. It's just going to trade with the Mirror Force, which honestly is fine if you're Dueling High. And we'll get main phase 2 Thunder Dragon. But once again, Elephant in the room, these Gravekeeper Spies are just living, and every turn that they live is going to be good for Clay. So we need to find BLS. We need to find Ninja Grandmaster. That's really what Dueling High is looking to find now here. Clay thinking we see a Sork in hand. We're going to Wind Blast, discard, bouncing the Kaiku, removing the Floodgate effect so you can summon Sork and banish the DD Warrior Lady. Very, very solid play. But Dueling High is going to go ahead and Solemn Judgment the Chaos Sorcerer to prevent that from happening. However, this Wind Blast is just going to mean Dueling High draws another Kaiku for turn. Well, the same Kaiku, of course, which really isn't going to do anything. You summon it anyway to keep the Floodgate effect live. but really not much going on. Clay happy to sit behind these spies for as long as possible. Ooh, top deck graceful from Dueling High, though. That is a very, very good way to draw into some stuff to deal with these spies. See if we hit it, though. So these discards are Tribe in the bin. Oh, because we found the Grandmaster. Okay, there you go. Yeah, I guess Tribe, a little bit of friendly fire, of course. Ooh, but we got the ring to deal with the Ninja Grandmaster. We have to Solemn the ring to keep the Ninja Grandmaster alive because that is the only out here to Gravekeeper Spy that we have. And yeah, Tribe, of course, also an out, but post Graceful, you wouldn't have a card in hand to discard for it, and you would kill your own Kaiku, removing the Floodgate effect. So Grandmaster, definitely the better card of the two in this scenario. Just kind of hurts to see Tribe discarded when you have Spy Walls to get through. So yeah, Dueling High has found the out to the board. And the Kaiku will hit in for damage and banish some stuff from grave. So that's actually a very big turn there for Dueling High. Managing to get through these spies. Drago here for Clay and has Dueling High. It's kind of weird. Have we found the opening to start getting aggressive? We're going to go Reinforcement of the Army. That is a Mask of Darkness in the main deck, by the way. Rhoda into Donzalug. We're going for big, big advantage here. Already checked for Mirror Force, right? Ooh, the Don only hits the Sinister Serpent, though. Oh, but then the Kaiku can banish it. Yeah, the classic 1-2. Don banish the hand. Or Don discard the hand, Kaiku banish the discard. Yeah, 2 Jogs and Mask of Darkness. Love to see it. But yeah, Dueling High here has assembled an absolute ragtag band, and there you have it. Game 1, Dueling High fighting back from really early backbreaking Wind Blast on that Kaiku into Resolve Spy, double Pot of Greed early on. And wow, looking really bad for our player of the season here early on, but in typical Dueling High fashion is going to fight back and take down Game 1. Thank you, Jesse. Welcome. Hope you are enjoying your Saturday. Yeah, extremely well played there by Dueling High. That was a game that I have seen most Warrior players lose. You know what I mean? Hey, turns out even when we found a good use for Phoenix Wing Windblast against Warrior, the fact that Kaiku wasn't dealt with permanently did end up mattering pretty significantly, right? The Floodgate effect was a nuisance for a while, and banishing the Grave ended up being important. You got the Sinister out of there as well. So yeah, I'm expecting, it's surprising because it looked like Dueling High was in such a bad position, but Warrior is built to win game 1s against Turbo, right? Generally, that's how this matchup is supposed to go. And then Turbo sides in a million cards for the matchup and tries to fight back for the reverse sweep. So it is going according to plan for kind of both players, right? But if you're Clay and you were so close to victory, to have that swept out from under you like that has to be a little bit demoralizing, I'd have to imagine. Still plenty of Yu-Gi-Oh! Left to play, and like I said, this is generally how the script goes in this matchup regardless. But just a crazy, crazy game 1. So what I have learned, the final remaining duelist in top 8, Alec Ramirez, is an Earth aggro gamer. So top 8 was 4 Chaos Turbo, 2 Warrior, 1 Chaos Return, and 1 Earth aggro. Cool to see Earth still topping events in 2025. Gigantes gets in, man. Earth Aggro represent, yeah. Earth Aggro topping GGPs, baby. Yeah, I've heard Tombkeeper has had an Earth Aggro menace. Julian? I am not sure. I don't see anyone named Julie in the top 31 players, but maybe they just didn't have a very good day. All right, here we are, game 2. Clay going first here. Off the bat with an upstart Goblin. And then I see a Gravekeeper Spy in hand. That's pretty nice. And a Sakuretsu Armor. So a little bit of side deck tech coming in here for all of us. As mentioned, as promised, Turbo's always siding at least 6-7 cards for this matchup, right? It's absolute thorn in the side of every Turbo player everywhere. Turn 1 Breaker here. It's pretty nice. It's going to get met by Ring, a tale as old as time. Star-Crossed Lovers, Breaker and Ring. Always meeting on the battlefield and then immediately leaving. But that does mean that the Spy may resolve unless we've got a knock here for Dueling High, or maybe a Mindcon if he's running them. Nobleman of Crossout on the Spy. Pretty solid for the Warrior player. We know Dueling High is a Spy believer as well, so those are going to get banished. Triple Spy here for Dueling High as well. Generally, I feel like you see Warrior not run the full 3, but definitely a Spy believer. Oh, what is this? We got figurines in top 8. Figurines from the top rope. All right, triple Spy banished from both players' decks. Nice little thinning. Love to see it. Then we're going to go Premature Burial here in main phase 2. Or no, we're still in main phase. We're still in main 1, sorry. Premature for the Breaker just to get in for some damage. Poke for 16. Maybe Dueling Eye has a very monster-light hand and is just starting to clock the opponent. This is a, not a bad clock. 3 turns. But it is a little bit of a sitting duck, right? Breaker, not the strongest monster you'll ever see without the token. Saku still in hand. We're going to get that set behind a monster there. Might be Magician of Faith set here. Let's see what Dueling High chooses to do. Oh, I see Mystic Swordsman. That's quite good, but there's also Nobleman of Crossout. So all of the set monster hate coming in hot. We're going to knock the set, hitting that Magician of Faith. Dueling High is also a Magician of Faith believer. It's so funny. I feel like Warrior just like almost smokes into Turbo sometimes with these like flip side plans. It's like both decks just kind of pretend to be each other, right? Which, makes you wonder if both decks just try to be, if you believe that these are the top 2 decks in the format, which I think is pretty clear, and their strategy against each other is to just side to look more like each other, then isn't Chaos Warrior just the best deck in the format? That's my hot take of the day. I'm not even sure if I believe it, but I'm a big fan of sophistry, so take it as you will. Yeah, Elsie, very good question. Not sure, and not sure why they both got them here in top 8, but hey, maybe that was part of their top 8 prize. Blade Knight slamming down here for dueling high. That is a big boy 2000 attack, representing a 3-turn clock at the moment. And we're going to get in for 2K. Clay very much on the back foot. Pressure turn finds a Sangan, has the Saku as well, choosing not to set it last turn, playing around a potential Mirror Force, I guess, or a potential Heavy Storm, I should say. Going to set a couple back row pass, set a monster as well. Trying to get in the way of this BK. Mystic Swordsman hitting the board, though. Not going to do too much against this Sangan. And then you hold your Saku for the Blade Knight, of course. Ooh, and then Sangan's going to search a Kinetic Soldier. That is a high value Sangan search in this matchup. And then we're going to Saku the Blade Knight. Blade Knight hits the bin. And I don't know, Clay might be kind of stabilizing here. Just the Mystic Swordsman left. Ooh, but we got the Call of the Haunted. Bringing back the Blade Knight at full power. Oh, we're doing it for the Breaker? Call on Breaker. And then gets hit with MST. Okay, sure. So it didn't really matter what you picked. Still the Mystic Swordsman just here. Doing high, trying to apply tons of pressure. Clay desperately attempting to stabilize. Kinetic Soldier will go a long way, though, I would have to imagine. Normal summon the Kinetic. Are we just going to go beat over the Mystic Swordsman and potentially play into Saku? No. Just holding it there, using it as a wall. Let's see. Light Dark Engrave here. We're just going to go Mystic Swordsman to defense, set a monster pass. And yeah, Kinetic may have finally stabilized here for Clay. Thunder Dragon as well. Thin the deck a little bit. Sure. Oh, he's playing around Kinetic by reviving the Breaker. That makes perfect sense. Thank you, Masha. Kinetic here doing a ton of work. Just being a menace. We're just going to go. Still not risking attacking. Definitely makes sense. You do not need to be the aggressor here if you're Clay. Kinetic doing its best Zambira impression. Just a big old wall. Draw go. Draw upstart. Sure. And when will Clay, if ever, decide to go on the offensive here is the question. Big think here. Is that a Metamorphosis in hand? Are we siding into Chaos Control, perhaps? Looks like Chaos Sorcerer coming down, perhaps. Yep, there it is. One light, one dark. And we're going to banish the Mystic Swordsman. Slowly starting to grind away this win. Turbo definitely being the control deck in this matchup. Dom 1-2-0 over AJT. All right. So Warrior securing a spot into the top 4. Maybe they'll put him on stream now. 50-50. You never know. All right, what are we going to do? Are we metamorphosing? Are we going into Ryu Senshi? Or, yeah. Big thoughts. Yeah, when you play Metamorphosis, you got to be prepared for these deep tanks, I feel like. One of the cards with the most potential options in a given game state available to you, many of which are not very good, but may look good. Very good question, Papa Perez. All right, meta on the Sork. Are we going into Ryu Senshi? Is this the time that we're going to get aggressive? Playing around Sakus, playing around Mirror Forces? There it is. the Dragon Warrior. And now is it time. Kinetic, attack the set monster. We're going to Sakuretsu it. I guess you only have 2 activations of Ryu Senshi, though. So if Dueling High can just draw into Ring, that's actually kind of real, right? Gonna take 2k damage, though. And Dueling High down to very, very few cards, staring down 2 absolutely ferocious monsters. Ryu Senshi Kinetic Soldier here. Tornadoing a set pot? Was it like a no. What Oh yeah, pot set because MJAR was known. That'll do it. All right, Heavy Storm here. Wipe the board. Tribe Infecting Virus. Discard Solemn. Kill the Kinetic Soldier. Holy moly. Dueling High just pulled a rabbit out of his hat. Still not out of the woods, of course. But that was such an efficient way to answer this. Oh, and then the top deck. Graceful. Head in the hands for Dueling High. What did we find? Zambira isn't out to this tribe. Into Pot of Greed. Graceful into pot. Holy moly. What a turn. Dueling High thought he had everything accounted for, but sometimes you get graceful into pot, into Black Luster Soldier. I think I see him in the hand there, guys. I think I see Mr. BLS. Yeah, the Dueling High reactions are pretty funny. There's the Black Luster Soldier. There's the Dekoichi, and that's just game, isn't it? 44, yeah, 58, right? And there you have it, game 2. What an absolutely insane turn. Back to back. Dueling High to break the board and set up lethal, and then Clay with the heart of the cards there. Hey, maybe that's what it takes to beat the 4-time GOAT Format World Championship 2025 invitee. And we are headed over to game 3, my friends. Dueling High will be able to go first, all important in the Warrior versus Turbo matchup. And this feels like the finals, doesn't it, guys? Right? Like, this is just top 8. We still have 2 more rounds. What an insane game, too. Holy moly. Masha, honestly, left side has been winning more often than not, I think. However, to your point, Clay did, in the last round, Clay drew more Trinity than AJT, even though AJT ended up winning. So maybe you're onto something. The difference between Chaos Control and Turbo is literally that Chaos Control will run Scapegoats and like Metamorphosis, whereas Turbo doesn't. Chaos Control is like a hybrid list. It's like halfway between Goat Control and Chaos Turbo. That's how I think about it. So, like, you could say Clay here is siding into Chaos Control, presumably because the Metamorphosis was in the list post side, you know? That's one way to think about it, Ellery, yeah. Although, you know, not every Turbo list plays Scapegoat and Metamorphosis in the side, so there are some, you know, Solemn Judgment Zambira believers out there. There are some Kinetic Soldier Solemn Judgment believers, etc. And we are siding here for game 3, guys. Yes, we have 2 warrior players in the top 8. One of them you are watching right in front of us, Donald, aka Dueling High. And then the other one, we just got the intel, won their quarterfinal match. So there's 1 warrior player guaranteed in the top 4. Just the good ones do? Fair enough, Jeffrey. Fair enough. Both decks can play Kaiku. It's not mandatory. It's not uncommon either, though. Kaiku is one of those cards that you can kind of play in pretty much any deck in the format and not be that weird, you know? Oh, if you mean in this specific matchup, yeah. Every warrior deck plays Kaikus, so Doing High is on at least 2 copies in the main, I would have to imagine. Who's in top 4? Not sure yet. We know 1 warrior player, Dom, is in. Not sure how the other 2 unknown matches went. Yeah, not sure how the Gulaws versus Infusions Cap run back went, or the Earth. The last one was Turbo versus Earth Aggro, so I probably have an idea of how that one went. But hey, the Earth Aggro player topped, and I assume he didn't just dodge Turbo all day. So, all right, Trap Dust Shoot resolved here. 2 options: Breaker and Dekoichi. We still have the Wind Blasts in post side, maybe not running the Raigeki breaks to swap in for them. Snatch, Meta, and Mirror Force the other 3 cards. So all good stuff to know to play around. So very, very high value Dust Shoot. No draw cards here for Clay as well. So it's just going to be 100% known information here for Dueling High this game. Nate Dogg's money is on the big goo. Definitely on quite a roll recently. Packing that spicy chaos return today. And Clay, with a handful of known cards, has to decide what to do. Going to go ahead, set a monster, set 2 back row. Looks like it was the Mirror Force and the other trap. Let's see if Dueling High has a real flip here. We know he is a Faith Enjoyer. He is a Gravekeeper Spy Enjoyer. We're going to Nobleman to cross out the set Dekoichi. Banish both. Dueling High, the one flip that he's not a fan of. I feel like out of the flip trio that warrior players often side against Turbo, Dekoichi is kind of the least likely one you'll see. In fact, I feel like Morphing Jar is probably more common nowadays than the Dekoichi plan. And we're flip summoning Magician of Faith. That's pretty good. Poke for 300, why not? Alrighty, so Dueling High, no doubt off to a solid start here. With that early Dust Shoot resolution, early Faith resolution already up maybe a card or so. I see a Ninja Grandmaster in hand. That's a pretty nice beater. That's going to enter the fray here and start pressuring the life points. Faith to defense. Makes sense. Connect for 18. Dueling High very much in the ascendancy here, but plenty of Yu-Gi-Oh! Left to play. Remember, guys, this is game 3. Winner of this moves on to the quarterfinals, and I believe plays Dom. So we might have, because that was the 4th versus 5th seed match. Clay here, staring down this Ninja Grandmaster. What can we do? I see, yeah, looks like we drew a Magician of Faith. Ooh, top deck Pot of Greed. That's pretty good. Dueling High, considering a Solemn Judgment, perhaps. Tough choice, tough choice. You know what pretty much everything else is. So yeah, we're going to Solemn it. 4,000 life points, Solemn hits the bin. Keep our Ninja Grandmaster alive. Is this going to time? There's no time in top cut, I don't think. Or MMF would know better than I. Head judge, of course. We're going to Snatch Steal the Ninja Grandmaster. Seems like Clay just has everything here. But the Snatch was known. So it's going to head over. It's going to kill the Magician of Faith. Not the end of the world for Donald. You already got the value off of it. Draw for turn. Gain 1,000 off the Snatch. And this is a tricky, tricky board set. Oh, Heavy Storm makes things not so tricky. Just blow up the board. Wind Blast gone. Mirror Force gone. Snatch Seal gone, most importantly. So the Ninja Grandmaster comes back. Hit for 18. That's pretty nice. Simplifying the game state as Warrior loves to do. No monsters in grave just yet for Clay. Making top deck wars very much in the Warrior player's favor. And let's see, what are we going to do? We're going to set a monster. I believe there's, and we're going to meta it. Yeah, so Magician of Faith into Thousand Eyes. There, I think this is our first Thousand, or no, not our first Thousand Eyes stream of the day, but I think it's only the second. Kind of crazy. Yeah, here we go. Sucking in the Ninja Grandmaster. Rhoda here is pretty big. You can grab Exile to out the Thousand Eyes if you so choose. There you go. And yeah, Dueling Eye just trying to keep this in a top deck war. That was a, relatively card advantage minus play, that meta plus faith maneuver. Ooh, and we got Premature Burial. Bring back the Ninja Grandmaster. Keep the pressure on. Dueling High. Playing this cool, calm, and collected. Just needs to keep this alive for a couple more turns. But there's a hand of Zombira and Kinetic Soldier, which is pretty good into Ninja Grandmaster Sasuke, if you're Clay. Let's see what the play is, though. Oh, man, if you summon something and attack into the Ninja Grandmaster, though, and you run into Saku, you could just lose on the crackback to, like, any monster draw from Dueling High. So you got to be careful here. Do you just summon Pass and use it as a wall, and then you're a sitting duck for, like, a Smashing Ground or something? Really, really tough spot. We're going to normal summon Zombira, keeping the kinetic in our back pocket. Do we attempt to kill the Ninja Grandmaster? No, we're just going to pass, use it as a wall. Dueling High, what do we have? Zombira is walling us out. Going to set a back row. And do we just pass turn? Is Zombira just going to be enough to stymie the aggression here completely? Yeah, looks like it is. Okay, DD Warrior Lady, knock, almost game. DD Warrior Lady trade with the Zombira, and Ninja Grandmaster gets in for 18. Spies get banished here. Looks like Dueling High might just have enough here, but you have to get through the Kinetic Soldier that's still in hand, unless I misread that. Yeah, DD Warrior Lady, of course. Trading with that Zombira, Kinetic dropping, Clay down to 500. Do you have an answer to the Ninja Grandmaster? Top deck, what do we have? That has to be Kinetic, right? And then a spell that I don't know. A Heavy Storm. Heavy Storm. Oh, man. Blowing up the entire board. And then do we normal summon the Kinetic or do we set it? Holy. Dueling High, hands up in the air again. The Heavy Storm to just blow up the board. And now we are in pure top deck mode here, ladies and gentlemen. Normal summon Kinetic Soldier. 1350. Really difficult card for Dueling High to deal with. not 13,000. Is this it? Is the top deck heavy going to seal the deal? Draw, set a monster, go. And Clay may have just done it. Monster dead, set a back row. Snatch steal for game. And the set wind blast. Holy moly. The top deck snatch steal for game. What an absolutely insane set, guys. Holy moly. Just trading haymakers back and forth every single turn and dueling high. Gotta be the hardest fought game of his day. Has to be, right? And there you go. The other set was Dust Tornado. It was Saku and Dust Tornado. There you go. Top Heart of the Cards into the Heavy Storm, into Heart of the Cards on the Snatch Steal for game. And there you have it, guys. Wow. And this was just top 8, by the way. This is just top 8, ladies and gentlemen. Holy moly. All right. I don't know if that was the last round of top 8. We are going to take a quick break as we figure out what the semifinal matchup is going to look like. But man, what an absolutely insane game. What an absolutely insane match. And dueling high, the man, the myth, is still trucking along, looking for that 5th invite. I'll see you guys in a little bit.
On Saturday, June 7th, we head to Mexico for Goat Grand Prix Tijuana. We have Goat Grand Prix Detroit on Saturday, June 14th as part of the Game Time Goat Weekend. Next, we have Goat Grand Prix Maryland on Saturday, July 26th. Then we're off to Germany for Goat Grand Prix Dortmund on Sunday, August 17th. We have Goat Grand Prix Einbeck on Saturday, September 6th. Visit pristineprotectiontcg.com and use promo code GOATFORMAT for 10% off your order.
Hey, you say, can you really do this?
A test run is one thing, but the real thing is something else. If they catch you,
Don't listen to these guys, you say. Just, I don't know, hit the gas and don't ever look back.
You gonna be on the monitor?
We'll go topside so we can get a clear signal. Now rev it up!
And don't slow down for nothing. And don't slow down for nothing.
Let's get this straight. It's not the power of the runner. It's the rider. I'll take on anyone on any ride and I'll still be victorious.
Get ready, Domino City. I'm coming. I'm coming for you, Jack. And this time, I'm gonna settle the score. How did I let that happen? You got it, Jack. I'm coming to take back what's mine.
You know why our friend just lost? Because his deck has no balance. And without balance, one cannot be a complete duelist.
a test run is one thing, but the real thing is something else. If they catch you,
Don't listen to these guys, you say. Just, I don't know, hit the gas and don't ever look back.
Hey, you say, can you really do this?
a test run is one thing, But, the real thing is something else. If they catch you,
Don't listen to these guys, you say. Just, I don't know, hit the gas and don't ever look back.
You gonna be on the monitor?
We'll go topside so we can get a clear signal. Now rev it up!
And don't slow down for nothing. And don't slow down for nothing.
Let's get this straight. It's not the power of the runner. It's the rider. I'll take on anyone on any ride and I'll still be victorious.
Get ready, Domino City. I'm coming. I'm coming for you, Jack. And this time, I'm gonna settle the score. How did I let that happen? You got it, Jack. I'm coming to take back what's mine.
You know why our friend just lost? Because his deck has no balance. And without balance, one cannot be a complete duelist.
a test run is one thing, but, the real thing is something else. If they catch you,
Don't listen to these guys, you say. Just, I don't know, hit the gas and don't ever look back.
On Saturday, June 7th, we head to Mexico for Goat Grand Prix Tijuana. We have Goat Grand Prix Detroit on Saturday, June 14th as part of the Game Time Goat Weekend. Next, we have Goat Grand Prix Maryland on Saturday, July 26th. Then we're off to Germany for Goat Grand Prix Dortmund on Sunday, August 17th. We have Goat Grand Prix Einbeck on Saturday, September 6th. Visit pristineprotectiontcg.com and use promo code GOATFORMAT for 10% off your order.
Hey, you say. Can you really do this?
a test run is one thing, but, the real thing is something else. If they catch you,
Don't listen to these guys, you say. Just, I don't know, hit the gas and don't ever look back.
You gonna be on the monitor?
We'll go topside so we can get a clear signal. Now rev it up!
And don't slow down for nothing. And don't slow down for nothing.
Let's get this straight. It's not the power of the runner. It's the rider. I'll take on anyone on any ride and I'll still be victorious.
Get ready, Domino City. I'm coming. I'm coming for you, Jack. And this time, I'm gonna settle the score. How did I let that happen? You got it, Jack. I'm coming to take back what's mine.
You know why our friend just lost? Because his deck has no balance. And without balance, One cannot be a complete duelist.
A test run is one thing, but the real thing is something else. If they catch you,
Don't listen to these guys, you say. Just, I don't know, hit the gas and don't ever look back.
Hey, you say. Can you really do this?
a test run is one thing, but the real thing is something else. If they catch you,
Don't listen to these guys, you say. Just, I don't know, hit the gas and don't ever look back.
You gonna be on the monitor?
What is up, gamers? We are here ready to go for top 4. We finally have the fan favorite Dom here playing in the semifinals up against Dueling High once again. Love to see it. This is a Warrior Mirror, first one of the day. And I believe the other semifinal matchup is Gulaz on Chaos Return, playing up against Riley B on Chaos Turbo. So top 4 is 2 Warriors, 1 Turbo, and 1 Chaos Return. So all of the Turbo decks, for the most part, lost already. Just one left carrying the banner. And here we go. Dueling Eye here looks like getting us off to the start. Gonna set 2 back row, set a monster, and pass the turn. Absolutely ferocious start. Is that a Gravekeeper's Guard? I might be hallucinating. It's been a long day, but that is a Delinquent Duo. I know that one. I see one. Dominic resolving the duo. See what Dueling High left in hand to get sniped. We're going to change R of Greed, though. All right, so get an extra card in hand. Look, has something in hand that he wants to protect, clearly. All right, and what did we snipe? We sniped a Reinforcement of the Army. That is a pretty good card to hit. Basically, the best monster in Dueling High's deck outside of BLS. And then the other card discarded is going to be Ninja Grandmaster Sasuke. Not so great in the mirror, kind of a vanilla most of the time. And Dom opens Duo into Graceful Charity. Not bad. The double Trin is a solid start if I've ever seen one. See what the discards are. I see a Book of Moon being considered. I see a Don Zalug being considered. It is going to be the Dawn and the Book of Moon. Follow-up play. What are we going to normal summon for turn? It's going to be Breaker, the Magical Warrior. Quite a good card. Breaker pop the back row, which is Nobleman of Crossout. That was bluff set. So absolutely insane beginning here for Dom. Up a million cards. Breaker will go attack into Mask of Darkness, grabbing Jar of Greed. There you go. Recuperating some of that. Cycling. Not bad. And then Dom will set a couple back row, but definitely in a very, very solid position, having resolved double Trinity and then plussing off of the Breaker. So Dueling High back up against the wall. What can we do? We're in a normal summon Blade Knight. That's a big boy. We have Light Dark Engrave as well. Yeah, DH is... Dueling High is leaving all the emotions out on the field today. We're going to set a couple back row, pumping up the Blade Knight to 2,000, notably bigger than Breaker. Then we will send it in, deal 400, and clear out the board. All right. Not a bad turn for Dueling High. Recovering nicely after pretty solid start from Dom, and now has the biggest monster on the board here in the form of this full strength Blade Knight. Top deck Pot of Greed is pretty good, so I have been told. Dom here, likely just firing that bad boy off. No reason not to. Does shoot likely, would have been set last turn. We're in a normal summon Tribe first, so holding the pot. Interesting choice. We're going to go Tribe, discard Blade Knight to kill a Blade Knight. A little bit of a team kill. Jar of Greed, dig a little bit further into the list. Now surely we use Pot of Greed, yep. And that's full Trinity resolved here in 2 turns for Dom. Tribe pokes for 16, and then Dom sets a couple back row in main phase 2 and passes the turn. Dueling High, falling even further behind, thanks to the full Trinity resolution, of course. We'd love to see one of those himself. Going to flip up that Jar of Greed that was cycled by the Mask of Darkness. Then we can go normal summon DD Warrior Lady. That's just a 1-for-1 trade with the Tribe, though. Not exactly what you want when you're down cards. Oh, but we're going to snatch the Tribe. We're going for big damage. Big damage. Tribe moves on over. Do we poke for 31? Is that the plan? But we're going to Dust Tornado the Tribe. Now DD Warrior Lady will trade. All in all, lots of 1-for-1 trades. Exactly what Warrior is built to do. And Dom is doing fine. Should have been the other way around. Yeah, Dom should be the one. Or Dueling High should be the one losing 100, right? Yep. And when the dust settles, Dom maintains his solid lead here. And it's crazy how empty the venue is now compared to what it was before. All right, we're going to resolve a Reinforcement of the Army. Grab whatever monster Dom so desires here. Plenty of options, of course, in the list. Looking like it might be a little bit of Blade Knight action. Or no, it's going to be DD Warrior Lady. All right. Anything you can do, I can do better. Nice, solid clock with built-in protection. She's an all-star, that's for sure. Girl Boss getting it in for 15. Love to see it. And we're going to call the Haunted here. Bring back another Blade Knight. Poke for another 2K. And Dom is off to the races here in game 1. We have to solemn the Call of the Haunted for a, nice 2,400 life points, but does keep the board a little bit more manageable here for Dueling High. Very, very low on life, though. DD Warrior Lady represents a 2-turn clock. We top decked Kaiku. That's pretty good. We're going to Saku the Kaiku, though. Yep. This is how these Warrior Mirrors go. And then top deck BLS for game. And there you have it. Game 1 here to Dom with a very, very solid opening couple turns. Full Trinity completed within 2. And just close out the game from there. And Dom is 1 game away from a finals appearance here at GGP Atlanta. Will Dueling High's historic run come to an end at this point in time? Still potentially 2 games left to play. We'll be able to go first, at least in this second one. But Dom off to a very, very solid start. I have a feeling that this match is going to be over so much earlier than the other semifinal match. Warrior Mirrors, definitely not known for being, the most interactive, or maybe not interactive is the wrong word, but most intricate of matchups in GOAT format. Warrior is definitely a very skillful deck in and of itself, but against other aggro decks, including itself, it's just kind of becomes slam my hand into your hand and see who's ahead when the dust settles. Not to say that there aren't some plays you can make, but maybe that's the key to beating Dueling High, right? Turn it into not as much of a game of skill, right? Clearly he's feasting this season, playing against turbo players and stuff where he can just go for outplays. So maybe let's just play Earth aggro and Warrior against him. I'm sure he's quite skilled in those matchups, though, of course, but maybe that's the secret. Who knows? Really thinking hard about the post side config here. Trinity is definitely a good way as well. That may just be the secret. Yeah, Model Zero. I think a lot of people definitely agree with that sentiment. That's fair, Ebony's Blade, but I feel like at that point you're pretty far behind regardless. Like if your goal is to just wall out with Kaiku just to play around a top deck BLS, like 1 in 30 chance, you're probably not going to win that game regardless. Yes, that is better if you know exactly they're going to be drawing BLS, but can't play around everything, that's for sure. We are nice and shuffled up here, heading into game 2. Dueling High getting us started off here for the second game in a row. See a Gravekeeper Spy in the opener. Pretty good card against Warrior. We are going to set likely that Spy with a couple back row behind it. Interested to see. Ooh, Exiled Force is a good way of dealing with the set monster. Pretty tempo negative play, but getting rid of the Spy is definitely something you're probably happy about. Set a couple back row. End phase 1 gets pop with the Dust Tornado. Just trading tornadoes there. Classic. Now Dueling High here. With the initiative once again, going to go Premature Burial for the Spy to poke for 12 is the idea? Or are we Tribute Summoning? We just want a monster on the board? All right. Don't see that every day. Prima for Spy. And we hit for 12. There you go. Oh, and then we've got the Tsukuyomi. That is some spice. Tsukuyomi in Warrior. That sides into flips. And Tsukuyomi is generally just a very good card against Warrior, right? Because it kills most of their monsters. And you know what? I guess it's pretty good when you're also playing Magician of Faith and Gravekeeper Spies. So pretty nice play there. Prima the Spy, poke for 12, and then Suk it back face down so that it's a real flip again. Is that a Zombira? Looks like it. We're going to ring the Zombira, though. All right. 2,100 to both players. That's a pretty big chunk of damage. Really going to accelerate the pace of this game. One back row set here. Does Dueling High go all out? Do we flip the Spy, double attack, hit for 24? Or you can even go flip Spy, summon the other one in whatever position, and then flip it down with the Suk. I'm really enjoying the extreme levels of thirst in the chat as well. Keep it up, folks. And yeah, Dueling High is just going double Spy beat down. 2,400 gets to pass with lethal on board. Could be a very, very quick game too. But Dom has plenty of cards in hand. And we're going to set a back row, potentially to protect these Spies pass. Not even using the normal summon. Playing around Torrential that way. All right, we're going to go Snatch Steal on the Spy. Easy way to clear out both of them, of course. Ooh, Kaiku is pretty big as well, though. And Dom here striking back all the way down to 2,300, but trying to stabilize here against Dueling High's Onslaught. All right. Spies trade, and then we're going to Saku the Kaiku. So just All the game pieces being traded off. That is a Mirror Force set there for Dom. That might come in clutch later on down the line. We're going to go normal summon Blade Knight. Would not be surprised to see that get eaten up by this Mirror Force. But we're just going to Torrential it, sure. Keeping the Mirror Force for a rainy day. And Dueling High. Let's see what we're going to go. Light Dark. Summon BLS for game. Run it into a Mirror Force. And there you have it. Set a back row pass. We are down to 2 cards a pop. Ninja Grandmaster here is on the board. Not a bad monster. Just a nice big body. Essentially vanilla in the matchup, though. Although, does get some utility against Dueling High because he does like his spies. 1800 to the dome. Set a back row behind it. We're going to go Tsukuyomi, known in hand. Easy way to deal with the Ninja Grandmaster. Attempt to kill the Sasuke. But it's going to get compulsed. That's interesting. You don't see that every day. Compulse in the Warrior Mirror. Not sure what the theory behind that one is, but I can understand it, I guess. All right, we're going to Torrential the flip summon of the Ninja Grandmaster. Dom will set a monster pass. We're going to Call of the Haunted for BLS. And that's game. Oh, no, it's not game. Banish. Flip down the BLS. Poke for 11. But you get to pass with this BLS on board. Almost lethal. Man, what a fast match. Set a back row. Flip BLS. Attack for a game. And that is it. That is game 2. Dueling Eye takes it down in a very, very quick match. Yeah, just getting aggro really early on. Ring on Zambira definitely helps. 2k, 2100 damage. Attacking in with the spies. Summoning BLS. Call the Haunted on BLS is generally a pretty good play as well. And we're just going to go to a quick game 3. But Dom will be able to go first for the first time so far this series. Dom is a going first kind of guy. I'm learning so much about him. Never met this man in my life, but you guys are hyping him up so much. I love it. Should have had him on stream all day, huh? Big tempo, big tempo. The fuck is tempo? If you have to ask, I mean, I'm sorry. If Dueling High ate some saltines before playing Goats, he'd be dueling dry. Now, funnily enough, there is another substance that his normal name implies that also makes your mouth quite dry often. So, not sure if you even need the saltines to make that joke. Make them play with their shirts off for the fans? That's the after hours stream later, guys. Tune into Goat format after dark. Shirts off for the boys. There you go. You know, we always rack our brains about, you know, what's the best way to get more viewers, get more people interested in Goat format. Maybe it's just pure unadulterated sex appeal.
On Saturday, June 7th, we head to Mexico for Goat Grand Prix Tijuana. We have Goat Grand Prix Detroit on Saturday, June 14th as part of the Game Time Goat Weekend. Next, we have Goat Grand Prix Maryland on Saturday, July 26th. Then we're off to Germany for Goat Grand Prix Dortmund on Sunday, August 17th. We have Goat Grand Prix Einbeck on Saturday, September 6th. Visit pristineprotectiontcg.com and use promo code GOATFORMAT for 10% off your order.
Hey, you say. Can you really do this?
A test run is one thing, but the real thing is something else. If they catch you,
Don't listen to these guys, you say. Just, I don't know, hit the gas and don't ever look back.
You gonna be on the monitor?
We'll go topside so we can get a clear signal. Now rev it up!
And don't slow down for nothing. And don't slow down for nothing.
Let's get this straight. It's not the power of the runner. It's the rider. I'll take on anyone on any ride and I'll still be victorious.
Get ready, Domino City. I'm coming. I'm coming for you, Jack. And this time, I'm gonna settle the score. How did I let that happen? You got it, Jack. I'm coming to take back what's mine.
You know why our friend just lost? Because his deck has no balance. And without balance, one cannot be a complete duelist.
a test run is one thing, but the real thing is something else. If they catch you,
Don't listen to these guys, you say. Just, I don't know, hit the gas and don't ever look back.
Hey, you say. Can you really do this?
a test run is one thing, but the real thing is something else. If they catch you,
Don't listen to these guys, you say. Just, I don't know, hit the gas and don't ever look back.
You gonna be on the monitor?
We'll go topside so we can get a clear signal. Now rev it up!
And don't slow down for nothing. And don't slow down for nothing.
Let's get this straight. It's not the power of the runner. It's the rider. I'll take on anyone on any ride and I'll still be victorious.
Get ready, Domino City. I'm coming. I'm coming for you, Jack. And this time, I'm gonna settle the score. How did I let that happen? You got it, Jack. I'm coming to take back what's mine.
You know why our friend just lost? Because his deck has no balance. And without balance, one cannot be a complete duelist.
A test run is one thing, but the real thing is something else. If they catch you and...
Don't listen to these guys, you say. Just, I don't know, hit the gas and don't ever look back.
On Saturday, June 7th, we head to Mexico for Goat Grand Prix Tijuana. We have Goat Grand Prix Detroit on Saturday, June 14th as part of the Game Time Goat Weekend. Next, we have Goat Grand Prix Maryland on Saturday, July 26th. Then we're off to Germany for Goat Grand Prix Dortmund on Sunday, August 17th. We have Goat Grand Prix Einbeck on Saturday, September 6th. Visit pristineprotectiontcg.com and use promo code GOATFORMAT for 10% off your order.
Hey, you say. Can you really do this?
A test run is one thing, but the real thing is something else. If they catch you, it...
Don't listen to these guys, you say. Just, I don't know, hit the gas and don't ever look back.
You gonna be on the monitor?
We'll go topside so we can get a clear signal. Now rev it up!
And don't slow down for nothing. And don't slow down for nothing.
Let's get this straight. It's not the power of the runner. It's the rider. I'll take on anyone on any ride and I'll still be victorious.
Get ready, Domino City. I'm coming. I'm coming for you, Jack. And this time, I'm gonna settle the score. How did I let that happen? You got it, Jack. I'm coming to take back what's mine.
You know why our friend just lost? Because his deck has no balance. And without balance, one cannot be a complete duelist.
A test run is one thing, but the real thing is something else. If they catch you and...
Don't listen to these guys, you say. Just, I don't know, hit the gas and don't ever look back.
Hey, you say. Can you really do this?
A test run is one thing, but the real thing is something else. If they catch you, it...
Don't listen to these guys, you say. Just, I don't know, hit the gas and don't ever look back.
You gonna be on the monitor?
We'll go topside so we can get a clear signal. Now rev it up!
And don't slow down for nothing. And don't slow down for nothing.
Let's get this straight. It's not the power of the runner. It's the rider. I'll take on anyone on any ride and I'll still be victorious.
Get ready, Domino City. I'm coming. I'm coming for you, Jack. And this time, I'm gonna settle the score. let that happen. You got it, Jack. I'm coming to take back what's mine.
You know why our friend just lost? Because his deck has no balance. And without balance, one cannot be a complete duelist.
A test run is one thing, but the real thing is something else. If they catch you,
Don't listen to these guys, you say. Just, I don't know, hit the gas and don't ever look back.
On Saturday, June 7th, we head to Mexico for Goat Grand Prix Tijuana. We have Goat Grand Prix Detroit on Saturday, June 14th as part of the Game Time Goat Weekend. Next, we have Goat Grand Prix Maryland on Saturday, July 26th. Then we're off to Germany for Goat Grand Prix Dortmund on Sunday, August 17th. We have Goat Grand Prix Einbeck on Saturday, September 6th. Visit pristineprotectiontcg.com and use promo code GOATFORMAT for 10% off your order.
Hey, you say. Can you really do this?
a test run is one thing, but the real thing is something else. If they catch you,
Don't listen to these guys, you say. Just, I don't know, hit the gas and don't ever look back.
You gonna be on the monitor?
We'll go topside so we can get a clear signal. Now rev it up!
And don't slow down for nothing. And don't slow down for nothing.
Let's get this straight. It's not the power of the runner. It's the rider. I'll take on anyone on any ride and I'll still be victorious.
Get ready, Domino City. I'm coming. I'm coming for you, Jack. And this time, I'm gonna settle the score. How did I let that happen? You got it, Jack. I'm coming to take back what's mine.
You know why our friend just lost? Because his deck has no balance. And without balance, one cannot be a complete duelist.
a test run is one thing, but the real thing is something else. If they catch you,
Don't listen to these guys, you say. Just, I don't know, hit the gas and don't ever look back.
Hey, you say. Can you really do this?
a test run is one thing, but the real thing is something else. If they catch you,
Don't listen to these guys, you say. Just, I don't know, hit the gas and don't ever look back.
You gonna be on the monitor?
We'll go topside so we can get a clear signal. Now rev it up!
And don't slow down for nothing. And don't slow down for nothing.
Let's get this straight. It's not the power of the runner. It's the rider. I'll take on anyone on any ride and I'll still be victorious.
Get ready, Domino City. I'm coming. I'm coming for you, Jack. And this time, I'm gonna settle the score. How did I let that happen? You got it, Jack. I'm coming to take back what's mine.
You know why our friend just lost? Because his deck has no balance. And without balance, one cannot be a complete duelist.
A test run is one thing, but the real thing is something else. If they catch you and
Don't listen to these guys, you say. Just, I don't know, hit the gas and don't ever look back.
On Saturday, June 7th, we head to Mexico for Goat Grand Prix Tijuana. We have Goat Grand Prix Detroit on Saturday, June 14th as part of the Game Time Goat Weekend. Next, we have Goat Grand Prix Maryland on Saturday, July 26th. Then we're off to Germany for Goat Grand Prix Dortmund on Sunday, August 17th. We have Goat Grand Prix Einbeck on Saturday, September 6th. Visit pristineprotectiontcg.com and use promo code GOATFORMAT for 10% off your order.
Hey, you say. Can you really do this?
a test run is one thing, but the real thing is something else. If they catch you,
Don't listen to these guys, you say. Just, I don't know, hit the gas and don't ever look back.
You gonna be on the monitor?
We'll go topside so we can get a clear signal. Now rev it up!
And don't slow down for nothing. And don't slow down for nothing.
Let's get this straight. It's not the power of the runner. It's the rider. I'll take on anyone on any ride and I'll still be victorious.
Test, 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 test. Okay, yeah, I think we're good.
Hello, hello, hello. This is Pairings here from GGP Atlanta on the stream. I'm testing my audio for the stream. We're trying to get some in-venue audio. I just wanted to shout out to all of you who have shown up into the chat and been here to hang out with us here at GGP Atlanta. I appreciate every last one of you. Not sure if we're live, but do hope you can hear me. Hello? Hello, hello, hello. Hello.
Okay for you guys?
Yes.
Hey,
But a good
Angel
one.
is not here, so we know how hectic without Angel can be.
It was, but we made it through it. It's
I
been a
know,
great event.
it's crazy with that.
Hey, it's not a problem. I can't remember the session is great. It was very, very good. It helped us with anything we needed, any questions, any problems. It was fantastic.
Yeah, he is the best time so far.
Yeah. Hello, hello, hello. Hey everyone, we're going to be testing this. Sorry, I might look a little crazy. It's been a long day out here testing the stream for us. I don't know which mic is picking up audio, but we have it. Hello everyone. Yeah, we're trying to get audio feed for the table. Hey everyone, we're going to be testing this. Sorry, I might look a little crazy. It's been a long day out here. This is Karem. Hello, we're in GGP Atlanta. I don't know which mic is picking up audio, but we have it. Let me turn the echo off for you guys. We're good now. One of the cameras is working for audio. I don't know which one it is, but we're going to have them come over and play the finals in just a moment. Appreciate all of you in the chat, and I'll let Arts and Crofts take it away.
Are you gonna host another Amigo tournament around here?
Yes.
Do you have an idea when the rest of them?
I have to talk to Charlie. We're planning to do an Edison World Championship qualifier.
Gross.
And then go format for the
Gross.
next day. And not sure as of yet. But we are working on it. If you have any questions, talk to Angel. He will be the one to let me know.
What time is the Angel on vacation right now?
Gotcha. No problem.
Go Edison. Gross.
Okay, 1 second. I think we're having an issue with the stream right now, where the cam is not putting through. see. Um, Everyone, just want to let you know we're waiting for the duelists to be prepared as well as deal with a technical issue on audio from Arts and Crafts. So just give us a few minutes here and the finals will be underway.
Test, 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 test. Test. Yeah. Sweet.
All right, do we have venue audio and do we have Arts and Crafts?
Test, 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 test. The trick is we need both of us at the same time. That's the goal. Okay, I think both are coming through simultaneously. I think so.
Yep, we are good to go, everyone. We have, I believe, this is the final round. I don't want to spoil it here, but we do have Donald Kiss on the stream right here. And I will be back with those two duelists, and we will start the finals for GGP Atlanta.
Alrighty, gamers. I think we are about to kick this bad boy off. Finals. Now, I don't know who won the other semifinal, but it was Gulaws versus Riley. So Chaos Return versus Chaos Control. So one of those will win the right to take on Warrior here. And we hopefully have some good old-fashioned venue audio here finally set up here for the finals. We didn't want to miss any more potential dueling high pop-offs, to be frank. Yes, I am eagerly awaiting to see who dueling high will be facing off against. No, Riley is turbo, I believe. Did I say control? If so, that was a misspeak. Maybe control post board, yeah. Because the only match we've seen them was a turbo mirror, so not sure what their like anti-aggro game plan would be, you know?
I think that's what they said. Yeah, that's the word on the street. Arts and crafts.
Did Gulaz win? We're gonna find out right now.
Oh shit.
There's Donald K, the man of the hour so far.
Man. Yeah, I'll take it. Obviously, you think? What's up, Goat World? Y'all hear me or what?
We sure can hear you.
Loud and clear, or am I not? Let's see. Let me get on the YouTube and see. Last Friday night. Oh,
Find someone unexpected on Bumble.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Just getting the last duelists here ready to go.
Hear me?
Kicking off the finals.
Oh, you can hear me. Oh shit. Oh fuck. What's up?
Yeah, you are live in 4K right now, my friend.
What's up, y'all? I got a little lag here, but
Just getting the last duelists here ready to go. Kicking off the finals.
oh, you can hear me. Oh shit. Oh fuck. What's up?
Yeah, you are live in 4K right now. This is like streamception right now. I'm watching him, watching me, listening to me, listening to him. It's pretty good. Only in 2025 are these things
A
possible.
little bit of this, a little bit of that.
Watch your profanity. Yes, this is a good Christian stream, guys. Come on.
My pen's stuck. Shit. Come on, where? Oh, here we go. I got 10 more points. Okay, that's good. Good to go. Now time to stack my deck. We'll do our kids here. Just play him to be funny though. Oh fuck. Oh man. Fuck. Alright. Pot or Graceful? What do y'all think? Pot or Graceful in the comments? Pot side or Graceful side? Which one?
What does the chat think? Should we pot sided or should we graceful sided?
Vote for Pot or Grace? Look.
I feel like we've seen more powerful pot activations today overall, so maybe that's the one.
Profanity, your watch. Sorry. Watch profanity. Yeah, alright. I'm sorry. I won't cuss no more, I promise. Can no help it. I'll try not to. The pot.
It's 50-50 in chat so far.
I feel like we've seen more powerful pot activations today overall. So maybe that's
He's still 50-50, neck and neck. MMF says graceful, return winner says pot.
I'll listen to the stream. If I lose, I will blame y'all.
No, you can't blame me.
I'm gonna be
That's
nice.
not okay.
I'm gonna say no more effing cuss. No more cuss words at all. All right. I'm gonna keep it kosher like a pickle. My opponent here, he's here.
So is it confirmed that Big Goo is in the
Watch
finals?
your mouth, Gulas. Don't fucking cuss. I mean, don't freaking cuss. All right, no more. That was the last. That was the last I promise for profanity. Yeah. All right. You're right. Someone just told me to wash my mouth, so I'm gonna try to wash it, but I can't see it.
Gotta make sure my shirt is tucked in. My hair is still.
If we see business casual, we know it's Gulaz. Oh, that's business casual. That is Gulaz. I see that.
Okay.
I see that button down, that navy blue button down, baby.
Let me get my lucky duck. Lucky duck.
Audio just so you guys know the audio will be on.
Yeah, I know that.
Is it on right now?
I've already figured it out. Yeah, it's on
right now.
They can hear you, Gulaz.
Everyone can see you. They all know anyway.
Yeah, Gulaz, I need you on your best behavior, my friend.
Yeah, thanks. I mean, heck yeah.
After 52 other duelists had fallen, after 11 hours, here we are.
Yep.
It's been 11 hours? Don't tell me that.
Well,
man.
No, it's not 11.
It's like at least freaking 9.
It's been 11 for us.
It has been 11 for us. Don't get a DQ randomly.
You're good, man. I just counted mine, so I'm straight. with the audio being hot, I would appreciate it if you guys did communicate your face changes.
Yeah, let's do it.
Just for the sake of viewership.
All right. We're rocking and rolling, folks. We are shuffling up.
I'm gonna stop it now.
It's okay. It's late hours. We can figure it out.
Yeah, we're all good. There's a lot.
Nate Dogg, you need to call that man with that info if you want to get it to him.
Congratulations to both of you for making it this far. Of course, you all
I think it's officially
to be invited. And the girl
round start time. No coaching allowed.
First place has colors, and it's great.
Warriors versus Chaos return here in the finals for all the marbles for a world championship invite.
You are playing for technically a fancier playmat.
Yeah.
Sounds good. But we're splitting the money though, right?
We're splitting the money.
300 each. All right. Both agreed on that. Okay.
Well, what about the judges?
Y'all get paid somehow. I don't know
my
how.
game loss. Maybe I can.
All right. Well, that's why we're not doing anything because you both hate us with equal.
Exactly. Yeah.
The absolute disparity between these two men right now, just in terms of visuals.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Should be a good game.
Can't live him here again after a year. It's crazy. I'm in the finals again. Yeah, I remember when I got snapped at for Goat Rule Special 14. By me? No.
Yeah, I think if Gulaz wins, we need to get him some high tech stuff.
If they called and then you activated creatures, or you activated
if a monster was special summon and then it changes position.
Oh,
changes control.
Yeah, it is allowed to change battle. Yeah, okay, that's what it was.
Speaker and an air fryer, baby.
Alright, if you slide me a 20.
That's really what we all want at the end of the day, right?
I'm gonna get my 20 out now. You got change? Well, I got the 50.
Oh man, it's unfortunate we couldn't get the 64 players. Could have both got another invite.
I know, right? Well, I was surprised I got 53. I thought they were gonna be like 30. I swear, I didn't think.
Yeah.
Love to see the friendly banter. You know, I'm sure both of these duelists are a little tired. It's been quite a long day. We've been streaming for almost 10 hours here so far. They've been dueling for quite a minute. But remember, only one invite here today. We did not hit 64 players. So this is for literally all the marbles here.
Yeah, I'm not from.
Oh no, it's okay.
It's 30 minutes, 30, 45 minutes, or north. Yeah, like almost straight north.
Yeah, that's right.
Man, that semifinal between Gulaz and Riley must have been insane. Feels like it went so long. I mean, I knew the Warrior Mirror semifinal was going to end pretty quickly. But we've come full circle officially.
You want to do high roll?
Yeah, let's high roll, man. You want to split first? Or?
I got 8.
8? Tough one to beat.
6. So I will start.
Go for it.
I'm gonna do a little cut of rooms. I'll go first, man. Good luck.
Yep, good luck, man.
And here we go. We are off to the races, ladies and gentlemen.
I'll set it back row and my turn.
Sure.
Dueling High going to lead us off? Is it just set a back row pass?
Draw for turn?
Yep.
Gulaz here.
Anything. Okay. Proceed to main one?
Yep.
Draw for turn. Flashing the watch on cam.
Blade Knight.
Normal summon Blade Knight, and that'll get hit with a torrential tribute, explaining the lack of normal summon from Dueling High there.
I'm going to set 2 cards. And then I'll pass it to you.
Then we're going to go 2 back row pass. Dust Shoot, seeing a monster-filled hand. Mask of Darkness there, the Dueling High special today, along with Magician Faith. So main decking a lot of flips here. Not sure if the Spies are also mained, but wouldn't be surprised. Grandmaster, Tribe, and Breaker as well. We're going to send back the Mask of Darkness. Worried about that Torrential Tribute and the Sakuretsu armor.
Got back.
Oh, you should have kind of right on your hand.
Yeah, you're good, man.
Yeah.
No, it's too late. Tribe, Saku, Ninja, Faith, Breaker.
Lots of potentially scary units here for Gulaz to deal with. Faith obviously has no targets at the moment. Breaker could be powerful, though.
Cool, man.
Okay, would you like to cut?
Yeah.
You got 3 in hand, right?
I've got 3 in hand.
Chat, are we excited? This is the finals of GGP Atlanta 2025. Breaker normal summoned. Chain ring. Both players take 16 first blood secured.
Yeah. I'm not gonna write it down this time, but I'll set a background.
Then we go set 1 pass. You know, that's the Sakuretsu armor, I believe. Gulas here just knows to get around this Saku, as well as some spooky monsters potentially in hand. Tribe being the scariest one to deal with, of course. Who is smacking the camera? Karim, get your people in order.
Yep, you're good.
You're going to make our viewers sick. T-set pass out of Gulas. As the camera slowly stops shaking ferociously.
Oh, normal?
Yeah, DD's fine.
I'll go to battle and attempt it.
Yeah.
All right, we got normal summon DD Warrior Lady. Gulas thinking on summon. No. So DD Warrior Lady pokes the Dekoichi. Just going to cycle for a card. Getting a Dark Engrave, pretty important. Then pass turn. Gula is going to say, once again, set a monster pass, adding a couple more back row, 4 back rows. So you got to assume we got a Solemn Judgment here, ready to go.
Oh, normal summon my ninja.
All right, Grandmaster hits the board, known off of that dust shoot, of course.
And during the battle phase,
We'll attempt to attack with DD.
Warrior Lady pokes the set.
how many you have in hand?
Got a man wheeling some heavy machinery behind the duelists as well, just adding to the tension.
I'm gonna mirror this.
All right, we're going to mirror force both of them. That's a nice little +1 there for Gulas.
You got 3 in hand, 1 on the field, 1 set.
We have to put them in the actual squares.
Drop BLS.
All right, we're going to summon BLS, though. That's big. Going to recuperate that lost +1. But it's going to get Solemn. Yeah, as expected, that was in the back row. And Solemn came after another back row was used, so you're not super exposed to Heavy Storm at this point in time, unless it was a bluff set heavy. Charity is pretty good, though. Draw 3, discard 2. No cards in hand, so just going to keep 1, though.
Think on discard.
Big think here. Has to decide which card to keep.
I'm gonna discard.
Gula's deep in the tank, discarding a Trap Dust Shoot that's pretty dead, and a Mystical Space Typhoon, and we're going to go normal summon Sangan, so that's what's kept. We're going to flip up Shining Angel, so a little bit of weenie beatdown here. 2,400 a turn, ain't nothing, though. Poke in.
Attack with Angel. That's to you.
And we are pretty close in life points, but Gulaz is on the offensive here. Nice little 2-turn clock, dueling high under a decent amount of pressure. Gonna go normal summon Tribe. That was also, of course, known. Sangan insulates from that a little bit, but the Angel might just meet its maker here.
No, that's fine.
I will activate the effect and call Pairings.
That's fine.
I will attempt to go to battle and attack.
All right, Tribe discard Magician of Faith. Pop it, and then Tribe beats over the Sangan. See what Gulaz searches here. Not sure all the options available in this return list. Could always get another Shining Angel. But with DD Warrior Lady, I think already out of the deck. Not the most exciting. Gravekeeper Spy, always a good card. Not so great into Tribe Infecting Virus, but gotta grab something.
Yep. Yeah, that's fine.
Alright, I'll pass.
But then the main phase 2 Delinquent Duo to rip that Spy right out of hand. All right, so we are in a very, very simplified game state here. Tribe might just be enough. That is a 2-turn clock on its own. So Gulas has only a little bit of time here to find an answer.
Okay.
This is game 1, correct?
Light. Diminish dark.
Yep.
1 light, 1 dark. We had top deck BLS banish we're trying to attack for a game, but we're going to Solemn, and that is game 1. Wow. So Gulas finds a top deck BLS with the Solemn to back it up and takes down game 1. Chaos Return. Solemn's backing up the offense. And Gulas is going to take it down.
I'll check the order after.
Now, we have seen Dueling High fight back from 0-1 deficits before, many times so far today, in fact. Still plenty of Yu-Gi-Oh! Left to play, but Gulas has to feel very, very good about that one. Both players ended quite low on life, but of course, when you're the one solemning, you're kind of expecting that. Now we'll see what both of these players have cooked up for these matchups in the side. Of course, Chaos Return, not the most common deck you'll ever see, so not sure if Dueling High has a specific plan against this. Whereas Gulas, Warrior is very much a known quantity in the format, so definitely has some stuff ready to go for specifically this matchup. Thank you, Karam. Someone plowing into the table is insane, by the way. But yes, let's get some hype in the chat, guys. This is game 2 of Goat Grand Prix Atlanta 2025. Dueling High versus Gulas, 2 of the top players in Yu-Gi-Oh! Goat format today. Duking it out, fighting their way through a field of over 50 players to match up here in the finals. Dueling High, we've been watching all day, come back from deficits like this. He can definitely do it again. Gulas' journey has come full circle, a round 1 feature match, and haven't seen him until the finals here. But off to a very, very solid start and looking to take home and get, I believe, his first Worlds invite of the season. Yeah, Return. I will send that to you as soon as I have it.
Started yet?
Not game 2, no.
Game 2.
I'm gonna just move the camera.
Yeah, go for it.
Looks like it got a little.
All right, who's plowing into the camera again?
Make sure they get my good side. Yeah. Is this shot up right now? Is there something?
All right, Dueling High will be going first here in game 2. Both players still figuring out what they want their post-side config to look like. Gulas here maybe having some second thoughts. This is where matches are won and lost, people, though. The side deck game is very, very important.
What time do these people need us to...
C-Spare, we had 54 entrants today.
It's on you.
Yeah. Whenever I get out of here, I still have to pack everything up.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, these people, they're cool for...
Oh, yeah.
For doing this. This is awesome. I've really enjoyed this event.
Yeah, appreciate it. It's a fantastic spot.
Yeah, you
host a lot more.
For sure. There's one next year. I'll come by.
There will for sure be
a
PvP next year. Can't imagine who would be, especially after the great day today.
Yeah, I thought
What do you guys think Gulas is deliberating between?
Yeah, but just one GG.
Because it's an interesting list. You play a lot of warrior adjacent cards, right? Like you're running Blade Knights. Return often can run like Ninja Grandmaster as well.
Is that a logistical reason or what?
So like, do you want to bring in just like bigger beaters maybe?
Yeah.
I would love to.
But they have to be big beaters that are good under return. Or do you just? I feel like some people just take out return against warrior, right? Because then the life points end up mattering a lot, and like you're not really trying to be the aggressor as much in this matchup.
It's really nice to throw in a pile too. That the format scene is big enough.
You're not gonna
Yeah, agreed, Wes. I feel like
I can pile. Yeah.
warrior's probably favored post side, maybe even pre side, but Gulas took it down. And man, we do be counting.
I don't think we're gonna go to midnight, but
How many times can these players count to 40?
Take a tie, so if you
The world may never know.
game straight to get each other to draw.
just be lucky.
Yeah, Zumbira Kinetic, very bad into Angel, that's for sure.
Just be lucky I didn't bring Stalbird.
All right. Good thing you didn't, because you're doing great.
Yeah.
I can see that too, Shaggy, yeah.
I just felt
If
like
they're going low on LP, might as well keep the Magic OTK card.
I didn't want to. Also, don't want to be a one trick.
I have not seen Berserk Gorilla from Gulas today, but I, wouldn't be super surprised if he's
The best KBBQ.
not on the Splicer now.
Just for.
Warrior not favored into return, all right? I'll take your word for it. Not a deck I have too much experience with.
Don't. This is me personally. Me personally, don't ever go to K-Pot.
I've eaten there too, down there in Comfort. Sorry.
It's just. Oh, man. Good luck. I can't.
Yeah, we get to see Gulas's before and after. Compare the round one shuffling mechanisms to the finals and see if his form has improved throughout the day.
Just my experience there.
Yeah.
It's because he's got that big watch on. He doesn't have as much wrist mobility as he should. He's going for form over function today.
Anything in. Let's go, baby boy. One.
Alrighty. Normal Kaiku set a back row here. Similar opening to last game for Dueling High. Gulas is going to go set a monster, couple back row behind it. Dueling High has another Kaiku in hand here. Double-edged sword against return decks, of course. Can shut off their chaos, but also fill up their Vanish Zone for a juicy return activation. We're going to go Breaker with a couple targets in the back row to pop. Gulas thinking if there's a chain opportunity here. Targets the Dust Tornado with the Breaker, but we're going to chain the Tornado to pop the Staku. So, honestly, in favor of Gulas at the end there because you traded the Breaker token for nothing. Kaiku will get in for 18, though, banish that to Koichi, which, like I said, is a double-edged sword in this matchup. But Dueling High off to a pretty aggressive start here. 2 monsters beaten down. Gulas needs to find a way to stabilize.
I'm just going to set one and pass to you.
Stand by.
Yep, you're good.
Setting another monster here. No knocks or anything. Turn 1 from Dueling High, so definitely possible that this will just stick. The Spy is looking pretty good right about now, gotta say. All right, both players in the tank. Set monster here. How do we want to approach?
Rhoda.
Yeah, Rhoda's
fine. Not the Amazon basic sleeves. Oh, man. Okay, big move here from Dueling High. We're going to resolve a reinforcement of the army, grab Mystic Swordsman level 2. Definitely going to be playing in a Mirror Force, but we're just going to Heavy Storm first anyway, hitting the Sakuretsu, And now the Mystic Swordsman is going to beat over the set, which is that Gravekeeper Spy. That would have been really, really nice if it resolved. And now Gulaz's defenses are just completely blown away and staring down Lethal on board now for next turn. What a quick game 2 this might just be. Dueling High, very, very aggressive, but, realizing, if you have the Heavy Storm clear at the back row and things like that, you can afford to just go all out with your aggression, and this might just be it. Gulaz is going to set another monster. Not going to be long for this world unless you have something to protect it from the Mystic Swordsman, but we do have 3 back row here to potentially make it happen. Heavy Storm gone, so you can afford to just set everything.
Pot is good.
Pot of Greed resolution for Dueling High. Yeah, it is going from bad to worse here for Gulaz. Mystic Swordsman poke the set. Gulaz looking for his Sakuretsu armor. Gonna find it. But Breaker's going to poke the set. It is a Dekoichi. That'll cycle for a card. And once again, Kaiku will get in for damage, dropping Gulaz down to 1,000 life points. Couple monsters in the Banish Zone if you want to go return, but not really going to do too much into this board. And then Dueling High just adds some back row and passes. End phase Gulaz might be thinking here. All right, Gulaz, what's the play here? Staring down Lethal from both monsters. Just going to set something. Try this every turn. Rhoda is going to be pretty nice. Can go grab Exiled Force, deal with the set monster that way. And these back row haven't been super scary so far, so this might just be it here for game 2. We're going to Solemn the Exiled summon, though. All right. Or are we Solemning the Rhoda? Oh, we're going to call the Haunted, though? Is this it? Yep, pop the set is Shining Angel. Kaiku for game. Return to block the damage just for the turn. Bring back Dekoichi's Spy and another Dekoichi just to get in the way. Gulaz once again drops to 250 life points. Has nothing else really going, and the rest of the monsters are just going to get banished in the end phase. So this is the final turn to make something happen. But Dueling High has just had this unrelenting pressure. Gulaz has really only ever had defensive plays and nothing to actually deal with the threats, which is why Dueling High has been able to just continuously apply this pressure turn after turn.
Okay. I'm going to summon Tribe. Negate.
No, right?
Yeah.
Tribe Infecting Virus is going to come down, though.
Yeah, it was on Exiled.
It was, Exiled. Pop the Angel. So Tribe is going to wipe the board. This is a final stand here for Gulaz, though. We got Premature Burial, Normal Summon Kaiku, and there you have it, game 2. And we are in a game 3 here for the finals. Ladies and gentlemen, it is down. We wouldn't have it any other way, would we, guys?
Yep. I'm going to look through it just to make sure it's right.
So yeah, not sure if there was any specific, post side cards there that really did it for Dueling High, but just kind of the game plan worked exactly as expected.
Tom's gotten so used to the tablet at this point. He's been up here so long.
I know. But, I need you to go easy on me this last round.
And neither player really showing off too much particular technology here for their respective matchups. But one last chance, especially going first versus going second. Maybe you want to change up the 55 or the 40, a little bit here. And here we go. A world championship invite on the line here. The title of Goat Grand Prix champion Atlanta, no less, the flagship GGP of North America, some might say. And we are carefully crafting our 40 card list here for game 3. Yes, hot Yu-Gi-Oh action. So true. Yeah, mind control there. I mean, the return does play a lot of flips, so definitely understand the utility. Deals with the chaos, of course, as well. And I would likely just be doing one more shuffle. One more count up of the side deck. Make sure we're not presenting an illegal deck, of course. And then Gulaz will start us off here in game 3. Going first for the first time this match. We'll see how much that affects things. Definitely a deck that has its own sort of aggressive tint to it at certain points.
No, you're good, man. Take your time.
Definitely making sure we get
Just know if you beat me, I'm gonna hate you.
these side choices right.
It's not a good game. Let's just hope I sack you. That way you can say if you lost it, you sacked me.
I'm glad we got the venue audio in here. Gives us a nice little ambiance, you know? I have no idea what they're saying, but it's nice to know the words are being said. Tensions are high, of course, but friendly demeanor about these duelists. Both generally pretty friendly guys, in my experience.
Alright, well, ask and you will receive, right? Not agreed.
All right, we're opening Pot of Greed. Good start here for Gulaz. That has been the card of the weekend. Lots of Pot of Greed resolutions, lots of drawn cards.
You want to do that?
I don't.
Oh, well,
That's something, right?
that's great. That's
And then the classic play here from Gulaz so far this match. We're going to get a good old set a monster. Maybe some back row. Call it a day.
Oh wait, do we gotta move the pallet?
I'm just gonna set one, and then I'll pass it to you.
Am I?
Yep, you're good.
Pot into T-set pass. Is there a more quintessential GOAT format opening than that, guys? Starting out the final game of all of GGP Atlanta. We're going to go normal summon breaker here from Dueling High. Pop the back row. It is Book of Moon. Flip it face down. Temporary -1 here for Gulaz. No mana cross. That's going to come down. Hit to Koichi. And Gulaz will banish all remaining copies. And that is a stacked up banish zone for a potential return from the different dimension. if Gulas chooses to go down that route this game. And then Dueling High will respond with a T-set pass of their own. Or sorry, not a T-set pass. That was the breaker that got flipped by the Book of Moon. Silly me. But yeah, big turn here for Dueling High. If they can beat over the breaker, they'll make up for the temporary -1 from the book. But if not, it's just breaker getting a clear plus. So we'll see if Gulas can beat over it. Sometimes you have to do something awkward, like normal summon a flip monster like a spy to try and do it. We're going to go Heavy Storm, clear out the back row, hitting a Call of the Haunted, and now it makes it a lot easier to beat over this set monster. Something like a Blade Knight would do wonders here for Gulas. Even a Shining Angel will get the job done, and then also be quite sticky on the back end. Blade Knight there, Speak of the Devil, and we'll go pop that breaker, and we are now kind of all square. But Gulas here still with the turn player initiative, or the first player initiative, I should say. MST Angel, a.k.a. Heavy Storm Blade Knight, but, basically the same play. And then Dueling High is going to go T-set pass. Gulas bearing down with this Blade Knight. This is, we've seen the opposite view of this board state, I feel like, at some point this match. Oh, and Gulas with the top deck, Delinquent Duo, ripping out. That was a Tribe Infecting Virus and a Snatch Seal. So another nice little +1 there. Pot into Duo a couple turns later. Looking pretty good for Gulas, but plenty of Yu-Gi-Oh! Still have to play. Normal summon Shining Angel. I don't think Gulas is at 1,000 life points, by the way. Blade Knight is going to crash into a Gravekeeper Spy, though, which is going to rain on the parade a little bit. Spy Resolution here, gonna wall out the aggression for now. Not a terrible position, though, for Gulas to be in, because Return does have some very nifty plays available to them. I would love to get the life points corrected, though. I think Gulas should be at 7K, right? Yeah.
He's at 7,000.
Yeah, there you go. Thank you, Dueling High. All right. Dueling High content to sit behind these spies for the time being. Gulas just going to set a monster pass. Nothing crazy.
Am I man?
Yep, you're good. You got 2 set, 1 in hand.
1.
Okay. 1 set or 1?
1 in hand.
1 in hand. Yeah. Okay.
And now we get to sit behind these spies. A classic GOAT format scenario. Just going to set that back row and pass. Not sure if Gulas is on the Grandmaster Sasuke play here. But definitely wishes he could get around these spies. Just going to say draw go. Looking for maybe a Tribe Infecting Virus. Dueling High going to set a monster pass. Definitely could be something good. Magician of Faith definitely on board.
Great. I'm gonna set 1. And I'm a pass.
Another back row added. Both players playing, very cautiously. Bit of a stalemate here on board. And the game state will just continue to get more and more complicated as these players draw more and more cards. And I feel like that definitely favors Gulas here, even though Dueling High is the one kind of preventing Gulas from making progress with these spies. Remember, Warrior is a deck that likes to be aggressive, likes to attack. So sitting behind spies all day, not exactly what the deck wants to be doing.
I'm gonna set 1 and pass.
And now we are up to the 5th back row here for Gulas.
Yep.
Making sure all the spaces are used correctly. Nothing's in the fusion deck zone. And we are running out of zones to place cards, ladies and gentlemen, so something's got to give soon.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
One card in hand for Dueling High. Just going to say draw go. All right, Gula's here. Draws up to 2 in hand.
Pass.
Who will blink first? Draw go once again. Anyone have a count of cards in deck?
Normal.
All right, normal summon Kaiku. That can get over the Shining Angel. Oh, and the Blade Knight as well. It's at 1600, but that's just going to trade for a Saku. Probably fine with that. Honestly, as either player, not really the end of the world.
Drop a turn.
Just a simple trading of resources. That is something to keep in mind, though, Gula's. If you're unable to keep your cards in hand at 1 or less, your Blade Knight will get a little bit weaker, and it won't be as commanding of a presence here on the board. Dueling High. I think that's the 3rd spy in hand, by the way. Looks like we're going to go ahead and set that. So very, very difficult board to break at the moment. Gula's here, considering all of the back row. Can't add any more to the board, of course. All 5 zones filled up. The tension is palpable. Neither player moving an inch. We're just going to turn Shining Angel to defense, and Blade Knight will attack the set monster. It is that 3rd spy, as we saw, so 400 points of damage here to Gula's. Slight advantage there to Dueling High, but it does make any potential tribe-affecting virus draws from Gula's a little bit stronger, right? Now you got an extra spellcaster to kill.
Yeah.
And, I got to say, not on my bingo card to see Warrior versus Return end up in a spy stalemate for, 10 or so turns. But Goat format is full of surprises, right, guys? We're going to activate Reinforcement of the Army, grab Ninja Grandmaster, okay.
No response to Ninja.
Looking to make some progress this way. Normal summon the Grandmaster.
Yeah.
And then do we send it into the Shining Angel? Effect pop it so it doesn't get its effect.
That's fine. 200.
Oh, we're going to kill the Blade Knight, actually. All right. So now, is it Dueling High being the one making progress? Has a big threat on board. It can get over the Shining Angel. It can get over the Blade Knight. Still an unknown set, though. Gula's, of course, has spies of his own. Going to draw for turn, but now Dueling High has a vector by which to make progress. Mostly. I mean, Shining Angel could just grab DD Warrior Lady, banish the Ninja Grandmaster, and we're kind of back to a stalemate. But with just a set monster there, who knows what'll happen. Snatch Steal here, targeting the Ninja Grandmaster. That is a very, very good way for Gula's to make progress, starting to whittle away at these spies. However, plenty of back row for Dueling High to potentially deal with this. Difficult decision because this Ninja Grandmaster, if given enough time, will do tons of work here for Gulas against Dueling High's board.
Hit the spy.
We'll go kill a spy, and that's one spy gone.
And I'll pass to you.
A little bit of progress made. And now Dueling High can no longer just rest on his laurels and sit down behind these Gravekeeper spies. However, this Snatch Steal is actually just going to give a bunch of life over Dueling High turn after turn. So Gulas, of course, will make progress in terms of card advantage, but not able to threaten the life points, and Dueling High will actually be much more life advantage positive if this just plays out as it is on board. We're going to flip summon DD Warrior Lady, though. That is certainly a way both to deal with the Grandmaster and also the Shining Angel, too. We're going to send the DD Warrior Lady into the Angel.
Yeah, that's fine. Would you like to declare the effect? Yeah.
And that'll banish it. So just a little 1-for-1 trade there. Light already engraved for Gula, so not really the end of the world. And then Dueling High will set another monster. Grandmaster still sticking around, though. Can still start to clear out these spies. Both players full back row. Don't see that every day. This match is just poised on a knife's edge, waiting to explode, waiting to simplify. Both players at very healthy life totals for the most part. Dueling Highs will only go up from here thanks to that Snatch Steal as well.
Go to battle phase. Attack a spy.
We're going to go Grandmaster attack another spy. Dueling High thinking about if he wants to do anything about it or not. And we're going to MST the Snatch Steal to stem the bleeding. And that is a big threat from Gulaz gone if this was to resolve, which it does. And so Snatch Steal gone. No more life gain for Dueling High, but the spies will continue to stick around. And Gulaz's defenses don't look particularly strong at the moment. Just a single set monster. 5 back row, of course, but those could be anything. Likely some Solemn Judgment action set, of course. Okay, top deck reinforcement of the army for Dueling High. Let's see what we grab. Is it just going to be Exiled? Is it Mystic Swordsman? It's going to be the Exiled. Easy way to deal with the set monster. Dueling High does appear to just be grinding this one out. Definitely the one who is, appears to be more likely to be making progress. Oh, but the Torrential Tribute from Dueling High. Is this just going to set off a crazy Solemn War? No, it's just going to resolve, and Gulaz is going to go plus $1 billion off of this Torrential Tribute. Wow. Board completely wiped. Spies gone. And ladies and gentlemen, we have a game on our hands now. We're going to go Premature Burial here for Dueling High.
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you.
Bring back a Kaiku. Okay. No Torrential to answer it, at least.
Kaiku is fine.
Kaiku is a decent threat, though. But once again, filling up the Bandage Zone for a potential return to come through. Could be scary for Dueling High. We're going to Mirror Force the Kaiku. And that will resolve as well. So Gulaz, once again, answering potential threats. And Dueling High is just going to pass turn. And now Gulaz, I feel like, is resolved to a point where he's up several cards. Down a little bit in life points, but maybe can start turning the corner and applying some pressure.
I'm going to normal out Angel. Yeah.
Normal summon Shining Angel. Poke for 14. We're going to hit that with a Saku, so we're still just trading resources, but if we're just 1-for-1 trading, Gulaz is up the cards here. Going to set 2 more back row. Draw, set, go here for Dueling High. Gulaz, can you make progress? Yeah, Dueling High has no hand, just 3 back row. That Torrential really just blew everything up. Gulaz on the approach here. Figuring out how best to start applying pressure to Dueling High. In arguably a winning position. Gulaz in the tank. Both players threw so many resources at this point. Not really sure how many cards are left in deck, but can't be too many.
Gonna banish light in the dark.
Yep.
All right, Gulaz is making the move. We got one light, one dark. Blade Knight and Spirit Reaper banished.
BLS.
Into Blackluster Soldier, Envoy of the Beginning. We have to assume Gulaz has at least one Solemn Judgment in the back row, ready to protect this. And let's just start poking for 3,000 a turn. Just a big old beater. Oh, and we're going to return here. Likely for game. It's going to half Gulaz's life points, but this is going to be it. We're going all in. We're going to Solemn the return, which is 4,100 points. Solemn the Solemn. Gulaz is down to 1,600. Dueling High, what do you have? No, it resolves. Okay. The monsters are back. This is lethal. So many monsters here.
You got 2 Solemn set, Gulaz?
Yeah.
You do Solemn.
And there you have it.
Congratulations.
Thanks, man.
Has the Solemn for the ring.
I just saw the
Another. We had 3 Solemns and return set. And there you have it, guys.
I was like,
Gulaz takes it down 2-1. Chaos Return taking down a GGP. And getting his very first Worlds invite for the season.
I was like, well, that's
like fucking 19.
He had like this for a while, and I was like, okay, he's just got to get through this Walmart.
Yeah, Gulaz was really just very, very careful about that approach, but had the multiple Solemns, had the return, just needed to pick the time to do it. And yeah, the issue was Dueling High, like I said, couldn't really just afford to sit behind those spies, because those long games, return can set up these crazy plays and go for game, and that's exactly what we saw happen. And there we have it, folks. That is going to do it for us. I believe. Just making sure no one wants to say anything. But I really appreciate all you viewers out there tuning in. I had tons of fun streaming this today. Really, really great turnout. Tons of really high quality Yu-Gi-Oh! GOAT format action. Thank you so much for tuning in. Return getting the dub. Gulaz getting the dub. Dueling High falling just short of the 5th World Championship invite of the season, but still a very, very solid showing for still the, front runner for player of the season, one might say. And man, what a day. Yeah, thank you so much for being here.
To the restroom real quick.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah, reminder, we got GGP Tijuana next weekend. We got Detroit June 14th. Thank you, Kenny, for the reminder. Several of these players will be at one or both of those, I am sure. Really great to see, folks.
Thanks, man.
And that's going to do it for me.
The back and forth from last week, right? When we lost it to 3v3.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. But it's good, though. Show's goated.
On Saturday, June 7th, we head to Mexico for Goat Grand Prix Tijuana.
Wait, I want to How's my hair?
It looks great.
All right, man.
You are
We have Goat Grand Prix Detroit on Saturday, June 14th as part of the Game Time Goat Weekend.
commemorate your win, the colored BLS on the map.
Next, we have Goat Grand Prix Maryland on Saturday, July 26th.
You want to get one of the camera angles at it? When we do the profiles, can we just use my username instead of my
Swag.
We're gonna get it right here. Turn this camera right here.
You got my picture? Or I'm different.
Yep. Right. Come right over here with me. Bring your mat and your money and your private.
All right, put the money away, but I got the money out.
Okay. Here you go, sir. You throw it over your shoulder. Throw the money up. Throw the pristine out. And I'll grab.
I finally got some sleeves.
You finally got some sleeves. No Amazon base.
No Amazon base.
All right.
Yeah.
Let me take some pictures. The stream can see you right now.
All right, cool.
All right, guys. Appreciate you guys. Congratulations.
Thanks.
Well fought game.
Well fun. Thanks for hosting, Aaron. It was
Yeah,
fun.
I'll catch up with you after. I know you got a long drive, but
Do you want to do the profile here, or
yeah,
what do you want to
do
do?
it just right here. You put
Yeah.
it on the mat.
Why don't I organize?
Yep. You run to the bathroom. I'll organize it
Yeah.
for you.
You mind putting in order? Do you
Yeah.
have my list?
No, I don't, but I can get it for you. I mean,
Okay.
I'll just do it.
Yeah, I'll do the side. You can just.
Oh,
put
it's
them
gonna
on.
be three-sided. Got it.
Do my back, right?
Yes, sir.
Good run. I tried. to
Yes,
do it.
sir. Yes,
Couldn't
sir.
do that many in a row. Fuck me. Hey, man. Oh, good, man.
Dude,
good.
great playing, great dueling.
I did my shit, man. I'm happy.
Absolutely.
You
don't give a
I
duck.
really wanted that invite, but I mean,
You don't give a duck, though.
I don't give a duck. I really needed that fifth invite. I'm glad you love him. He's a cool guy, man. He really is a nice guy, man.
Yes,
I
sir.
expected him to be like playing Saltburn. I thought he was gonna be like an asshole or something, but he's pretty fucking cool, man. I ain't gonna lie.
For sure.
Cool as shit. Had a really good time. I appreciate y'all.
Yes, sir. Yeah, I'll catch up with you. Okay, Don. You have a good trip.
Be safe. Let's do it.
Where'd he go?
Huh?
Where'd he go?
He's in the bathroom.
Oh.
He's gonna do a quick deck profile, and then we're gonna tear it apart. And then we're gonna go. Sorry, he had an emergency pee. We're on stream, by the way. We're live. They can hear us.
Hi.
Whoa, wait.
Shout out Millennium World.
Hold up. I got a message for the stream.
Well, what did you write?
Subscribe to Arts and Crafts. Do it. Absolutely.
Other artists. I'm gonna need some help here in just a moment. And what we're gonna do is someone's gonna hide this when we introduce him, and then I'm gonna have this be over it. Okay, so it's the top down view.
You want somebody click the unhide button?
He's gonna click the unhide button.
It's good. $7 webcam.
Hey, it's a deal. Y'all think that'd be okay? What do y'all think, Will?
What?
So it's the top down view, or should I grab this camera and just point it? I should just grab the camera and point it. No, y'all are good. I appreciate it.
Just a green price gun, $7.
I'm just gonna hold the webcam and point it down. We're gonna just you don't want to stick too much around, but if you already want to stay around 10. I don't want to sit around. What were you guys going to do? You said 3 barbecues. Yeah, 3 barbecues. But probably, I don't know.
Aaron, we found an irony.
It might be in the side. He sided.
Like 20 minutes.
There's no way.
Side 29.
Yes.
If I could roll
Yeah,
out and
take it.
go home early, I
Hey,
need
man,
to.
I appreciate it. Yeah.
I
no
appreciate
worries.
you letting me come out here
Yeah.
and do my chit today, man.
Hey, man,
Let me know
no
if you ever
problem.
need me and offers on the table.
For sure.
Talk, so just let me know what
For
you want
sure.
to do.
Yep, for sure, dude.
Appreciate everybody here at Atlanta Go Format.
Yes, sir.
They are awesome. Now, I'm going to roll on
All right, where's Gulaz? He needs to hurry up.
Thank you so much for everything today.
Finally.
Yes, sir.
No better event to do that. Atlanta Go Format.
All right, does anyone want to do the honors?
You want to join us?
Yeah, that's true. Okay.
Do you need me to click the button or you good now?
No, we're good. We're gonna just use the webcam, I believe.
Cool.
All right, Gulaz.
You got it in order, or what? What does this
You gotta
look
fix
like?
it a little bit. I didn't know what your side.
But you got them all in order.
Yes.
How in depth do you want me to go?
Does the camera look okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
How in depth do you want me to go?
Doesn't have to be super in depth, but
Okay.
you can just go through the deck quickly and shout out your fans.
Yep.
And that would be that'd be it. Talk about the venue. Talk about maybe just shortly what you played.
Yeah, sure.
And then just go through it. Don't really need to explain anything.
Don't need to explain anything. Just go through it and then
Yes, sir.
talk about the event.
Yep.
Okay. Cool.
Whenever you're ready, we'll start it just like a video. Camera angle good? Down? Good?
Put it over the table. That's good.
Okay. On you, Gulaz, and we will get it kicked off here.
Yeah. Sorry. It took a little bit to. Oh, is most of my. Oh, you know why? Because I've got the other half of my side in my side.
Ah.
What, did I give you my box? No. That is not true. I lied to you. Here you go, Aaron.
Gotcha. Looks good.
Thank you.
See you tomorrow. One of them to hold it? Sure.
Honestly, I could have just said it was sided instead of like doing all this stuff.
All good. Yeah. This way I could just cut it and throw it right on.
Yeah. All right, I think it's good. Well,
Okay.
If it's not, whatever.
Okay.
Yeah, it's good enough.
All right. I will start it off, and then I'll pass it to you, and you will go from there.
Do you want to just like intro me or?
Yeah, that's what I'm going to do, and then you're going to take it from there.
Cool.
All right, everyone. This is Karem at Atlanta Goat Format here at the GGP Atlanta 2025. Here with your winner, Gulaz, out here in the A, taking it from Dueling High 101 in the finals. Warrior versus Return. We're going to pass it over to Gulaz, our champion, the new crowned king of the A. Take it away.
Hey, happy to be here, everyone. I feel like this was a long time coming. I've been playing a lot of events, and I felt like I've always gotten second or third or bubbled or something, and it's finally good to finally have a win. And what better venue to do it at than my pal Karem's event, right? I think we should just start with like the deck profile, and then I can talk about the event.
For sure.
Cool. Yeah. So this deck is not in order, so we're gonna get a Graceful Charity for Trinity.
Turn them this way for me.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah.
No, you're good.
Graceful Charity, Pot of Greed, Nox, so some standard stuff there. Duo.
Spread them out too. Sorry.
Got it. Yeah, no problem. Snatch, Heavy Storm, MST. And then we also are playing 2 copies of Book of Moon. I know a lot of people don't like this card, but I don't know. It seems to be in a lot of winning lists, and it's a versatile card, and it definitely came in clutch a lot of the times this day. Just stopping a breaker is huge sometimes from running over your Dekoichi, so you can get the +1 back. Good card for sure. I have other spells. That's all for the spells. For the traps, we're doing 2 copies of Dust Shoot. Just the best card against Turbo game 1. Trap Trinity. It's Spring, Torrential, and Mirror Force. 3 copies of Solemn Judgment. And then 1 lucky Dust Tornado, just in case they ran into Burn. And then 2 Return. Kind of just spoiled what the deck is by showing the traps first, but
it's your profile,
it's
man.
my profile, right? I can do whatever I want.
You're the king.
Yeah, I own the A now, right? Time for the monsters. So 2 Sorcerer and a copy of BLS for my Chaos. And then we're playing 2 copies of Zaborg for the boss monsters. Great card against Turbo. Can come up against Goat Control too. I didn't play any Goat Control. It seemed like I played a lot of Warrior and Turbo today, 1 Earth aggro. And then for the actual monsters, we're playing 3 Dekoichi. 3 Gravekeeper Spy. Just makes sense of the return to max out all the copies. And then 3 Angels for Recruiters. I know a lot of people don't like Angel. I know Recruiters are kind of down bad in Goat right now, but I'm a fan of Angel. I feel like it's the best card in the deck, honestly, a lot of the time, just because it floats for your Zaborg, it gets you consistent lights in the graveyard, and it searches for DD Warrior Lady, which is a killer card with Return. And just to finish off all the monsters, we're playing just some staples, so a Sangan, a Tribe, a Sangan, a Breaker, and then 1 copy of Blade Knight. So pretty standard stuff, I think, for the main deck. I think the side is where there is some additional spice.
Okay. Let's take a look into that if we can clear, and then we'll get into the side deck here.
For sure. So I'm on 3 copies of Saku, just best card in Go format. In terms of side, you see it everywhere. 2 Minecon for those Chaos Turbo matchups. 2 additional Dust Tornadoes for Burn and just like some other random matchups with a Mystic Walk for Burn. Actually, no, I've got more for Burn. I got a copy of Jinzo and Mobius as well. So
wow.
I'm playing 4 tributes in this deck, just so I could be prepared for everything.
How was that today?
You know, I didn't really break on Mobius. I think, I didn't break on any tributes except 1 time. I think I opened doubles Zaborg and Chaos, and I just couldn't get any of them live. But otherwise, I think Zaborg overperformed today. It seemed like it was always hitting a set monster, and just getting that tempo swing and hitting them for 24 is, I think, critical when you're playing a OTK kind of deck. For the Warrior matchup, I wanted some, and just like some slower matchups, I wanted 2 copies of Spirit Reaper and Roulette Barrel. I know
the Barrel.
A Barrel is a crazy card. I didn't get a single pop with it all day, but I mean, just rolling that die is pretty funny. It did bait a lot of removal, so it was definitely a good card, and it definitely stalled for a lot of turns. And I opted with 2 copies of Reaper. I just felt like in a prolonged game, I'm probably more favored than a lot of my opponents, and I like to play typically a slower style. I think most people online know me for playing stall burn, and I thought I could slow down the game, get to my pace, get to more complex positions. I think there were like 2 or 3 games today where both me and the opponent had a full set of monsters and back row, and I just love navigating those complex game states. And then for the final 2 cards, we have Book of Moon, just for Control and various other matchups, and a lucky copy of Jowgen. I feel like I never leave the side deck with this card. Sort of, it's super punishing against Reasoning Gate and I don't know, like King Dragoon and a bunch of other annoying cards.
For sure, that's the list. Talk about a little bit about the event and give some shout outs to those that love Gulags out there, and we'll get out of here.
Sure. No, I thought the whole event probably the best event I've ever been to. And I'm not just saying that because you're here. I think it was completely well run. Judges were great. Staff was good. It moved on time. No complaints, and it seemed like everything was running smoothly from your standpoint as well. I think if I'm playing Goat format in a year from now, I'm definitely going to be coming out to this GGP again. Everyone I met today, super nice. Felt like we really bonded over the game, and there was just like a lot of opportunities for newer players that I met today to continue to enjoy playing Goat format and continue playing in the future. So I think if you're a newer player, this is one of the best places to start your journey in Goat. It could definitely be a lot more relaxing than something like DB Ladder, and you can definitely meet a lot of great people that share the same hobby as you. So definitely check out a GGP. Definitely check out Atlanta in the future. And I'm sure there's going to be other great events.
All right, awesome. Thank you to have you. Any shout-outs for those of the fans? Talk to the fans.
Shout out to everyone. So shout out to Petty and Cub. Petty's been awesome here. He let me crash at his place. So definitely big burden off my shoulders. Shout out to you, just because throwing this great event. Great. We've definitely been talking to each other in Discord. So always a great time talking to you, running some ideas over to you. Shout out to everyone in Formula. Shout out to my team on Damage Step. We're playing in War League this season. We came in second this past season, so maybe we can make a run for it. And then Bluetooth and Alvarado, AJT, all those guys, Ivan Rosito, ton of great competitors that I want to play in future events. And hopefully you won't see me. This won't be my last first place deck profile. So hopefully you'll see me again at this top table.
For sure, man. Congratulations again on taking down GGP Atlanta 2025. And take us home, man.
Peace. I don't know what else to say.
All right, guys. We're going to get out of here.
Yeah.
Thank you guys for tuning in.
Mine, right?
Yeah, no, that was beautiful, man. Do not worry about it. That's your profile. We live it. That's how it gets.
I probably should have looked at the camera more, but
hey, no, you're good.
It's fine.
No problem at all. I'm going to tear this down. We're going to get the hell out of here. Thank you guys on stream. 11 hours.
Good.